Okay, guys.
Someone needs to stand outside and direct the bundle.
Okay, guys. So, should we wait for a little more time?
We got a couple more comments.
Let's.
3 phone people coming at least.
So,
I'm going to go outside.
and I'm wondering where I've got my glasses. Okay, yeah.
I think you need to go in the quad.
Let me put some paper there so people will. Something like that. So behind 126 or something, I should write there.
Well, there's a directory there, but it doesn't have the one. So even if you put a little note saying, go around building so and so or something, yeah, that would help. Because that's where we spend most of our time once we got here.
Yeah, tape.
It's a sticky note, all right.
Yeah, you can use this tape if you wish.
No, it's sticky note.
So let's wait for other guys to come in. So before people are coming, so I know a few of guys have already seen me. Okay, I will not say that in action, but okay, doing something. I hope was interesting enough, so that's why you have come again. So let me, before a lot of people come, can you introduce yourself and take initiative?
Sure. I'm Sujata, and I have a background in computer science and have moved into product management and marketing. And now I'm considering seriously pursuing project management. And so I'm here to find out more about it.
Yeah.
And I heard the Scrum and Agile are the way to go. So, or
I
at
hope
least
so.
a big piece of it.
I hope so.
I recently attended the project management panel with the meetup group that we have.
Thank you. So how you come to know about this session?
Actually from the meetup.
From the meetup.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'm Jane. Thank you. Last night.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Jane, might be other people want to know about you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jane Yi, and caught this last night, in fact. And I've been program and project management for, I would say, 25 plus years in various capacity. Operation program management, new product introduction program management in various industries. So PMP certified for many years, and now in kind of like in between success. And I'm looking to just kind of catch up on the Scrum.
Oh, welcome. I hope you gain something
Yes,
out
I
of this.
will.
Yeah, actually, my name is actually
Speak up.
Ashok.
Ashok.
Yeah, I am actually PMP certified, and I'm looking to learn the Agile and Scrum.
Welcome to the whole.
Hi everybody, my name is Julia Rydicka. I'm currently a content and program officer for Project Management World. And also I have just received my certificate from Stanford University on Project Management, and also aspiring in this direction. And the project management. I have a sales background, some analytical background, and now I'm moving more into project management.
Right.
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I guess I've been in the product program, project management at Finance and Industrial Digital for a while, for about 20 years. I'm certified Scrum Master, but that was 10, 12 years ago. So I think it's probably changed a bit since then. So this is more of a refresher for me to kind of see what's different and what's new.
Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Dolores Goodman. I'm an HR and change manager in transitioning organizations to new tools and processes we once have worked with. So really just trying to learn about Agile and become familiar with the terminology and the processes. So really a new fight.
It's not easy, believe me. It's not easy. And she has a PhD.
You have already scaled the higher side. This is just a hill.
We should bow down and pay homage.
Yes, trying to learn. Thank you. Thank you for hosting this. This is so generous of you.
My name is David. I'm a CPA. I have two graduate degrees. I failed the PMP twice, and I'm intrigued with project management. And one day maybe I will pass that damn thing. And this is Brownie. Brownie is a service dog. Brownie tells me when to pick my pills. And he fights women. So watch. No, he doesn't. He doesn't bite anybody. He's a discriminatory dog. You're an IRS agent, maybe you'll bite you, but that.
Welcome.
Michael Gallo, I'm a program project manager. I've been since 2001. And PMP certified and Stanford as program manager certified too. Met Julie in one of the classes there. And my company where I work, part of that I work in is primarily waterfall, and I'm trying to take my little world and agilize it. So I took the 4-hour workshop home to Shard. It was fantastic. I'm sure we'll recap some of that stuff too, and I'm really looking forward to this deep dive.
My name is Rekha Raman. I am in charge of PM World and took the 4-hour workshop, and that was great. So thank you so much for this once again. I just joined a new company, ServiceNow, and we are so in Agile. So I really want to get into it.
Hello everybody, my name is Ravi Chartier. I'm a project and program manager. I'm trying to pass PhD right now. I'm interested by Agile also later on and enterprise.
Yeah, please, welcome.
Have you taken the PMP?
Not yet.
I failed it twice.
I read Mulcahy's book.
Pardon?
I read Mulcahy's book and you.
I read it twice.
Oh,
I hope after this training you will not need the PMP. You will switch to the brighter side, on the dark side.
The dark side. I want the dark side.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Agarwal. I've been involved in program management, project management, and a whole load of other things over the years. I'm here to learn more about Agile and Scrum.
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you for
Speak up.
Louder. See, we all are.
I'm going to
Speak louder and listen
My
louder.
name is Andrea Rubino, and I want to thank you for hosting this event. I'm a process improvement specialist. In the past 4 years, I've directed projects without having project management title or training. Last year, I took the CAPM exam, and
You passed it?
yes, I got
You take your PMP?
And I'm starting to formalize the knowledge, and I think Agile is very important, and I want to know about it.
Welcome.
What's your first language?
Spanish.
So we are just talking about. So I'm the one here.
Yeah, my name is Priyanka. I'm not working right now, but I worked few years for QA, and I'm looking to go back to work again. I took a break in between.
Are you a PMP?
No. I was working in QA, testing.
Hey, hi, I'm Janesh, and I've been to this industry about 15 plus years. And initially, I was into hardcore technology stuff and for the infrastructure side, basically. And then after I moved into the DevOps, and currently my role is DevOps project management. And I just, I entered into the DevOps since 1.5 years, and I just look at the agile stuff, where I'm looking for the agile practice and the standards of agile and how to manage those agile stuff. So that is what I've been here for the agile course.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, guys, thank you, and let me introduce myself. My name is Tushar. I hope everybody knows. That's why we are here. And I started my career as a electronic engineer, switched to software after my MBA. That's okay. I did my MBA in finance, and then said, no, software is better.
We can talk.
Software is so I started, and by accident I came in software. So when I was in electronic industry, making switches for the car and motorcycles and so. And at that time, I got an opportunity to automate the manufacturing. I don't know how many people are from manufacturing industry. Injection molding machines were there; they're manually operated. So our OEM said, okay, either you automate or you get out from that list. So we have to automate, and the machines were so costly that our company was say, okay, either we shut down, we cannot purchase those machines. Their machines were around 1/10 of the turnover of the company. So I was saying, okay, let's try. We are dying. Let's try. So I go to the market, looked into it, and purchased some controllers, and we automated. Initially, we automated one machine. Then, with some effort, with the one computer at that time in 1997, 98, using one machine, one computer, 10 machines were controlled. So 10. So that I was amazed what the computer can do. So I thought, okay, I want to go into software, and I left my job and joined in half of the pay which I was getting. In a small city, I go to the capital of the country, Delhi, and half of the pay I jumped. And I was so foolish, I was not knowing coding in HTML is different than automating the factory. So this is how I jumped. Maybe I'm a risk taker, so I want to do it. So I learned a lot of things in this. I hold various titles over the time period. Software engineer, architect, solution architect. I started growing. And in 2006, I encountered something special. So a lot of my friends were in manufacturing still, and they were in the car assembly line. And they said, Six Sigma is fantastic. They is doing wonders for us. I said, okay, doing wonder for you, why not for me? And I said, okay, I want to implement Six Sigma in my work. So I implemented Six Sigma in my work, which is software development, and I was not very successful in that. One time, two times, then I realized why. I started asking the question, why I'm not successful and these guys are successful. And I discovered, which was already known to the whole world, there's a difference between humans and machines. Because if you see the Six Sigma, essentially those techniques, tools are oriented toward machine or machine to human interaction, where machine is in the controlling state. They dictate how the interaction is going to happen. But in software development, the human interaction is there. There's no machine, though we automate. But when we write the code, we write. Machine don't write. Right? This part is used. Right? Not any machine. We don't go to laptop and say, hey, laptop or computer, write the code. So human interaction is essential. Then if not Six Sigma, then what? I started discovery started, and I say something called Agile, Lean, and this journey started. And this happened in 2006, and I'm here today. So I played various roles. I explored various frameworks, methodologies over the time periods: Kanban, Six Sigma, Kanban, Lean, Scrum, ASD, DSDM, DAD, Lean, LESS, SAFe, and I don't remember other names. So this is my small journey. Before starting the our conversation further, just few logistics. I need somebody. The person who goes first has to start the water there. That a bottle is out of the container, so to put that. There are two keys. If you see there for the washroom, is if you go from this side, there's a one door you will see that is the walking, and please you take the key and bring it back. Right? And this place is, we are thankful to Strategy who has given this place to us free of the cost. That's why I'm able to host this as a community. I asked them and they graciously said, okay, since you are doing as a community service, we also give it. So I'm very thankful for them to host this space.
What is strategism?
So they conduct various training programs on all the things and many more things. Right. So I'm expecting Sam, who runs the show, will turn up here and we'll get a chance to interact with him. And I also thank you guys to come up here. And I hope you listen to me and I listen to you guys. Because this is not a vomiting that I vomit and you collect. And this is not a question that I ask and you answer. It's a conversation. As I say, it's a multi-dialogue. We all speak, all listen, provided that we pause when somebody else is speaking. Right? This is our basic we are. And I don't have any presentation.
You don't have any what?
Presentation. I'm not going to project anything. If you notice, I've taken that thing away. I don't have anything presentation. Right? And I have sent you some material. If you're taking the printout, nice. If you're not taking the printout, that's also okay. You can take help of your neighbor to look into it. Right? And feel free to distribute to anybody. That is nothing trade secret. Please come in. There's no trade secret that I'm hiding. So documents are available freely. So you can want to distribute it, distribute. The only thing is you just mention this form where you got it. That's all. Okay? Yes.
Is it wireless access?
Mm-hmm.
Is it wireless access?
No, purposefully, I'm not wireless access, and I expect that everybody shut down their computers. Please.
Well, my material is not to that line.
You can share, please. Okay. I want, because this is not a. If this workshop is an interaction based, it's not a you are sitting in a corner and learning. It's not going to be like this, right? We're going to talk to each other, right? So that is more important. We learn from each other. I don't know everything, and I also know that nobody knows everything. As a combined, we know a lot of things. So let's learn from each other. That's what I'm expecting. And one more request, please silence your phone. If you need to attend the phone, it's okay. Please step outside, attend the call, and come back. That's my request. Okay. Anything else required from me? Anything want to say? Okay. So for the lunch, we will break around 12 o'clock. And there are a lot of restaurants nearby. Please feel free, because you are spending the money. And we'll meet again around 1 o'clock. And in between, you need a break. Please tell me. Because when I'm in the flow, I'll lose that sense of time. I don't realize, okay, people need break. So you have to ask me. Is it okay, guys? Okay. And one more thing. During the course of the day, there's a one paper there, and there are a lot of sticky notes. Why you hate Agile? I hate it. There may be reasons, right? Feel free to write it. Okay? You want to write your name? You don't want to write your name? Both are okay. How many of you have experience working in Agile environment? Yeah, I want to volunteer that. What is Agile?
When you have the small iterations, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it depends. And you have the time to fix the bugs faster.
Okay, anybody want to add?
So as waterfall, if you take actually waterfall, you are not doing anything in the upfront. If there is a problem, you will know at the end. But in the agile, like everything is in the actually upfront.
Can you a little bit explain for us?
Upfront, something like requirement. Okay, so if there is a in the kind of waterfall, you don't take the new requirement in the middle. But in agile, actually, you can take at the any phase.
Anybody want to challenge? Yeah? See, guys, one more thing. You are not giving answer to me. Okay? You guys are talking to each other.
In Agile, we thrive in that we break things into deliverable units so that at the end of each sprint, be that 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, you have something that you can demonstrate. So you're taking chunks of things and it allows you to test your hypotheses, try ideas, see early if something doesn't work. So the whole idea of failing early, so you know that something doesn't work, and it's not the end of a 6-month project that you find out that, oh, this thing that we did 3 weeks into the project doesn't work. And you constantly learn and you refine, and you're not doing everything up front. You're working with structural items in the beginning, but then adding on into the end.
How do you differentiate between Agile and the PMP?
Well, PMP is a project management methodology. Agile is you can do waterfall in PMP. You can define everything up front. Here are my 5,000 tasks that I have to do, and I'm going to assign them to people, and this is the schedule going on. Whereas in Agile, you have an overall, which they call them epics, they have all names, depending on who taught you, but you have an overall objective, and what's the business objective? What's your overall objective that you're trying to do? You have that at a very high level. And then you just iteratively create the deep dive of what those specific requirements are that you have to do. So you build a project plan for your first sprint, usually a couple of sprints ahead, but you pull for your first sprint, you define that, and then you build on the next. You don't define everything up front.
So how do you keep scope and forms and
I'd like to add that in PMP, you're able to choose which methodology you want to use for the specific project. It could be agile or waterfall, and it depends on the type of project. So you as a PM have to decide which one is best for that special project.
I think we're already using terminology that not all of us understand. I heard sprint like 5 times, and yeah, so if we can do that.
Is the duration of, okay, we're going to work for 2 weeks. Or it can be, sometimes people measure a sprint based on the man hours that you have, or the velocity. So I'm sure we'll get into terminology about velocity, about how quickly you can do things, how much time people have in their 8-hour day that they can actually spend on this, because everybody can't spend 8 hours. So yeah, there's a lot of terminology.
yeah, my question is going to be around how, if you don't have an end inside, or do you have an end inside, and how do you prevent from a project management perspective, so you don't keep adding?
You do have an end in sight, and one of the benefits of Agile is you can tell earlier on, okay, we didn't finish these things in the time that we thought we would, so you have to look and adjust. You do get scope creep, you're gonna get that anyway, in any methodology that you use. The idea hopefully with Agile is that you don't end up with this, okay, we have 2 weeks left on the project, let's throw it over to QA, and they find 2 months worth of bugs. People are getting, if you're trying to do development, a development project or something, you're getting the code iteratively and people testing what's being done and kind of saying, okay, this works, and then you go on. Scope creep, of course, I don't want anything that manages scope creep.
Right.
Okay, anybody else? So let me, please go ahead.
And one more thing. In the sprint duration is actually, it's actually very less time. Actually, if you take agile, that's waterfall. Okay, that goes months. But in the sprint, the people actually they consider in the 3 weeks or 4 weeks time.
Oh,
Very short duration.
very short periods, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let me throw one other question. Is Agile a framework, methodology, process, practice? What it is? Some of you guys, what I understood from you, that is a process, is a methodology, right? How I do step 1, step 2, step 3, so and so. Am I correct? Am I wrong?
Everything is a methodology. Finding a woman is a methodology.
Okay, let me ask you guys, and no offense to from those who are from that particular culture, say Chinese or Indian. Being a Chinese or being an Indian or being a American is a process, methodology, or something else?
I'm just thinking like there is methodology, but there's also the cultural aspect.
Okay.
I think it's an identity, right?
It's a what?
It's an identity. I don't even look at it as a methodology or a process or
I
something.
mean, you know, a duck's a duck. You know, there's no methodology to a duck. It's a duck. A duck eats a certain way and quacks a certain way, but it's a duck. It's not a methodology.
Right. Then what? Okay.
I think it's a state.
Is it?
A state.
Mm-hmm.
And you can,
It's a what?
It's a state.
And you can change it using a
I think, can I add a state of mind?
Yeah, but you can change it using a methodology.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Say I'm Indian by birth, right? I'm born and raised a good amount of my life in India. I consider myself as an Indian origin person. I lived long enough in this country, US. I have also picked up some cultural aspects of US. Right? I said, especially I lived in Bay Area, I lived in Chicago, I lived in Indianapolis, I lived in New Jersey. I travel a lot because of my profession. I interact with people. Can you consider me as an American or still Indian?
American Indian.
See, that's correct. That's my identity, right? I'm not leaving my Indian roots, right? And I'm acquiring new roots. I'm both. But can you consider me as a Chinese? Tomorrow I start learning Chinese language. Tomorrow I start learning maybe how Chinese food is to be eaten using chopsticks or something else, which I'm terrible. I prefer to use fork or spoon. Will I be Chinese? No. Or I go and start living in China, say after 5-6 years, will you call me Indo-Chinese or Indo-American Chinese? Probably, right? What is happening?
His practice medicine.
Is it this thing is changing? My culture, my way of living is changing. Am I right? Same as the Agile. Agile is not a process, is not a methodology, is not a framework, is not a certain steps, is a mindset, is an attitude, is a culture. Just by reading a Chinese book, eating Chinese food, I will not become Chinese unless I start thinking like a Chinese. Am I correct or not? Same with the Agile. You do the all rituals of Agile, you do the Agile, but you do not become the Agile. Then the question arises, what is Agile? What is Agile, right? Okay, hold those questions. So we'll come back to the topic. So these are the few topics I thought of we discuss. Okay, and for 2 days. And as I told you, I don't have presentation, so I don't have fixed agenda. I leave you guys to write, add, any topic you wish. Right? We'll add here. And if you see it is sort of my wish list. This topic we are going to discuss. And for the, let's say this is a one page, right? There are 4 things or 4 or 5 things written on this page. This is the topic we want to discuss. This is a requirement, right? This is some ID, some numbers on some basis I gave. So that will follow 10, 20, 30, 40, something like that. This is dependency. It is possible that I cannot discuss this topic or this requirement unless some previous thing has not been discussed, has not been spoken about. Right, guys? Dependency. Then there's something called business value. How much valuable is to the business? I'll give an example. Suppose I'm a CEO of a bank. My website is color green. My market research team goes and say, hey, Mr. CEO, if we make it blue, you get $100 million worth of business in 7 days. This is a market research. How will we issue this number? That's a different story. But that is a business value, $100 million. Right? That requirement goes to my development team, and that development team says, Tushar is fantastic. We can do in 2 minutes. Right? It's just to make in a one CSS file. Those are from the software industry. We make a change from green to blue. Done. In 2 minutes is required. Effort. How much effort? Right? So when you write your requirement which you want to discuss, please feel free. There are piece of paper, and I hope you have pen, some Sharpie or whatever. Write it and paste it.
One question.
Yes.
Why the story points are in the series of Fibonacci series number?
We'll come to that.
Okay.
We are not there yet. We'll discuss. As we progress, we'll discover.
So the middle word, what is that?
This is a requirement, the topic you want to discuss.
Oh, okay.
Right? Feel free to add anything. What does I'm signifying by this at? If you notice the waterfall and agile way, okay, think about it. When we discuss what is agile, I want your views. Okay.
Scaling is the.
It's a one topic, just I picked up randomly just to show it.
Oh, are we
Okay.
doing something now? No.
Whatever. Feel free.
For thoughts, for questions.
Do you write questions here?
Yes, one question, one sheet is there.
If you have a need.
Oh,
If there's a topic that
okay.
you want to talk about.
Okay. Topic you want to discuss, right? But I do not guarantee that we will discuss here. Why? Because
Scope creep.
okay. So what we'll do? So this is my to do, right? This is what I want to discuss. Am I correct? Okay. So this is my to do. List. We all make to do list, right? On a refrigerator, you must have one list saying, okay, this is the thing you want to do, right? Even maybe you're doing it in some app or on a piece of paper or in somewhere, right? So this is my to-do list. If I have the to-do list, I must have a list what I'm doing. Am I correct?
So if you have a to-do list, and then you have a process, therefore Agile is a process.
We are not discussing Agile, this is just making a list. It has nothing to do with Agile. is just a list you make at your home, right? You go to, suppose you make a list on a piece of paper, on your mobile phone or whatever. You go to Costco or any store, you say, okay, item number 1, done. It is in my cart. Item number 2, done. Oh, item number 3 is not there. Maybe I have to go to other store, or maybe next trip, or my budget is over. Right? There may be different reasons. But then when you're shopping, you get a call from your husband or wife, hey, you have to add X. And you write, okay, X. Or something else, or bread, or whatever it is, right? That's what I'm asking to add. Right, guys? It's just a list making, nothing else. Okay, so something I'm doing. When you are done doing, what happens to that thing? It's done. So I need a list of done as well, right? The check mark. So my best check mark is I move item from here.
I have a question.
Yes.
Why do you need to keep tabs of what you've done? Surely you just need to keep a handle on what you need to do and not have a handle on what you're doing. Because what you're doing is active at the moment.
Okay, let me ask you. Suppose you go to store, you are purchasing, you in your list, there's a, say, okay, 2 packets of milk. You know, you purchase it, put in a cart. It's done. You will not go again to that dairy product section.
But you crossed it off your to-do list.
This is what this thing is. Okay. I cannot cross there. It's just to show that it's done. That crossing. Okay. Right? Either I can go and cross here, or I move from here to it. That is symbolic. That's all. But as you reach, then your wife says, no, we need 2 more cans because somebody else is expected during this week and we have to make some dishes using milk. Our consumption is going to be more than usual. What to do? You go back to the dairy section, pick up the carton, put on your cart. You may check in the say. Ideally, you should do okay. 2 instead of 2, it is now 4 or something like that. Some other number, right? To keep the track, what has happened. Right? It's simple. It's a simple process we follow.
Or if you don't have enough money for 2 extra gallons, then
Possibly then you say, okay, sorry, wife, I don't have, my credit card limit is over. Ask your friends not to come or make something else. Whatever it is, right? That's a demand is there, but still I'm not able to fulfill.
So in that case, my to-do list is still there, or
it is still there.
Yeah. Or
You need to maybe I will come tomorrow because my credit limit has reached today, or I will come up with I will break my piggy bank tomorrow. I will come back with the cash, whatever. Or if I say, okay, forget it, I will do something else. Then there's no to-do list. Right? The decision has to be made. Right, guys?
It's like finding a workaround.
It is finding the solution. Right? And who's giving who is the customer for you at that point of time? Your wife or your spouse. Right? You are the worker, person who's doing the work, and your customer is the person who is ordering on the phone. As simple as that.
In the Scrum world, the to-do list is a backlog, right?
Yes. Okay. So we note down the time. It's 9:37, right? So 9:40, just to round off. So we halted our discussion about what is Agile. Are we discussing this? Right? Should I move here?
Yeah.
Right? In the doing? We're discussing. So when I started the conversation, it says, okay, what is agile? Some said, okay, it's a methodology, process, steps. Then I said, no, it is not a methodology. It is not a process. It's a mindset. It's a culture. It's a way of working. How it is. Right? I give example of being Chinese or being Indian or Indo-American or Indo-American Chinese, right? That was my examples. But how's the agile?
Well, wait a second. I mean, the PMP basically has a methodology of approaching a problem, and that is a mindset. The point is I'm still trying to differentiate between what is agile and what is the methodology that covers under the PMP. And I ain't there yet.
Just wait for 2 hours. If you're not able to get an answer, then ask. 2 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'll shut up 2 hours.
Not shut up, but just wait. Okay. So guys, okay. So what is agile? So agile, if we say, as I told you, mindset, let's take example of, I will not use the PMP because apart from PMP, there's a V model as well, and there are other models, where are iterative, spiral, and 100 other models. I'll say plan heavy models, right? Where if you notice in this plan heavy models, end result is known, right? I want to develop this software in this much duration, with this much money, with this many features. My scope is fixed. My time is fixed. Only thing is, oh, you need 2 people or 3 people or 30 people or 300 people. Right? Manpower or person power or woman power, how you want to be politically correct, or resource are variable. And nobody talks about quality. Am I correct? If you go towards agile, we say, okay, guys, we will discover this is our aim, this is our goal, but we are not sure how we want to, means whether we will to achieve or not in this duration with this many people or persons or women or men or resources and of this quality. You see the difference?
So the timeline is unclear at that point?
Yes. So I have given you one paper in which the 2 triangles are drawn. Can you take it out, those who have that paper? The 2 triangles. No computer, sir. Please. Let's share. Yeah, share it. You can see, look into our paper. So there's a one paper which says that the 2 triangles are drawn. If you noticed, the 2 triangles is there or not? Yeah. Can I borrow?
Sure.
Yes. So guys, look here. Right. These 2 triangles. What they say? If you see the traditional this thing, you add as many people as you wish, but I want this work to be done by say 31st March 2018. My timeline is fixed, scope is fixed, quality I don't care. Take as many people as you wish. Means money part is little bit variable. Right? This is a typical plan heavy methodology. And here if you notice, what are the underlying assumptions? Underlying assumptions are that we know what we want to make. We know it. We have the full information. But if you move towards the agile way of working, what it says, we need of this quality, and you have these many people. Okay, and develop. We have a broader goal to develop. Start. If you notice one thing, time is flexible, and scope is also flexible. It's a drastic change in the thinking process itself. Right? What it assumes that we do not know definitely what we want. It will change. It will evolve. I will not use the word iterate, but I will use the word evolve.
What did he say?
Iterate.
Iterate. I will use word evolve. I will go to iterate. Let's take an example from the real life. Suppose I am Picasso, okay, and I want to make our Mona Lisa, right? I hope he did the Mona Lisa, right?
Da Vinci.
Okay, Da Vinci. Okay, I'm Da Vinci.
Talk about difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what means you got the idea. That's important. So I have the idea, and I say in the waterfall model or plan heavy model or methodology. I know what I want to draw. I want to draw a picture of a lady smiling, right? That's my goal. I know in my mind, I have definite picture what I will draw, right? But I'm a big fan of iterative development. So day one, suppose it takes around 4 days to draw a picture. Let's assume it for simplicity. On a day one, say this is in my mind, this is my picture. Right? This is my Mona Lisa. Right? Maybe. This is Mona Lisa. Right? On day one, I go to my canvas, I set up. Okay. So let me draw. I'm a very smart person. I have only 8 hours in a day to draw a picture. Maybe this, and I have okay, little bit here. This is my day one work. Right? Because I know the end result, what I want. Requirements are known to me. Day one. Day two. Right? Day three. I can draw this, something like this. Day four. My Mona Lisa is ready. Right? Let's do an agile way. I do not know what I means. I have a broad picture that I want to draw a lady smiling, sitting, and nice lady. Right? This is my goal. Day one, again, I decide to do in 4 days. Right? Even I do not know it will take 4 days or 5 days or 400 days. But for simplicity, let's assume I want to finish the picture in 4 days only. So this is my canvas.
Can you just turn it around?
You have to redraw it with Mona Lisa.
I have a rough idea. Okay, this is my lady. Day one work. Right? Day two, I go, okay, I need, she needs eyes or something that without eye, this, how can a human being be? Let's me draw, but what her lips look like? Maybe like this. She must have some ears as well. Day two. Day three, I no, that's wrong. I need a smiling lady, right? I'm pretty confident about this, and eyes are good. Ears. Oh, I remember she had two ears, right? A beautiful lady should have 2 ears, and she should have all this hairs as well. And right, this is good. And she should have now day 4. I'm coming. Oh, she need a body. Oh, she also need arms, which I never thought of. Right? So with my arms, this is my Mona Lisa. Have you seen the difference in my approach?
No. So one question I have for you is, in the agile approach, surely you have to have defining limits of what you want.
What do you mean by limits?
So it could be, let's take your picture. In your picture,
Yeah, had only 4 days.
See, I have a limit. I imposed artificially 4 days. Right? This is my, because of the setting, right? My limit, my goal was I want to draw a smiling lady, right? On certain day, I realized, oh, lady means hands as well, right? Which I, in the original design, because here assumption was I know everything. Here the thing is we are going to discover as we move along. On day 2 or day 3, I discovered, okay, this is a smiling face, not this one. I did the rework, right? Why? Discovery is essential part of agile way of thinking. We accept it, and this happens. That's why this plan heavy method says a change request. This is what? It's a discovery. And we put a lot of weight around this change process, so we discourage change essentially by making it difficult, which we say in agile, hey, this happens, let's accept it. That's a change in the mindset.
In my own experience with software development, we would use Agile. We would code to a date, saying this is the day we're going to release the code. So in this case, the date was fixed. We had a list of the things we wanted to do. We prioritize them. You know, halfway through, support comes, oh, urgent bug needs to be fixed. Fine. This is how much time it's going to take. What comes off the list? It's all negotiations because the time was fixed. If the time wasn't fixed, then you could say, okay, it's going to push us out 2 more weeks. Is that acceptable? But the idea is that you're constantly involving the people outside of your little group so that they all know what's going on. They're helping to set the priorities. It can be that you come to the end and it's like, we can't ship this because it doesn't have quality. And that's the decision. Then you say, okay, we're not shipping. So it's part of, I think, the Agile method, the way of Agile development from a software perspective is that you take it out of the, we are development and here when we're done, we're going to give it to you and surprise, this is what you get. It's more, okay, we're all working as a team and it's not at the end of it, we're throwing you over the fence and walking away.
See, the scope is verbal. And time you already said. If you want to fix the time, the scope is naturally is going to be variable. Assuming team size or the people are fixed. Right. Assuming. And we know already by adding more people, you do not get the more work get done. If you read that, there's an old paper, right, in 1960s, that mystical or mythical man month, yeah. Right? If you read that, I think written in 1960s or 1970s, read that. I think 5 or 6 pages. Read that paper.
What is it called?
Mythical man month.
Yeah, mythical man month. This was a guy in IBM wrote.
I need a clarification, if I may ask. So in almost all projects I've worked on, there's always been a deliverable that it's not only an internal deliverable, it's a deliverable to customer. We might, and the worst case scenario, because of excruciating circumstances, push the delivery date out maybe a week or 2 weeks. but it usually is a pretty hard deadline that we need to meet. Irrespective of things that, there are things that, and most teams I've worked with, we've always had multiple teams working together. So it's not a foreign entity that is suddenly delivered to QA saying, here is what the product, now you test it. So the QA is developing in harmony with development as the product is being developed. So my question is, you're defining Agile as something that is not time dependent. And most teams I've worked with, we've always had, that is something that could not move
either you
much.
can fix time or scope. You cannot fix both.
Okay, fair enough.
You cannot fix both. That's the reality of the life.
I'm lost again. The point is when you're asking to paint a picture, the fact is there's a big difference between Leonardo da Vinci and Pablo Picasso. So when you basically looking at that, you want a picture. If you ask me to do Pablo Picasso, it looks like that's a Pablo Picasso. You ask me to do Leonardo da Vinci, that ain't even close to Leonardo da Vinci. The point I'm trying to say to you is you have in your mind what you want, and the guy that basically is writing the code has in his mind what he wants. How do you get from what you want to what he wants, or what he's interpreting? I mean,
what you want to say, that what the customer is thinking, how my team knows what to develop. Am I correct?
Well, I'm still confused on what you're trying to do.
So here, I was my own customer as a painter, right? But in software development, customer and the doers are two different entities.
I've heard someone say, "Oh, Agile means you don't document anything."
No.
Wait a minute, that's not what it doesn't mean you don't do requirements. It doesn't mean you don't do requirements, documents, and test cases, and all those other things that you might think about from a waterfall perspective. You just don't do them all up front. You don't. I have these 50 different say features I want to add. I'm going to do requirements, full requirements, documents, and use cases for all of them up front. No, I'm going to do them for the first ones that we're working on, because how we decide to implement those as a development team may impact the requirements later on, and I don't have to go back and redo them. It's not that you're not thinking, you're not giving all the information to people, just letting developers do what they want. It's just that you're not sitting there and spending a month doing all those things before anyone even starts writing it.
So your requirements document at that point becomes a living document.
We'll come to that requirement. We are not there yet. We have not discussed the actual steps, how we do it. That will, when we go to Scrum, we'll discuss. We are not there yet. I will hold the thoughts for the time. We are discussing what is Agile. It's nothing to do with your requirement document, all this thing. Because there's a specific problem. As we go Scrum, we'll discuss those. But here, just what I'm trying to convey, what's a mindset. That's all, nothing else.
About the changes in PMP methodology or in Agile. So what is the main difference? I mean, when you, in Waterfall, you finish the project and then it's difficult for you to implement the changes as in Agile, or it's something else? So what is the main difference?
So there's a difference, a slight, it's a subtle difference which is very big. The project management by the name itself rely on the project. Means you have a start date, you have an end date, right? Agile way of thinking says, hold on guys, let's think starting like a product, right? If you notice in PMP world or in project management world, product means is an outcome of a product, outcome of a project, right? Is an end result of a project. But Agile way of thinking says you are going to work on the product, right? Product life is way bigger than the project life, right? Take an example of Windows or MS Office or any other thing. You start thinking like a product. So there are various ways how the product to be maintained. Yes, initially there will be a spurt in the activities of requirements to be developed. whole thing will be focused on adding in new features or new functionalities. But after a while, it will taper off, but it will not become zero, and your maintenance work will take over, fixing the discovery of new bugs, adding minor things, or requirement of the corner cases, they will take over. So that's a big difference in the thought process. Another difference. Product versus project. But in a practical life, we have to realize, even in the agile world, that project exists. Let me give you an example. You have, suppose you implemented in organization Oracle financials. You are working on, say, 9.x version, right? Oracle says, hey guys, you have to upgrade to 10.x version. You need, and you assess, okay, you need around 50 people for 6 months, assuming, depending on the setup you have. And after delivery, after upgradation, we look at this as a project or product. You have to be pragmatic, both exist. But you can think, still you're thinking as a product, but this spurt came for the project, but it doesn't mean you stop thinking about your Oracle financials. That's still a product for you in your organization. Okay. That's not the difference. Now guys, let's hold the thoughts and this as we discover new things. What is agile? What we discuss. So are you guys think we are good enough to move? We say, okay, it's done and simple. Done means this. We agree, it's done. Not done. Okay, guys? And I can live with this. It's a Roman voting, right? Earlier, Roman, in the ancient time, Roman used to vote in their parliament or in their system. I will not say the parliament, but in their council, ruling council. Those who are, so let's, and this is pretty essential. The one thing here, if any vote is like this, is not done. It is not a democracy. We are developing consensus. Either you should be like this or this. Means I can live with it. I'm okay. I'm not fully on board with you. I do not agree 100% with you, but I'm willing to go with the group. This means no way. I want more explanation, more discussion. There are some doubts. I have questions. So as a group, our responsibility to turn any of this either into this or this. Agree, guys? Okay. So I propose is agile. What is agile? Is done, not done, or you can live with it. Guys, vote. Everybody has to vote. Anybody is down? Okay. One.
Okay.
Hold on. Who else is down? So, okay, two. Okay, and you.
Well, I said I can live with it.
Okay. So you have to share your concerns with us.
Model of a bridge. I like something tangible in a building versus code. Code is so esoteric to me. But building the Golden Gate Bridge, when you talk about Agile, you talk about building a bridge.
Agile is not a universal truth. It will not work in all scenarios. Agile is, I will come to that. You want water or something? Sorry. Yeah, so Agile is not for all problems in the world. If you notice the bridge, you are not only building the bridge, you have to make the connecting roads as well, right? You might have to build the toll plaza or something like that as well. Can you discover on the way? Might not be. You need heavy planning. Bridge. But in the case of software, there's a crucial difference. There's a no physical assets get created. Everything is abstract. And the change is comparatively way easier than a bridge where the physical assets get created. You cannot say, okay, bridge is, you are going from this to this place. No, 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 no. In the middle, you require, no, no, it should go like this. Sorry, it doesn't happen in the case of bridge. Or in any physical asset creation. But in the abstract world, especially in the software, this happens. And not in software, when you're designing a new work, suppose you're designing a car, you can do this. But not when you're making a car. When you're designing a bridge, yes, you can say it will go this way or that way. But you're making a bridge, no. Yes.
Maybe you can plan an event, a big event, doing Agile.
You can plan, but execution cannot be.
Yeah, but you can adapt it in the way maybe you don't know the people that's coming and you ask them what they want to talk about.
Yes.
So it's just to give an example that's not software, because I think Agile you can use it in other things.
Yes, you
But
can.
we always focus only on software.
I tell you, I know one of my friend who is a small training company based in San Mateo. 5 or 6 people in total till 15 days back. They run whole company as a Scrum. 7-day Scrum. We'll reach to that, how what the Scrum is, but there's an Agile way. And if you notice, this is what I'm asking you to add here. We're running this event in an Agile way. Right?
So in an agile driven team, all members need to vote per se, and all needs to be thumbs up or acceptable.
Okay, I can acceptable.
Okay.
I can I'll live with it.
Okay.
So
Before you
I-
move on.
I totally actually accept the only reason why I voted down
Mhm.
is because for me, I feel like Agile is a much more clear representation of most of life. And the only reason why I voted down is because what I'm curious is now Agile is becoming more and more prevalent in the project, like in this kind of like product world in general. Agile must have a lot of origins, like running through different, either through history or through culture or through usage or in many different ways. So the concept actually and the mindset and that actually makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Project is just basically, okay, we have a list of things, we have to meet criteria, we have to knock everything out in a row. And that's actually much more unrealistic than what real life actually presents, which is 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or like,
So guys, with this thought, I want your views. We'll discuss if time permits when to use Agile. Right? Agile is not a silver bullet.
It's not a what?
It is not a silver bullet. It is not an answer for every question. Right? So I want you people to write when not to use Agile. Right? Think over it. Yeah? Can we vote again?
Can I ask a clean statement? I teach in Santa Clara. I know what a balance sheet is. I know what an income statement is. I know what a cash flow statement is. I speak accounting. Just tell me what Agile is, and let's get on with it.
I told you, right? It's a culture, it's a mindset, that's all. Nothing more than that.
Fine.
And there's a way how you think, how you behave, how you work. Nothing more than that.
Could you transform, in the middle of waterfall project, could you transform to agile project? Because you changed requirements or you decided to overlook again the timing or scope?
Let me, okay, I'm not a religious person, so do not get offended. I'm giving an example from that. You go to church, you go to mosque, you go to temple, you go to other places, right? Or as a child, you might have gone there. Your parent says, go, you have to come with us. You do not have any choice. What you do there, you perform certain rituals, you open the book, you do certain rituals without knowing anything. Because your parents told you, or somebody else, elder, or somebody, person of authority told you, right? This happens in most of the families, and some of us also do it with our kids. Why we are doing it? Because we want to introduce, suppose we are doing, or our parents did it, because they believed in certain way of life, and they want to introduce that life, that way of life to us, or we want to introduce to our kids. Am I correct? Right? And slowly they develop, okay, initially they go there, read the book and listen to somebody, and without applying any brain, they do it. After a certain time, few of them start questioning. Is the book is written in the book? What does it mean? The person is saying something, what does it mean? Why I'm doing this ritual? Some people find meaning in those books, or in that person saying, or in those rituals. Some within that complex. Some says, if I'm looking for the God or whatever entity, whatever meaning, why I have to come to this complex? I can go somewhere else, or in my life, right? Some other soul say, no, this is good, but I can design the system better. A new religion got. This is how the new religions, any religion has been come into picture. Because that person says, no, the existing system is not good enough. I know better. As simple as that. Same with the Agile. You start certain rituals. Some people will stick with the rituals. Some people will start finding meaning into the rituals. Some says, okay, these rituals are okay, but I can define my own. And people start following it. I can give an example. This happened. There's a company called Spotify. You've heard this? Spotify started Scrum. They did it, but over the period, they came with their own model, own way of doing the Agile. I'm using the word doing, not being Agile, if you've noticed. They developed their own rituals, and a lot of people are finding meaning in that. Nothing wrong in that. But if you reach to that level, you cannot jump directly say, okay, tomorrow I'm going to start a new religion. You have to understand what does it mean. You have to live through it. Then you can differentiate. Same with the Agile. Or any other way.
I understand what communism is, and I understand what capitalism is, and then there's a culture. In fact, communism is everybody owns everything. And in capitalism, only you own something that you're building on. In simplistic terms, capitalism is its own individual. The point is that's a culture. It's a culture. So tell me what Agile is. And
I told you that. Agile means you accept that requirements will change. Accept it. It accept. The scope will change. People will learn. People means those who are doing the job and those who getting the job done. Both learns over the time period. Right? It accept that people who are doing the job, they know how to do it in a better way than somebody else with a big head sitting somewhere in the ivory tower. That's what the Agile is. Right? Nothing more than that.
Is that the Agile manifesto or something? No.
We'll come to that.
I guess.
We have done a topic.
Is that the principles or not?
This is, I'm not, say being a Chinese, is there any principle? Or being American is a principle, is a way of life. Is a value system. Right? How you express that value system in which framework, that's a different thing. Being a communist, by a capitalist, by believing in God, not believing in the God, conservative, Republican, or leftist, or rightist, centrist, whatever, socialist, it doesn't, it's a way of expressing. The value system is more important. And this is a value system of Agile promotes. Okay, again say. Sorry. Done, not done, I can live with it.
I don't do it now.
Right? Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay. So we are done. If you notice one thing, Agile is not a democracy. It's a consensus. It is not a democracy. It's a consensus. Because in the democracy, what happens? A large percentage says, I do not agree. In a consensus, you are with the team. You are consciously saying, hey, I may not be 100% agreeing, but at least 80-90% I'm with you. Right? Let's see. Why does Agile work? I'm assuming it works, right? If you do agree, disagree, please tell me.
It can work. I mean, nothing works all the time. No, nothing works all the time. If you have someone.
That's why when to be agile and when not to be. But when it works, And those situations in which works, why it works.
So can you give us examples on what situations it does work in?
Okay, let me give you a very simple example. In say tomorrow, there's a tsunami comes here. Okay, devastation, breakdown in law and order, breakdown in institution, in the support system. Society and government provide that support system is gone. Few of the people with the muscle power, actually they start ruling, right? Law and the people, say the police, will try to impose the order, but there'll be chaos. Am I correct? This happened in Katrina, right? If you notice what has happened, the cause and after that tsunami or tornado or whatever, in the what is happening in the ground, cause and effect has been broken down. You do not know what is causing what and what is happening because of certain other things. Is it chaos? Because that's why it's chaos. In that case, agile way of thinking will not work because you have to impose the order first. There's something called siphon framework. Siphon. CY. CYFIN. There's a Polish gentleman who developed this. So it has divided the working conditions in a 5 different ways. This is a complicated process, complicated state, which doesn't work. And there's some state where agile is overdue. Say you go to an assembly line, right? In a car assembly or any assembly line. The job is fixed. You have to turn two times your nut with this much of pressure. Second station, you put the body over the chassis. Third station, you do something else. If you notice what is happening, machine is driving the interaction, not the humans. Agile is not needed that way. Right? Agile way of thinking may not be a very good option. Agile is not needed. But in a software development is neither of this. In a software development, something is happening. Right? Everybody is well educated. Right? They are not, and they understand what they're doing. They are not working with hand, though they are on the keyboard, but actually the work is happening here. Keys are just an expression of the what is happening here. Right? And if you notice in software development or any designing work, whether you're designing a car or writing a software, you are solving every time a unique problem you are discovering is happening, where the agile is the way, because you want to give the freedom to your team in which they can think and work. Whenever you have a thinking process or thinking work, agile, because you want the people who want the freedom. Those who want to think, can you think of in a jail, somebody put in a jail and say think? Somebody can put himself or herself in a confinement to think. The choice. But if I jail you, put on a solitary confinement, now you think some about the big discovery. No, it's not going to happen. The agile works when you have where the people think, right? And people want freedom. People want trust. People want to believe that what I'm doing is worthwhile. That's why agile works. That's why agile works, and that gives agile the freedom. Somebody is designing something, as in this picture. If some says, hey, to painter, you have to draw a smiling lady. Will he draw the Mona Lisa? Might not be. If you see a lot of studies where the painters or the artists are given a job, hey, you will pay this many dollars to draw this picture, or same artist draw a similar picture, the quality of work is different. Though for the first thing, he's getting paid, he's getting money. In second, he's doing out of his or her passion. That's why agile works. Because it gives autonomy, it gives the freedom to think. It does not assume that some big brain is thinking for you. Everybody is equal, everybody is thinking and doing the job. That's why agile works. Because you are not, have you read this Taylor's book, Wealth of the Nations? The old book in, I think, 1890 written. The whole industrial means this assembly line thing concept came. He has very given example of in which there's a pin factory, how to make a pin. And this scientific management is basically evolved from there. If you get a chance, read it, or maybe abstract, or read this, how the pin factory works. And compare your work and to that pin factory worker work.
What's the name of the book?
Wealth of the Nations.
Well combination?
Wealth of the Nations.
Well,
I'm sorry for my accent. I'm not American, I'm Indo-American.
You ever seen the movie Cheaper by the Dozen? That's Frederick Taylor. He basically was the guy that, the story about him was put in Cheaper by the Dozen. He had 12 kids or something.
Yeah.
He developed a scientific method of manufacturing. It's not bad for a finance guy, huh?
Efficiency expert.
Pardon?
Efficiency expert.
Yeah.
So then the question I have regarding the makeup of like an agile team versus the other side, project or whatever.
The dark side.
Yeah. Is with this culture, does that also mean now that even though we have, a certain hierarchy within our, companies and everything, that even though that obviously still exists, but is that meant to kind of penetrate through that kind of existing kind of hierarchy and kind of meant to kind of equalize people on the working team?
So yes, it is happening and it has its own side effects. If you notice few things and look into data from various job sites, positions open for the project managers, or the middle managers are on the decreasing side. Positions for the top and position for the used to be bottom, the doers, are increasing. What is happening? The flattening of the brand. That is the one of the I say the outcome of adoption of agile way of working in the organization. This is what is happening. There's a sad part or good part, I do not want to comment, but this is what is happening.
You still need buy-in of that mentality by upper management, though.
It is coming. Okay. It is coming. It is not 100% there, but it is happening. We are on the, I say, in the middle of, I will not use the word revolution, but yeah, somewhere between evolution and revolution, in between of that. We are in the middle of that.
So just by virtue of Agile being present, it kind of, even if there's a traditional waterfall being used, that mindset and that culture is even affecting the outcome overall of the project kind of world.
Yeah. I can cite one example in Valley. I will not name the company. It's a pretty big, it's a fortune within 10 companies. I worked there. There were in the team on a 10 development members, development plus QA plus B means those who are on the keyboard, there were 10 managers. When I left that, when I go there, and it reduced from 10 to 5, and that's a further scope. This is a reality is happening. Is it good or bad? I do not know, but this is what is happening. At least I witness, I see this picture like this. Right? Everybody has freedom to look picture yourself.
So the thing that I've noticed, I'm looking for a new position, and if you look at the job descriptions, whether it's product manager, project manager, program manager, it's ability to work in a matrix organization. That's in every single one, and the whole idea that there is no formal hierarchy in a lot of these places. People might report to 2 different people depending upon what project they're on, what program they're working with. So that's where it's got nothing specifically to do that they're agile or not agile, but just the organizations are changing because people's mindsets are changing, that you don't have this strict, like I worked in a bank and after so many years you went from DP1 to DP2 and the difference was the size of your office or how many windows you had. What you did wasn't any different.
And this effect you can see very, very visibly in a lot of IT service provider companies, whether it's Accenture, Deloitte, Infosys, Wipro, TCS.
Management consulting.
You see the difference there. They are slashing the middle management like anything.
So for the 2 different set of people, or the way that they kind of prefer to do it, one being the side of the individuals who will have the mindset of, just tell me what you want to do. You want me to type, I type. You want me to walk downstairs, I'll walk downstairs. I don't want to think to know where I'm going. So for that mindset of the people, and then the other mindset is you will I will tell you what to do. You do not go to the 2nd floor unless I tell you to, and you do not leave the chair. So those 2 mindsets, one's being leader, manager, however we define them. One is the worker bees. The whole agile mindset, they will have a difficult crossover. In that sense.
I say simply, it's in this way. When you're asking questions, why should I walk to 2nd floor or 3rd floor or this thing?
Yeah, because the whole creativity,
come, and the person who's telling you to go to 2nd floor, that disappear. The person who is sitting on the, if the answer, it is answered why, up to a large extent, I will not say 100%, but to a large extent, the need of middle management disappears. And this is what is happening in the organizations.
Yeah, because both set is the unflexible, does not decide to be creative. Just tell me. Just tell me.
So Agile actually is self-organizing. Once you implement it, you don't need somewhere top to plan to A to Z. So you do the chunks and you already know. So it's really self-organizing. So that's one of the main reasons.
See, the thing is, if you see in the plan-heavy methodologies, what happened? Somebody designed the whole system for you and you use it. If you see what is happening, it is assumed that you are, I will not, maybe it's a harsh word, you are brainless. Do it as told by somebody who is more bigger brain than you. But an agile way of thinking says there's nothing called person has a big brain. Everybody has a brain. Let's combine it and work together. And that need of big brain is disappearing. This is what is happening. And why agile? Because it says, okay, everybody has a brain, it accept it. And this is the truth is. That's why agile is gaining more and more currency. Where the brain work is, the thinking work is required. It doesn't mean it people will not find the meaning in the assembly like work. There's a different ways to handle those situations. If you there's a book Why We Work. There's a professor, and I think it's Stanford or the Barry, I forgot the name. Some Barry. Why We Work. He has in his book he has accounted people find meaning. A janitor in a hospital finds a meaning in how he can promote the healthy living, reduce the suffrage, all this thing. But that's a different topic. We are not discussing those. But there's a different way of looking into the work and how to design the work there. A lot of people use nowadays, whether you follow your job description or you craft your own job. That whole this new way of thinking is emerging and I say seeping into the organization structure. Where it recognizes human being as a human being, not a cog in the machine. That's why Agile is becoming more and more successful. And it has its own consequences. Okay. Now, I ask you guys, are we done or not done?
Put your finger this way. Put your finger this way. Do this. I don't understand this. Do it.
No. See, okay, those who are joined, yes. Just join. This is means I agree. I'm in with you. There's no. I need more explanation. I have some my own doubt, my questions. This is okay. I can live with the crowd or with the group or with the team. So I need.
Go like this. No, don't go the other.
So there's a no down. Thank you. So these are done. There's something called Agile Manifesto. In 2001, around 17 people get together in one ski resort in Uda, and they wrote 4 lines after deliberation of 3 days, and 12 more lines. So in total 16 lines. They took 3 days, 17 people to write. And what they said, and this is for the software development. All these people they were used to call the anarchist of the software development. Means they were not following the existing methodologies, process of that time, right?
Isn't this kind of like not the basis, but isn't there some like relationships, the whole disrupting of all these just different industries and technologies that are pre-existing or trying to integrate or whatever?
So they were from the software industry. They were not from any other industry. Software industry working predominantly in US. Right? At that time, most of the software development was happening in this country. They were working from in different companies. Some people who had worked in Europe as well, but mostly in US. Invitation was given to 21 people, but only 17 people turned up. Right? I'm not wrong, 21 or maybe 19. I think 21. Okay, 17 turned up, and they wrote after 3 days. They agreed on 4 lines, and they were from the software industry, and they were already working, and they were not happy the way the software was getting developed in the industry. They were experimenting, they were doing. So that's why you understand these are the anarchists of the software industry, software development. The first line they wrote, individual and interactions over process and tools. This page you already have in your print in your material, right? If you notice, they are not saying we don't need process and tool. But human interaction is more important. Right? This is we see in the software development. Whatever tools you have, whatever processes you have, if people are not talking to each other or not in good terms and how they behave, how they cooperate and coordinate, all your tools and processes are worthless. They are not required as well. We need to first handle that human aspect. Right? That's the first statement they made. They call it 4 values. Working software over comprehensive documentation. If you do not have a software, I'm your customer and deliver me 5 reams of page of the documentation, will I be happy? Certainly not. I didn't give you money to write the pages. I gave you money to develop the software. As simple as that. If you give me the software but you don't give me the documentation, might be okay. You give me sketchy documentation, might be okay. But my first priority is give me the software. But it doesn't mean I do not care about the documentation. I care, but first priority is my software. Right? This is what I gave you money for that. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We all know that requirements change, requirements evolve, addition happens, deletion happens. But in most of the cases, we say, okay, these are the 5 requirements, sign in the document. This is our contract. Our whole society is built up over the contract. Right? We discovered this around 1540, if I'm not wrong. This contract started in Europe. So our whole legal system is based on the contract. But still, contract has to be flexible enough to promote the interaction with the client and the collaboration with the client, the customer. That's one of the another value. The last value says responding to change over following the plan. You are from the different industries, have a long experience. Tell me one instance in your working life when you made a plan, it was followed as it is. I can challenge you. Nobody can say, yes, it happened. And I can challenge you, it will never happen. Because we live in a dynamic environment. And the requirements are changing, technology is changing, business is changing, people come and go. Plan is not. I think Aishinava or somebody said, planning is everything, not the plan. Because in the process of planning, we discover how to proceed, and we discover newer things. This is what this value is. So they wrote 4 values. This is the value system they promoted. Apart from that, they also wrote 12 principles, which I'm not going to read here. You can go to agilemanifesto.org and read themselves. They're pretty explanatory. And the link I have given in the one of the printout, in one of the paper, you can look into that. There are books or something like reading material, right? What's the heading of the one?
Literature to start with.
Yeah, literature to start with. I think the first link. Please get a time and read. I'm not going to explain those 12 principles. You can read. Yes.
So then is the overall understanding or concept within Agile that human interaction actually trumps business logic?
No. Tools. Not business logic.
Okay.
Anybody else any question on this Agile manifesto? Yes.
So we have Scrum and different types of frameworks that are used to follow Agile, and then they have different systems, right? So they boil down to Agile manifesto, or how does it work?
Agile manifesto, when the Agile manifesto came into picture, Scrum, Kanban, XP, they were already existing. And these 17 people were the promoters, discoverer, inventor of those frameworks, methodologies, and processes. when they came together, they put their experiences all combined into these 4 statements. Okay, so the Scrum is not an outcome of this manifesto. This manifesto is the outcome of all those people's experiences, those who are discoverer, inventor, and I say the creators of those frameworks and methodologies. But it doesn't mean that evolution stopped there. After 2001, a lot of new things has been discovered, invented, and created, like SAFe framework, like LESS framework. Even the Scrum has changed a lot. After 2001, it has changed a lot. Because it's an evolution. It is not a, okay, evolution, and evolution, you know, never stops. And it does not have an end goal. What we will be as a human being, Homo sapiens, after a million years, we do not know.
We won't be here.
I do not know.
We'll be gone.
I do not know. Nobody knows. We can speculate, but we do not know. Simple as that. Okay? Thank you.
Doesn't this sound like communism manifesto? Manifesto to me sounds like communism, doesn't it? I don't know. You know,
What is the constitution of USA? It's a manifesto.
No, I think the manifesto word actually came before communism. I mean,
Did it?
Yeah. Way before. Communism is just a 100-year-old discovery.
Sorry, it's extensively used in the UK in terms of party politics.
Yep.
Oh, really?
No, of course it is.
Let's guys come out of the politics. Let's don't discuss politics. That's politics, religion, sex, sports. No discussion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Quick question. So would you, as per you, what is the frame? I mean, Agile is framework, right? But what?
You are late, lady.
Yeah, no, not a framework.
You are late.
We already went through what is Agile.
So in a break, you can talk to your. I will not.
Go Google it.
Okay. Okay, guys.
So which tool would you recommend? Like
No,
Scrum, Kanban?
No. We are not there yet, and I will not recommend anything.
Okay.
You discover your own self at your own.
Okay.
How do you get along with your husband? It's the same thing.
Right? Okay, guys, are we done? Not done, or you can live with it. As simple as that. I need everybody's vote. Thank you. Now, is it 10:40?
Yeah.
Still not.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
10:40.
let's take a break.
Let's hold on.
Oh, not yet.
2 minutes.
No. No.
Let's say this is very simple.
Be flexible.
Be flexible.
Okay, hold
Agile,
on, guys.
agile.
Let's stay with me. Just give me a moment. Okay? Just 2 minutes.
Be agile, huh? Hold on. I'm trying to pass the BMG.
So this is some. I have given you one paper. What's Agile umbrella is? It's not an official term. It's just a discovered term or made up term. Essentially, it conveys the message that under the Agile way of working, there's several frameworks, methodologies available. One of the most common is Scrum. Second most common is Kanban. Okay, we'll discuss Scrum in way more detail than any other. But if time permits and you guys agree, we'll discuss a little bit of Kanban as well. There are, apart from Scrum and Kanban, there are several other like XP, Extreme Programming. These are the original contributor to this Agile Manifesto, those who are working over there. Okay. There's something called Crystal. There's something called DSDM. There's something called SAFe. There's something called LESS, ASD, and a few more. If you have an interest, Google it. I'm not going to discuss all this thing. And it requires much more, much more discussion than this two days work. Right? But the most popular is Scrum. Second is Kanban. We'll discuss Scrum in detail, and Kanban is we'll touch it. That's all I have to say.
So, on the handout, what's the difference between this side and that side, or this
Let
one
me
is
just
more,
give it.
yeah. So that.
So yeah. So if you see, notice this picture. Okay, this I sent you. There's a what do you call it? Right hand side.
Yeah.
Of your, if you look at the paper, I have drawn a scale: prescriptive and non-prescriptive, right? Or prescriptive and adaptive. Prescriptive means like your doctors write a prescription. You have to get that medicine only, right? Or adaptive means you go for shopping. Your wife says get milk, 2%. Then you say okay, 2% or whole milk or without cream, or then you go, hey, there's a no whole milk. Can I purchase 2%? She says okay, pick up. Are you following that to the word? But when you go to a pharmacy, you say okay, compound A is not available. Can I use compound B? Pharmacy says no, sir. You have to use compound A only, or whatever the medicine is. Right? Similarly here, there are different framework, different methodologies. How they are written, how they are followed, and how their essence is. Like in waterfall model, is very prescriptive, or RUP, or a rational unified process is very prescriptive. Scrum is somewhere in the middle. Kanban is more adaptive comparatively to Scrum. Right? So that's why I don't recommend Kanban for the team who is just starting the agile journey, because it's dangerous. Right? You cannot start on the something on a higher thing which needs more discipline, internal discipline. So I hope this picture is clear, guys.
Kanban is not as followers as Scrum. That's what I see.
Yeah, that is more open, more adaptive, is more open to the newer ideas than the Scrum.
Is it used more in any industry? Is it used more in manufacturing than in?
No. So it actually has a origin in manufacturing. From there it came into software.
And in Kanban, the team does not need to be cross-functional.
We are not there. We are not discussing Kanban. We are discussing what is prescriptive, what is not. That's all. I do not want to go on a Kanban because it opens the Pandora's box. Because there are a lot of things. And to know Kanban, you have to understand first Scrum. Or you should have worked in manufacturing in Kanban. Let me put very straight. That's why if you are just advice, if you have to set up a team, made a team, create a team, do not start with Kanban, please. 90% of the time you will fail, and you will curse, and you will say, okay, Agile doesn't work. As simple as that.
But that's how you learn. But that's how you learn.
But the thing is, you should learn. You should not fail in a way that you do not go and try. You fail in a small way, you learn and try again. You should not try big thing that you fail and devastated. Okay, forget it. It's not of my cup of tea. Okay, guys, that's much I want to think. I want to talk about this. Why does what's Agile umbrella? Okay, so say it is a 1 hour, right? Approximately 1 hour we did. We'll take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, just one more thing. If you notice this effort, I was the doers in this process, and I asked you to say this, or this. You are my customers, right? That's my effort. So if you see as a team, let us consider as a team, we able to do 3 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1. How much it is? 8, 10, 11. In 1 hour, we able to achieve or able to complete 11 story points. How we reach to these numbers, we do not know. Let's believe me, I have a divine power to define these numbers right now. Okay? But with the divine power, I define this number. We'll discover. You'll also get that divine power soon. But right now, I have that power. Okay? Let's take a break. You guys tell me. You are the customers.
4 hours.
As you wish. What's the time?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
So it's 10:47. Let's meet at 12. Oh, sorry, 11. 10 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, washroom is another keys there, and our next. Now we'll discuss Scrum in detail. The agile part, I laid the foundation.
Yeah.
I did my experiment. I have to lay the pavement in my backyard. I follow the code. I will give them what I have. There's still time to go to that. It's in the garden. I tell you, there's one of my friends wants to make his bicep. He's not a carpenter. He's a software. I want to do that. He did it. He took around 5 times more than the guy he had. Quality was not good. But he saved a lot of money back. Then he did use it. And he said, okay, this is a second experience he shared with us. I will share with you guys. How it was. And I tried, before that, I tried to implement pavement. Backyard, what you call it?
There's an organization.
I think I saw right there.
Really,
That's why.
So that thing is any work which requires. In terms of time, in terms of effort, in terms of money. In the software, comparatively easier. Comparatively easier. I'm not saying it's easy, but comparatively easier.
Learn more about Scrum. I'm going towards sales, but don't want to forget Scrum. The Scrum and Kanban are team level leaders that is sales. So I thought of networking and passing my resume just so in case. Oh, like a new project that involves sales. So I thought of like passing my resume. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually,
yeah, but I have like experience from L'Oreal. Okay.
So the fact is,
Right, and this
only one is required. Okay.
They know, like, but they'll be like confused. And trust me, when you study Scrum, Kanban, and sales, everything will be like perfect. A lot of concepts will overlap, and it's kind of, then it's you lose the real thing. You'll be like, okay, I need to go back to the roots, right?
A lot of that is.
You need to take 2-3 rounds and then you would like
For example, our goal is to find revenue recognition. The revenue recognition. Once they sign the contract, our book is in the
publishing paper. But I need a co-author or somebody with that can co-author it. Temperature, not just one person.
The problem is,
and then they're introduced to a lot of things.
Not only do they went from
Much extra work. Oh, I'm always very active. Always you can see me in the academic, but I was not doing it here.
And this one?
You can only publish.
You don't do your assignment.
One thing is how much it is visible means there's no this contract. Well, you see my face. And this was not the So guys, if you are okay, I would like to share your email details with everybody, and you can write on a piece of paper.
Yes.
If those who want to be shared and want to, just those on there. So are you circulating something?
Just like a but you're gonna go
Did you call this place? Did you call this place like I told you to? Did you at least talk to them so that they know?
I'm circulating a paper, one sort of attendance sheet. So please write your name and email address. So within a group, if you want to share or not to share. just mention that.
Hey, I've been referring you to,
So yeah, that you can look into it, the LinkedIn profile or whatever. But email is, I think, by email you can look into LinkedIn profile as well, right?
oh, you did, okay, that's the part I did.
Or by name itself you can look.
Yeah, yeah.
And then-
You think I should post one of these?
So I will publish on the on my invite. I will send it back. That's so no need to worry about that. Yes.
Like when you're ready, like you get it. Then I have an idea because you have
For PSM one.
3 months ago, and competition was saying that it's just, I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, right.
Is it online?
Does that-
They charge around $250 now.
Whatever.
Okay. I just went online.
Yeah, because they might not
You have
necessarily.
PMP certification?
After 3 months.
Right.
Or maybe they will, maybe by content.
No, I don't. I'm considering getting it if that's something that people are looking for as a requirement.
You have to read that because they keep on changing, so it's very difficult to know. Yes, on the same side. Go to Alliance, sorry, Scrum.org.
Having certification that might be more valuable.
Scrum.org, so first you go and do the.
Are you doing project management?
So you are good and.
Yeah, go ahead.
So once you realize, okay, we are good, then you have
You're managing.
on the Scrum process.
Maybe use more of like the waterfall.
This Scrum specific. It's not Agile. So what I did in this one, I laid the foundation. And then you will talk
to understand how to use it for data.
Right. Well, I've been mostly in development, so I, mostly programming and development work, and then moved into product management. I took a few years off for personal reasons, and now I'm trying to get back into it. Maybe product management is difficult. You don't have deep dive, latest domain knowledge. So it's like, okay, that's a little, if I want to do it later, maybe, I don't know, but right now it's not a good time.
Whom you give the check or you give the.
They want
That's all.
Syllabus.
Everything is.
In the field, because a lot of them they have babies.
Right.
Particularly they can talk.
So far, CSM is very popular.
CSM is popular because it is universal.
I think
But you
I
have to spend
covered
money.
well, right?
Yes.
I can check.
You have to spend around $1,000.
So it's basically, I was thinking, PMP might be a way.
Because they say, okay,
And
you
I
can this
remember
for
working on
students, you
jobs
can
where
do it.
we were actually doing a combination of the two. Hi.
Sorry to interrupt.
So you spend
Sujata.
But in the case of
training requirement.
Yeah, I'm just here to network for a full-time job in as Agile PM or
So CSM is
something. So just passing my resume to everybody. In
Yes,
case you guys come across something, then leave me in mind. I just save
Okay, guys,
some
I think
and I'll let
let's
her
start. Let's stick
in
to the time
next week.
schedule. Okay.
Do you want this?
So, guys, have you noticed what happened? And I've circulated one sheet of paper, which I'm asking you to write your name and email address.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Because I write like a chicken, and I say this very honestly. I can never read anyone's email address. It never works. I suggest that you take everyone's email address because you have it, and just email us all out.
That's what I'm saying. So I've circulated a sheet of paper. Please write your name and email address, because a lot of people said, okay, they will come here but not come.
I might write that.
So that's why I'm not sending. So I will send email addresses to those who are present here only, not to everybody else. I do not want to that. Right?
There's already been, there's two lists out here.
So write your email address and name.
So that's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one. If you can,
Even that one.
is there another?
I do not know. There's a one sheet I gave.
That leads data to LinkedIn.
That's
But I
okay.
don't think
Let me
it's-
see. So only this one. Who has not written your name and email address? Okay, please. So I will take this back.
We
I've already did this one, so.
So please give on that, please again. Sorry for that. Okay, guys. So if you notice what has happened till now, we were not knowing we are meeting first time, right? How much we can achieve with this team. I was not knowing, or as a team we were not knowing what we can do in 1 hour. What is our capacity, right? Then what I did, without telling you, I said, okay, let's do something in 1 hour, right? In 1 hour, and then said, okay, time is fixed, not the scope. Remember that those triangles? I fixed the time, not the scope, and let us discover what we can do in 1 hour. And we discovered in 1 hour, we can do 3 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1 means 11 story points. We discovered our capacity as a team to start with.
You can get married and divorced in an hour.
Right? So, let us make this as a benchmark. It has only one data point, but it's still good to start. We'll discover more whether this benchmark is good enough or not. Am I correct? So what I do, I paste this thing here as our benchmark. What we are doing.
Here.
Rounding. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And this is our first, right? We achieved around 11 story points, right? So this is our story points.
You guys, anyone left?
And there's again the time.
And you said you explain how
That divine power I have right now. You will get that divine power soon.
Yeah.
Okay? 11. So now I play a role of customer and you play a role of the development team. Right? Before that, if you notice one thing, this board is called Kanban board. In a very simplistic form, this is a Kanban board. To do, doing, done. Right? Very simplistically. So now I play the role of a customer and you play the role of a team. Let's play that role. As a customer, I propose you guys, I want you to work over this story. The story's effort is 5, right? Somebody of divine power has discovered this value is 5. And he or she has negotiated with the business, which is very important, is 130 point worth. Okay? Can we do in our next 1 hour or not? Right? We can do it, right? Our limit is 11. It's a 5 only. We can do it, right, guys? You are the developers, you are the testers, you are the QA, I am the customer, right? You want to ask any questions before committing? Yes or no?
How much detail you want us to go in Agile and Scrum?
Yes. I want a picture, one single picture which explains Scrum framework. That's all I wanted. As a team, you must ask, not should, must ask, what you want out of this? Because you are committing. It's a simple thing. Either you do not make promise. When you make a promise, keep it. If you're making commitment, means you're making a promise that we will do it, right? But what I'm asking you to do, you should ask. You must ask, not should, you must ask. Or you should be very, very clear that to what you are committing as a team. So you know what you're committing for? This lady asked, what you want as a customer? As a customer, I want a picture in which various roles, events, ceremonies, process of the Scrum should be explained. That is my ask is, but this is story. Can we do it? Right? We can do it, right? 5 points only. Our limit is 11. So I paste it here. Okay, in the meantime, I want to add a story here. I'm seeing no stories getting added by you guys, or no requirements getting added by you guys. You do not want to. You do not want to know what you want to discuss. You want to define the scope. Okay. I'm acting as a customer, so I say, okay, that's a one new requirement has come, and say, okay, I want to discuss this. This is definition of ready. Definition of ready. Can I do it? It has 3 points. Right? Okay, you're not asking any question. I'm okay. Let's do it. I also want to discuss this one. Definition of done.
It's when the customer is happy.
Right? It means this has a 3, 5 plus 3, 8 plus 3, 11. Can I do it?
Yes.
What do you want? Yes. I want to, in this story or in this requirement, under what condition that from here to here move? What are those conditions are?
Won't that depend upon the project, the end artifact that you're
And what
building?
about acceptance criteria?
Oh, the new story. Write it.
If you're talking about tax returns, it's when you when you file it with the government. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It means if you file it, then it's done. And you got paid.
It can continue to evolve after it's been filed.
Yeah, that's
Hold on, guys. Hold on. In this story or in this requirement, I want to discuss a simple thing or a set of simple things. What are the conditions that I say that it has moved from doing to done? It's completed.
All of us give the thumbs up.
This is my requirement as a customer, right? I'm the customer right now. This is what I want to understand. Under what conditions or what are the prerequisites to move any story to move from doing to done?
Getting paid.
This is, if we're not doing.
Hold on. We are not specifying the specific things. This is what I want to know when you guys discuss this. You are developers, right? You're the dev team members. When you develop this story, I want that thing.
It's still to do, we're not doing it.
Yeah, you are not doing it right now, but when you do it, this is what I want to do it.
Anybody sign this thing?
Yes.
Okay, can we do it?
Yes.
You got the idea? Okay. So this is definition of done. A lady told her that has some acceptance criteria. You want to add this story? Please write it. I will paste it. Okay. If you notice, what is happening? Who is adding the stories? Or who is adding the requirements? Since we are only dev members are here, but I say anybody in the universe can add the requirement.
Essentially, the product owner.
No, anybody in the universe.
Okay.
But what goes in the product, that's a different story. That's a different ball game. But anybody and everybody can go and add, okay, I want this to be done. Right?
No, but sorry, I have a hard time understanding that. Meaning in an organization, when you are having a certain objective, when the stakeholders or the sponsors are defining that this is what the objective is. Now, how can a universe, someone in the universe come and give you a plan?
Okay, our universe is maybe what are the for the. Let me write in a simple word. Black.
Oh, they're right here.
Just let me write and then I'll come to that question. I will come to your point. Okay. Okay. Can I write simply acceptance criteria? Okay. Yes, sir. Your question. In your case, our universe is confined to the organization only. Suppose you are writing a software within an organization. Outside the organization, anybody knows about it? No. Or even knows, does not have access to it.
So the way that we interpret or the way that we need to set the goal is that the requirements, whatever that we are going to start defining, has to be in the confines of an organization or for a specific business.
Right. So think about this. In an organization, when you're developing an organization, a software, suppose you want to develop some shopping cart application in an organization. So everybody understand what the shopping cart is. Amazon, right? Within so management said, okay, we want to develop an e-commerce website for our products. Let's say this. It's a very broad objective. Okay. Okay. People in the marketing might have a different perspective. What is a e-commerce website? People in the supply chain management, they have their own views. People in the sales, they have their own views. People in the quality, they have their own views. Everybody is free to add the requirements there.
Are they part of the team?
No, not necessarily, but they are part of organization.
How will they define requirements when they are not?
That's why we are not defining the requirement. The management is defining the objective, the broader goal, not the nitty-gritties of the requirements. The nitty-gritties of requirements has to evolve. Right? We'll come to that. You will see that what is happening here. Right? Assume this is we are developing e-commerce and then correlate that. Yeah. So a lot of things will become as we move along. Because I'm simulating the whole development environment of engagement. I will not say project, I will not say the product. It depends in what conditions you are. Yeah. Okay. So this yes.
Can I just add a question to that? So even in that environment where so many from different teams are giving their perspectives on what the requirement should be, but it doesn't mean that all of those requirements will necessarily be honored. They're just giving their opinions, correct? Okay.
Opinion accepted or not accepted is a different thing. Okay. But everybody is free to give the opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
They negotiate it through product owner or
somebody has to say, okay, so we'll come to that. Let's wait till we discuss few of the after 1 hour. Okay, so this is a one requirement, and I feel, yeah, I'm a product owner. Somebody said, okay, this is a requirement. I feel we can. It's a very good requirement. It has a business value. I spoke to my business people and say, okay, Tushar, yes, we want to do it now, and it's relevant, right? We'll get few more customers if we do this requirement. I spoke to. So I said, okay, you're my development team. I'm the person who is interacting from the business or from the customer. I'm the customer. So guys, I want to do this requirement. Can I do it?
You gotta get acceptance. You gotta get You gotta get approval for who's buying the product. Guy that got the.
I'm the customer. I know what I want. I'm the customer. You are the team who's developing this product.
If you have the purse strings, then you're in the agreement, and the guy that's writing the code agrees he'll do it for that amount of dollars, then you get it.
So you are the guys who are coding. You tell me, can I do this in the next 1 hour, right?
Not with all the other tasks.
No.
Why?
Because we've already used up our selection.
We reached the capacity, right? Our capacity was 11, right? And already 11. This one we have, right?
But that's what software does. So
Right?
Oh.
But I say you guys are fantastic. I know you are experienced developers, right? You know this is very important. I know you guys are very competent. Let's, instead of, you can come on weekend, right? You are very competent. You are very loyal to the company. Guys, let's do it.
No.
Why?
That's creep.
No, it's not a scope creep. We have never defined the scope. Guys, you are not getting the point. You are such a fantastic. I will ensure that you get very, very high reviews in your quarterly review, right? Probably you will get a raise as well. You get a bonus. Well, you get a fantastic bonus, and you may get some stocks.
No, this is setting the wrong precedence of like accepting or like you're deviating from a predefined way of executing things. And by doing that, you are setting a wrong precedent because this.
This is only one option, guys. Only one option. Please.
And where is the Scrum Master who helps?
Forget a Scrum Master. Right now, me and you are talking, right? I'm the customer. You are the dev team.
Oh, that is it. Yeah, that's another point.
Let's forget the Scrum. We do not know Scrum. We do not know Scrum right now.
Generally, we don't even engage.
Guys, you can do it. Let's fire this guy. He's making a lot of noise. There's a person I do not want in my team. Right?
He's Steve Jobs. You fired Steve Jobs. Jobs go away.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. See what I'm trying to say, guys. Right? What I'm trying to say that when a customer, I'm presenting customer right now, you know what you can do. If I come to you, you cannot say no. You have to give me options, and you are not giving me options.
So here, there's an option. Maybe we'll consider it for the next sprint.
Okay, there's one option.
Maybe we can something out
And then introduce this thing.
Prioritize the list.
So this is my high priority, guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Then remove definition.
You need to.
Right. So I got the two options. Option number one was those are in future, which I think are not acceptable.
You need to hire Steve Jobs.
Hold on, guys, hold on. And then she said, okay, no, if you cannot postpone it, let's take something out. Right? The two options. I give you the third option. Hey guys, since we have only one basis point, it may be wrong. Let's strive for more. If we are not able to do it, let's see it. Right? Because we have only one history. Our point of decision, how we reach to 11 number, only one data point. Get a point? This my argument, I feel is a pretty valid argument. Only one data point. Will you make all decision? Hold on, sir. Just on a one data point may not be. May not be a wrong, may not be a good decision point. Right? One more thing. If you, as a development team, if you stick to this thing, means you are not striving more. Means think about yourself. You are a development team. What message you are giving to yourself? Right? I'm saying, okay, I cannot. You have set an artificial limit on a one data point. Yourself. And you also conveying a wrong message to customers saying, okay, only in the one data point. You should have a history to defend your argument.
So maybe we can try, but we are not sure.
We're not sure. Let's try it.
Yeah,
right? So this is what is happening. I'm negotiating as a customer with you guys.
You can't tell me.
With a threat firing as well. I get the threat, right? It will happen. But you need a courage to stand up, say, okay, no, we cannot do it. When you can say that, when you can give me the options. And the two options came to me. Or you have, okay, let us try. There's a third option. We can do it, we may not do it. Let's try it.
Add a developer to the team.
Or we add more capacity. But I say, okay, adding more people does not result immediately in the increased capacity. It generally reduces the capacity of the team if you add immediately. It needs its own ramp up time. But that's a valid option. As we see work is coming up in the future, let's add people now, so build up the capacity for the future. How long that future is, again, a debatable question.
A lot of bosses say, I want you to build a Golden Gate Bridge, and here's a shovel, and I expect it to be
So
done.
that's why the difference between a software developer and making a bridge. The thing is, hold on, there's a difference between us and there's a few more people. Fortunately, we belong to a privileged class that the money is, okay, money is important, but money is not so important that we know that money is, tomorrow there will be food on our table, right? So we can make a more robust logical argument compared to the, unfortunate for the other part of the society. There's a difference between it. And take a benefit of that. But your argument should be logical and solid in evidence. Because other person is also as intelligent as you are. As simple as that.
I worked for Oracle, and Larry Ellison told the team he wanted to develop Excel lookalike that runs on Oracle. And they tried, and they tried, and then they said, screw it, can't do it. And then Larry said, I don't know, I'm not interested anymore. So the fact is, you could do anything given the fact that, given in a certain time frame. The Oracle Financials was a dog. Because I worked at Oracle at the time they were developing it. And it was Larry Ellison who basically said, we are going to do Oracle Financials. And it was the dog of dogs until they got version 7 to basically to run. Then it ran, then Oracle went from $4 billion to $40 billion because Larry Ellison had the guts and the drive to say we were going to do this. Everybody was screaming at Larry to say, no, I can't do it. We can't do it.
We are not discussing exceptions. Exceptions, that's why they are exceptions. Steve Jobs was an exception. That he can say, okay, what my customer want when he launched the iPhone or iPad or music system, what do you call it? What? iPod. Everybody is not a Steve Jobs. They are born, he may not be a good person, bad person, but there are the exceptions. We are not talking about the exceptions. The electric car launched by Tesla, right? After a long time, some new car company is able to compete with the big. These are exceptions, they're not the norms. We're talking about the norms. Yes.
Just one thing, there's a difference between this is what we say we can do and we'll fill in, and then someone saying, oh, but I want something extra. That's, if you had said, no, we can do 13 story points in a single hour, and they said 13, we came back and said, no, we can't do that one. Then that's where you have to say, no, this is what you committed to, this is what you said you can do. This is adding something extra, and that's where you can negotiate.
Right. So just I want to convey the message that negotiation has to happen. And the person who or the team who is making the commitment should know what they're committing. That's the whole idea of this conversation. And this thread and all this thing is a normal course of the life. It will happen. Be ready for that. That's why I said, okay, it's very easy to define agile. It's very difficult to embrace it. It's very difficult. Because not to be embraced by you, it has to be embraced by your environment. And will not come in a one day. It will come slowly. Right? I hope you got that whole drama enacted for that one.
I just want to clarify. So in this case, when we're negotiating, that customer comes back with that one thing. Two things I wanted to clarify. One is that still in this case, the whole team has to, the whole immediate team has to have consensus to take this, correct?
Right. Consensus has to build up.
Okay, and then
and that requires cohesion within the team. And that will not develop in a one day. It will take time, it will develop slowly. right? Why we value the team building in a games like soccer or in football or cricket or whatever game, or develop that common mind mind share. That's what develop when we work together. Just think about you when you enter 1 hour back in this room, and after 1 hour, right? A lot of you have spoken in a 10-minute break and did this conversation. Are you in a better state of understanding each other than the 1 hour before or now? Just think about it. Okay, I'll leave it to that. Okay, so this is what we agree to do the next 1 hour. We will strive for this. We may be successful, we may not be successful. Why? Because we have only one data point. We want to test ourselves as a team, right? I was the customer when insisting on this. You were the developer. Let's switch the role. Now I'm the developer, the dev team, and you are the customer now, right? Because I'm going to deliver it. Agree? Okay. So let's start the clock. 27, then 30. I have given you one printout or one sheet of paper which has some pictures, something like this. I will draw that picture here as well. I very sadly had to erase my Mona Lisa, but still.
PDF I could put out.
Right, my world class. I may get millions of dollars on this picture.
That was the,
that's for you guys.
Oh no.
that was the story mapping PDF, right? I couldn't print that one out. That's the one.
Not a story mapping. This picture.
Isn't that the story mapping PDF?
No.
I didn't see this one.
Is it okay if I look on my computer if it's just on the desktop?
I will draw here. So I'm going to draw here. So I don't like, though I work in software industry, I prefer more primitive technology.
Okay, so I don't have it. Sorry.
Okay.
You asked us to print it before coming?
I asked you to print, so that's how you can refer.
I didn't see this one at all. In my link, I didn't see that.
There's some picture called file name is Scrum something.
Yeah.
Right, okay, forget it. I'm going to draw here, guys. Pay
I think there
attention
was
here.
one file, like 2 files I could go.
So,
This might be one of them.
if you follow this picture,
Doesn't Scrum sound like somebody's gum? I mean, you know, it seems like dirty.
You ever played rugby?
Pardon?
You ever played rugby?
Yeah.
No.
So we call this what?
Why?
Scrum is German.
okay, guys, let's focus here.
You need a new marker. That ain't doing it.
Let me try.
Yeah. I mean, football is, it's not football.
Can we take a look at that? Could we, just for a moment? Thank you. This is what-
Like, you know.
This was like 15 files. Of course, it started at like 35.
How much ink?
So who has not signed this?
Perhaps black and white.
Everybody signed this. Pardon?
It's done.
Everyone's done.
You're a CPA, counting people.
So you have to scope, so that's your scope, whatever is chosen. That's
You gave a word
In this particular, yeah.
Story points.
Oh, story.
Thank you.
Points.
Points.
So I
Sitting,
remember
actually, what did you ask?
earlier,
In the
you know, you kind of mentioned, oh, the to-do list is.
companies I work with, we did a combination of.
I don't remember.
So we don't even know, oh, okay, yeah, I don't.
So is this also like the sprint? It's like 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever you define. 7 days, so the main thing is that
Product
Still
owner.
flexible.
Yes, sir.
Sales manager.
So if you are working on a problem, you need to test out. They'll take from
Put it in the next
you can
one, next
stakeholder.
one. So you stay more flexible.
Yeah, you're staying more flexible, and you're also.
Okay, guys. It's very similar to the picture which I have sent you the file. Okay. So this is, if you see, this is called product backlog. It's a list of the requirements. Right, guys? This is the requirement. Then before, how much work we should do in the next 1 hour, we discussed. Right? We agree. For that 1 hour, let's call that a sprint. Right? That is generally as per recommendation from the Scrum Guide. The Scrum Guide is an official document. Is available on scrumguide.org. It is link is given in your reading material. 1 week to 4 weeks. But generally, people I've seen over the years fall between, say, 2 weeks. 90% of the cases, people start with the 1 week, then go to 2 weeks, go to 3, 4, then say fall back to 2. They start with the 4, then 3, then 2. Generally, 2 is a very optimum size. But doesn't mean 2 will also work for you. You discover it. Right? Generally 2 weeks.
So a sprint is like a time box?
Time box. Right? Our 1 hour was the is a time box. Is it 1 hour is our sprint just for this simulation. Generally, it's 2 weeks. 1 to 4 weeks is recommended. And what should we do in this sprint? We discussed this called a sprint planning meeting. We did, right? I negotiated with you guys on the capacity, and we created a sprint backlog. Right? So we should paste a sprint backlog here. So see, this is my product backlog, and this is sprint backlog, right? And if you noticed here, in this product backlog, is a bigger boxes and become smaller, and they are now very consistent here. Have you noticed that thing? Means as a dev team, as a product owner, I'm not in those roles. We discussed and we refined those. We know more about them, and they become a smaller and smaller piece of the work. That's why it's smaller. And if you see, this size is equal to this size. Right? More or less, the stories are here, the detailed one, and they're smaller in size. Yes, sir.
So are you saying that on your product backlog, you trim each of the products, you want to call them, so that they all have the same time box?
Not the time box. All stories or all requirements, if they are big enough, split them, not the trim them. Split them into smaller pieces. Right?
So they're all the same size?
Similar size.
Okay.
Not the same size.
2, 3, 5.
So you never have one that was 2 weeks. If you could do 10 story points in 2 weeks, you never have something that you estimated at 12 story points if your sprint size was 2 weeks, because you have to be able to complete it in that sprint. So then you trim it down and break it into 2. And one in one sprint and one in the other. It's more that you kind of, when I do it that way, it's that, okay, I know how many points it's going to be at that point. When they're small at that level, I have an idea of what the scope is, and I can accurately figure out if they're gonna fit into my next sprint. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if you notice here, in this sprint planning meeting, who are the participants? Dev team, product owner. I was playing the role of product owner, right? And Scrum Master, naturally, which is we don't have at this point of time. And I can call some experts as a product owner. Dev team can call some other people, just an observer, and if required, they can speak, but mostly not. Right? Because you guys have some specific questions I may not be able to answer. I should be able to answer, but I may not. right? We come here on the day one, we did this job, and then we started developing. We're doing our job as a dev team, right? And we meet as a team, product owner, Scrum Master, sorry, I say Scrum Master and dev team daily. Product owner as well, if he's a part of family. What's a part of family? Sorry, am I wrong? Sorry. Sorry. Stand up means everybody meet in the morning, right? Scrum Master, product owner, and dev team.
Isn't QA involved in this?
Okay. What's a dev team? We have not. So who is the dev team?
Everybody.
So there's a no QA. So in the Scrum, there's only dev team. It means there's a no QA, there's a no developer, there's no BA. You have only one title as a developer. Right? So there's a no QA title, there's a no BA title.
They're there, but they don't.
Right? We'll reach to that.
That depends on the organization, right? So
no, ideally it should not be, and most of the team will not find it. There should be no QA, no BA, no architect, no designer, no UI persons, nothing. Only developer. Everybody is called developer. There's a reason for that.
All of them are present. They're all considered developers.
Yeah. They have different roles.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. And if you want to discuss.
Agile roles.
Okay, yes, Agile roles. Okay, so we have here. They discuss, they start developing. They meet every day for 15 minutes. Dev team members, product owner, Scrum Master. And they discuss what we have done yesterday, assuming everybody is co-located in a same location. I'm not talking about the distributed teams at this point of time. So that's underlying assumption. Everybody meets and they answer 3 questions individually. What we have done yesterday, what are the difficulties, challenges, impediments I faced, and what I'm going to do next, means today, the rest of the day, right? It is possible that during this period, because you have the 4 or 5 stories, or the requirements you are doing, in that requirement says, okay, I'm willing to show to my product owner whether I've done or not done, right? But there are not only one dev team member, many dev team members. So product owner, they can show it, okay, I'm okay with it, accept or not acceptance can happen. Daily basis. You do not wait for the end of the sprint. This cycle runs for whole of the sprint duration, say 15 days. We have the 2 weeks sprint. During this 15 days or the 2 week, the team meets and refine the product backlog. So look at this is too vague. Let's talk about the story, add the more clarity to it and make it split into 2 or 3 or 5, whatever it is, or is required, not required, and discuss and do and make it slice, smaller slices. Refinement session happens. Right?
At the end of 2 weeks?
No, during the 2 weeks.
How often does it happen?
It depends from team to team. Okay, it can happen daily. It can happen once in a week or once in a sprint. Generally, what I've seen, once in a week it starts when the team gets maturity, once in a sprint.
So what do they do? Could you repeat that? I just kind of.
Routine, they basically
yeah.
refine the stories, make the stories, add more details to the stories, and make them smaller enough to be completed in a couple of days by their team member in a sprint.
So can you split stories during a refinement?
Mm-hmm.
Can you split stories during a refinement?
Yes, you can split the story in the refinement. You can join them, refine them, discard them, whatever you.
It's the ones that are in the backlog, not the ones that you're talking about.
Yeah, here, not this one. This has already been refined, that's why they are here. You're working in this session, you're working on this thing.
So making it into bite-sized pieces, so you know if you can add those units in.
But doesn't that detract time from accomplishing what you're trying to do in the sprint simultaneously?
Yes, that is happening within the 15 days. Assuming there's a
No, but that's a
2
good
weeks.
question. I had the same question in my head too.
That's taken into consideration.
That is when you're defining that your capacity.
Sorry?
That's taken into consideration when you're doing your capacity.
When your capacity, because this is repetitive activity happening every sprint.
So do you also know what your refinement capacity is?
No,
It's all built into.
no, you do not know. Because you do not know how much time it will take to refine a story, to whom you're going to talk, from where you're getting the information.
So I've heard there are terms like backlog grooming, product backlog grooming, refinement. Are these all similar?
Same. So when it's earlier the term was grooming. A lot of people didn't like the word grooming. They say refinement. Okay, refinement. There's no logical reason why grooming, why refinement. I didn't like that word, grooming or refinement. So as per the official guide of the Scrum, the latest word is refinement. That's all.
So who's involved in in a refinement session?
Deputy members, product owners, or product owner, not owner, sorry, product owner, Scrum Master, and different stakeholders, experts. Right? Suppose we are talking about the payment gateway in this refinement session. As a product owner, I may not be expert in product payment gateway, so I call her. She is my payment gateway expert. Hey, lady, can you come on this day? We are going to talk. Similarly, team member can also come. Some other team might have worked on payment gateway in some other project. They can call. Right? Yes.
So basic, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, should I go?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, go ahead.
Yeah, my
So-
question.
So just a quick question. So are estimates, deployment plan, high level requirements required during the backlog refinement process, and who leads the backlog refinement process?
So backlog, product backlog refinement process led by the product owner. He owns the product backlog, right? Because he is dictating what is going in the product. He or she may talk to some other stakeholders in the background. That's a different story. But for the team, he is the face or she is the face. He owns or she owns the product backlog. What story I'm going to discuss in this refinement sessions, I decide as a product backlog or as a product owner.
And estimates, deployment plan, and high level.
Yes, I will not go to deployment. I will not go to this thing, but certainly estimate should be done.
Can I assume that all current work which we're doing now, not the refinement of the backlog, but all the current work that was discussed only in the daily Scrum?
Yes. Refinement session is for the future planning, not for the current sprint, for the future work. Okay. We'll discuss these stories in this whole thing in detail, one by one.
Okay.
Just remember that small one picture. Okay. So we are doing it. In the end, on the last day of the sprint, we meet up and do the sprint review. What sprint review? If you notice, I have given a page. What's the name of that page? Can I see that? Scrum metaphors, right? That's the page name. Scrum metaphor, something like that. You have? You don't have that page, right? Yes. A sprint review in the end is like a town council meeting, right? A Scrum Master, product owner, and dev team members are council member of the town. As simple as that.
One question. Sorry for the interruption. I can understand actually who is the Scrum Master and dev team.
We have no dev team is those who are on the keyboard warriors. I say.
Can I actually relate the product owner as a product manager?
No. We'll come to that. We'll discuss the product owner. We should write here as a product owner or something like that. We have not. We don't have any story. If we don't write,
I assume that's the product manager.
assumptions should be validated. Assumption should be validated. Okay. So if you have something new, please add. If you don't add, I don't discuss because you have to add into the workshop. Okay. So we were the Scrum review, right? It's just like a town council meeting. Developers or the dev team members, product owner, Scrum master, other team, other city council members, citizens, stakeholders, and they review their work. Open. It's a public meeting, right? Where they say what you have done good, what you should continue doing, what you should stop. They discuss all this thing. They review their work. This is sprint. Current, the sprint which is just finished or just finishing. Right? Then, since we have developed as a dev team something fantastic, we want to show off. Hey guys, we have done fantastic work in the last 15 days. We want to show off. Agile is just like a catwalk. Have you ever been to any catwalk? No, we just go there and see what happens. Not the models, but the environment. The people sitting on those tables are basically potential customers or existing customers. They see those designs, those outfits, shoes, bags, or whatever it is, and evaluate and see whether this is for my taste or my brand or whatever it is, can I sell them? Demo is for the customers. Who led this demo? Product owner. I'm using the word customer, not the product owner. The dev team does the demo. Product owner led that demo and is done for the customer or potential customers or other stakeholders. Right? We'll discuss more detail as we proceed. As per the Scrum guide, there's no separate event or ceremony called demo. They say, okay, Scrum review, sprint review and demo should be combined into one. We'll discuss more as we discuss these items separately. Retro is the last activity or last event or ceremony of the sprint, which says is a closed door meeting, like a family meeting. Right? And who participate in a family meeting? Family members. Nobody else. And whatever you discuss in a family room or in a house should not leave your home. Means should not leave the thing. You discuss openly. Whatever you discuss, it should not be held against you in future. That's the whole idea of the family meeting. Right? Openly criticize, critique, appreciate, whatever it is. As a team, you may decide we want to release something in the outer world. You decide what to release. You may have discussed 20 points, but you want to release only 2 points. Yes, please do it. But you decide as a team members. Hold on, lady. Okay. Who is a part of this meeting? Family members. And who's a family member? Naturally, dev team. Naturally, Scrum Master. Is product owner?
No.
Yes and no, both. Can you believe him or her that he will not hold the grudges against you if you say something? Can you punch him and he can punch him back in a friendly manner? He's a part of family. If it is not, he is not. But we should, as a team, hold on, lady, hold on. As a team, as a Scrum Master, we should strive to take product owner as your family member. You should strive. If he or she is not as part of family, means something is lacking. Yes.
That was only my question. Like, why yes and sometimes no? And what?
Now you got the answer. Okay. There's one picture I want to talk about.
No, still I'm not clear. So why?
Regarding what?
Why as product manager was not part of sometimes?
Product owner is generally from the business. Okay. If can you believe your product owner? Suppose you are my product owner and this is my team. I'm a Scrum Master. You are my product owner. Right? This is my dev team. As a team, can we believe in you that whatever we discuss within this confine of the room, you will not go and talk to your product management team or somewhere outside? Can we believe you? Yes or no, whatever it is, right? If it is a yes, you are part of the family. If not, you are not part of family. But as a team, we should strive that you become part of family.
Usually what it is like.
There's nothing called usual. Every time is a different. There are no best practices in Agile, I always say. Only guidelines. Because it's an evolving, dynamic system. There's no best practices.
I found it depends upon how many teams you have. So if you've got 10 or 12 teams, then you might not have the product manager be the product owner because it's too much.
Yeah, if you have 12, 12 teams, system is broken. As simple as that.
What if you've got that big a product?
No, then there's a different ways to handle it, but not as a single product owner.
No, that's what I'm saying. So in that case, the product manager wouldn't be the product owner of all of them.
Right.
You have different people that
different people that we make it.
own 2 teams or 3 teams.
So we are not discussing in this session about how to scale the Scrum, what's the life of the product owner, because we are discussing only from the Scrum team perspective. But he or she has a bigger part of the life beyond the Scrum team as well.
Yeah, I thought we weren't even discussing whether or not they were both project manager and project owner. I thought we were only discussing whether or not the project owner and whether or not they can be trusted to stay in the meeting.
Yes. And please, yes, one more thing. In retros, never call a project manager. Never call an engineering manager. Never call your boss. Please do not do. I'm sorry for the project managers, but you are not invited in the retro. As simple as that.
Scrum does not have anything like project manager, right?
We do not have, but in organizations we have. We have to live with the reality. We cannot deny the reality. Right? Yes, sir.
So I just want to review. You're saying don't call your boss, don't call. You only want to have family members in these retro meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, going back to what you're saying, it's the people who you can have fights with and still be friends at the end of the day. And if
not only individual, as a team. As a team, yes. Not as an individual. Say maybe you are manager, my manager. I have a very friendly relationship with you. But these team members may not have. Okay. I will not call you. Okay. Okay. That's why I say that no manager. No manager of any kind or any type.
Who decides who to call and not to call?
Scrum. So the thing is, that's a consensus has to build up in the team.
So not even the dev
team, Scrum Master and product owner. And the product owner is not part of family. He or she has to bring in.
So what about the dev manager?
No. Anybody who has a title called manager with any suffix or any prefix. With any suffix, with any prefix. No.
So it's peers. It's peers.
Yes, peers.
They would ask us, right? What happened in the
Say no. Say no.
I do want
no.
No. It has to be an honest communication. People have to be able to speak honestly. And if they think it's going to get reported to higher ups,
right. So just to add to the fun, what I carry 2 pairs of boxing gloves. If you can wear the boxing gloves and fight and come out of this fight without injury, welcome.
That's called a marriage.
To the retro. Otherwise not. This is a way of expressing the way. Yes.
I have a question. And how do you get outside perspective? That seems so.
No, that is an internal reflection. For that, we have sprint review meetings, demo, sprint planning. Those are there.
But it seems so myopic to me that everybody's.
Just one meeting internal. Other meetings are not.
So let me finish. I'm just saying that if there's anything wrong, like a family, to use your analogy of a family, if there's anything that that's non-functioning. How do you get that perspective from outside of that family or that team?
The sprint review.
That's in the review.
There's a public meeting.
You do bring other outsiders?
Yes, sprint review, right? All like a city council meeting.
And they can be very vocal and telling you.
Yes.
Isn't that after the fact, after you've made all that progress through that process?
Retro is the last thing happens in any sprint. After that, you go home.
And it happens every sprint, right?
Every sprint. So repeating, right? If you know, everything is happening every sprint.
No, I think, Tusha, sorry to interrupt. I think maybe what she is trying to ask is in the way of how things are placed. When does this our discussion about bringing in the experts and voicing their opinions about the product and the delivery?
That's in the summer.
Is it at the sprint review meeting or is it at the retro?
Retro is a closed meeting.
Yeah.
It's a closed.
So to answer your point, the voicing the opinion about the product, how the deliverables that is being handed over, generally is discussed in the sprint review meeting, and when it and what to start is just explaining is more towards the end of the cycle.
Thank you.
If I can just, I think like I'm trying to figure out like another analogy for this, like in addition to the family. And the only one I can think of, I think maybe you mentioned it before, but this is almost like, without talking about politics. But when you have your level of, government and you have the broader, and then you keep going down, then you actually have like the village, right? You have just the community, just that community that can just speak to, okay, this is what we've all discussed, this is what's been happening, but hey, this is really what I think between you and me. What do you think and what have you been seeing? Is it like this?
Yes, like that. It's between me and means within a team, me and you. That's all.
So
nobody else.
So what's the purpose or the outcome of that? We all leave in the retro meeting and then leave the room after an hour and then what do you do?
You might have some action points, so we'll discuss all this detail when we go to specific meetings. So it's just a big picture, nothing more than that. Right? As a promise, it's just a one big picture. We are not going specific. If you notice, I've not spoken about who's a product owner, who's a scrum master, who's dev team member, what are the details of this thing, what are details of sprint review, demo, retro, deliverables. Means deliver means what to deliver in the end of the sprint. Right?
Okay.
We are not going to those details.
30,000.
So you have to add here. If it's not there, I will not discuss. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, in the sprint planning, you talk about the product as well, or just the sprint? Because then
this is sprint only.
Then you have the demo. So because you said that you were bringing the experts to talk about the product, but then you have the demo. So
no, demo is in the last day of the sprint. I want to show off to my customers.
Okay.
Right? The sprint planning is what what we are going to do in next 15 days.
In the sprint review, sorry, do you talk about the product as well?
Whatever the public wishes, right? They want to talk, they are open.
What's the goal of the retro meeting? What happened at the end of the
self-reflection.
Self-review.
What we have done, or self-review is a reflection. What we have done, what we should, in a good way, in a bad way, and what we should keep on doing, and what we should stop.
It's more about lessons learned
and
putting up the best practices within that specific sprint and taking forward.
Like lessons learned.
So, okay, so I get that the retro is a self-reflection. Surely at that point it would be good to call in more senior people.
Not in retro.
Or that
Self-reflection means self-reflection is no senior junior. Self is me. Self doesn't demand any hierarchy, any seniority or juniority. Self means me, and me means team here, nothing else.
So where that would come into play is the sprint review. What he's talking about would be in the sprint review.
There's a sprint review. There's a public meeting, right? Anybody can come and speak. And we are assuming in this, when I'm talking, only one Scrum team doing the job. If you have multiple Scrum teams, all these complications come. We are not discussing those are here. We are not discussing those details here. Okay? Well, that requires first basic understanding of what is contained. Then we can build up over that.
So my question is, you said that the sprint review happens at the end of the sprint, but it's never fixed, right? We
It is
always
fixed.
we always do like in the.
If you are doing it wrong, then.
No, that is actually stand-up. The
No,
stand-up
stand up
comes
we do
every
every day,
day.
but we kind of give some time after the demo, so if there is any change.
Then you are doing wrong.
Oh,
Maybe I'm blunt, but this is the truth is.
You have to commit suicide.
No, but maybe they adapted their process to have more.
So this is might be suitable to maybe let me moderate my answer. Maybe it's suitable for in your scenario, but I will want to know why you are deviating from the given framework. You should ask this question to yourself as well.
so it should happen on the last day of the sprint.
Yeah. See, never accept anything which is suppose somebody big head said. If you cannot justify to yourself, you should ask why. Or somebody who is defending that should be able to answer why. As simple as that. Even in a Scrum, if you do the Scrum, after a while you will realize there's a lot of wasteful activities. Lot. Then it's okay, Kanban is better, but you have to go through the process. Yes.
So I have to say, I've been part of a team where the dev team members, the Scrum Master, the product owner, the product manager, the project manager, and the management, say the dev managers, have been part of that review process at the end of the delivery, where you sit down and you put your thoughts with that same assumption, and nothing's held against you, and it's where you're basically saying what went wrong and how could we do it better going forward, and we all of us walk out with a really good feeling towards each other without feeling that we're going to box each other out, and that includes the managers as well, because there are lessons learned at every level. So I've seen it be effective.
Is that the end of a sprint or the very?
And
At
not the
the very
sprint.
end of
And
the-
that means the last 15th day. Let me put that 15 days or the 2-week sprint, the last Friday. Assume it's starting on Monday, just and ending on Friday. The last Friday or the second Friday of the sprint, right? Assuming it's starting on Monday, just for discussion.
I take that back. I'm talking about a longer, real whole product development cycle.
No,
So
every
it's not like
15
sprint,
days.
that's different than that.
Every
So I think
15
it's
days.
sprint.
Because if you are longer, it means your mistakes are carried over or wrongdoings are carried over for a longer period. You incur a bigger loss. That's what I'm saying. Shorter the period, better. But doesn't mean, but you have to also say how much shorter, because it has its own overheads. How much shorter? So generally 2 weeks is considered, seen over the years, multiple is a good way. I've seen somebody who going to say, okay, 6 weeks we are doing it. So my question is, why 6 weeks? Why not 7 weeks or 8 weeks? Forget the 4. Right? Because you should be able to justify your decisions on both sides. Not only one side, both sides. That's why I generally start my argument on the negative side. Let's increase it. Why not? Because by this, the person who's defending will giving my answer.
The goal might be to be 2 weeks, and it might and to say, okay, I have something I can demonstrate at the end of that 2 weeks. But I've been in projects where there's some architectural work that has to happen, and it's not going to be finished in 2 weeks. But there's still benefit because you've learned a lot of things in developing that architecture that you still review. You might not do a demo because there's nothing to show, but you've learned things and then you make adjustments. Whereas if you waited till we had everything done and then found out then, oh, back here we should change this. There's a better way to do it. You don't know that after that.
So if the review or the demo happens at the end of the sprint, right, then when should retrospective be done on the same day?
Yes.
What should happen on the same day, right?
Everything on the last day. Last day is only 1 day.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll go into detail. If you add the more details here, we'll discuss each and everything mentioned in this picture, but you have to add. So can I go? Can I say done?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
When did you want to go lunch? It's so far.
Well, just finish this. There's nothing to do. Oh, you want to go lunch? I'm okay, guys.
That's fine. That's the question.
Let's finish.
You guys have to answer, not me.
Finish it.
Finish it.
Let's not have one.
Definition of ready. Okay.
I think.
Can we discuss this thing?
Ready for what?
Ready for what?
Ready to
I was
go.
ready different.
Ready to
I
accept.
was ready different than done.
Who's that ready to accept? Why? Because we have acceptance criteria here. Definition of ready is simple. To move from here, that people can discuss here and can move here. What are the criteria a requirement should have that it should be discussed in a sprint planning meeting? Yes.
Requirements are known, and you have a estimate of the requirement of.
I will put on a more formal way. If you notice, I have given you one page which is the invest, something called invest model. And that's not the only one model, but it's a very, let me put this way, my favorite model. Okay. Have you had that printout?
I obviously didn't get all of it.
Okay. You have that something called invest. Can I borrow from somebody? Yes, thank you. Okay. This invest. I will not use the word story because we have not used know the what a story is. What's a requirement? Right? Any requirement which need to be discussed in a sprint planning meeting and after the agreement of the deputy member and the product owner move here should be investable. It should fulfill 6 conditions. That requirement.
That is actually you are refining the stories.
No. The story has been already refined. The result of the refinement is the story has become investable. Or is fulfilling the invest criteria.
So these are the characteristics of the story.
Characteristics of the story which make it enable to be discussed in a story in a sprint planning meeting. What are those criteria? Is it clear to everybody? And what are those criteria are? Independent. Right? That's the first. Independent. Independent means the story which we are considering should be executable independent of other stories in the product backlog of this team as well as other teams if they exist. Means it should be doable in its own isolation.
One of the things that I remember on these squares that you have is you also have precursors to it.
Yes.
So what
it does not have. We will go there when it comes. We'll go there.
But what you're saying
Some of them have blanks.
What you're saying is that this should not have any precursors.
It should not have the precursor. So suppose this story, if you see, or this requirement has no precursor, but this story has. Means I cannot do this requirement prior to this. But if this requirement is doable or executable or developable in its own without depending on the what is something else to be done.
So,
but this story I cannot execute before this. Right? But it's doable in itself.
So the dependencies in the upper right corner, though, those are not just dependencies on other stories, right?
Dependency on the other stories.
Oh.
As this has a so to do this story number 130, which is this one, should already be executed. I cannot do this first, then this.
But they're not external dependencies, they're other stored dependencies.
Other store dependencies. There may be external as well, but that's why I say we should strive not to have. This is a utopia, right? This is a utopia. We should strive for the utopia. If you strive for the perfection, you may not achieve it.
But at the same time, doesn't that allow us to actually discern and to splice the different stories? So
The whole idea is if you see the last one, testable. I can test independent to every other thing. Right? Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, when we do the sprint plan, the product owner already has prioritized list by ranking. So we take the storage aspect that we discussed with the dev team, and then
How he has reached to that ranking?
so that product owner.
But the thing is, we should know, right? We are here to learn.
So this is that, right? Like
This is means a certain criteria has applied to make it rankable, and that criteria is this.
Oh, now it's clear.
All right. This criteria, that criteria is this. We'll go to that rank when we go to product backlog. We are not there yet. Okay. So let's go to the requirement. Second requirement is negotiable. Something which cannot be negotiated cannot be done. As simple as that. It should be negotiable between among the team members, product owner, and other. If you have any dependency, whatever it is. As simple as that. Right? Valuable. If the product owner does not see any value in this, he will spend time and money and ask our team to do it? Sorry. There must be some value in it. Right? Estimable. We should be able to estimate them. If you say, I'm not saying should be estimated, it should be estimable. Ideally, and in most of the cases, you will find they're already been estimated. If they are not, they should be estimated. You should be able to estimate how much effort this work requires, this requirement requires to complete. Small. It should be small enough, not too small that this all exercise overhead becomes a pain, but should be doable and testable. You should be able to test it independently. If your story or requirement is meeting these requirements or these criteria, product owner should present to sprint planning meeting to the dev team. Hey, dev team, I want to do this thing. So in a refinement session, generally I prefer that in a story says investable or not, just check mark. So that is just an indicator. You need not to have all this, but as a keep a track. But it doesn't mean something is estimable or investable should not be discussed in detail in a sprint planning meeting. Maybe some new information may have come up, right? Because maybe it was investable 3 weeks or 4 weeks before, and in this duration, something new has come up, right? Yes.
So can I assume on the valuable part for the definition that this is not, that this just means business value overall? It doesn't necessarily mean only the economic value or the investments.
Yes, but overall value to the stakeholders, to the business, right? It is also possible that it may not have the value to the stakeholder. Say you are working on, say, Hibernate. There's one framework in Java, right? On version, say, 3.x. I don't know what's the latest version, but the latest version has come and you want to upgrade because it's a better functionality. There may not be immediate business value to the stakeholders, but it has its own technical value. That's why you want to upgrade. So that negotiation team and product owner has to happen. Hey, Mr. Product Owner, if we don't upgrade, these are the consequences you have to suffer. Are you willing to take those risks? So if you see this, always business value doesn't count. Sometimes beyond that you have to go. Right? Those technical requirements are beyond business value.
So sometimes what happened is sometimes we have estimated stories and sometimes we don't. So does the estimation part must occur in sprint planning or?
Yes, it is a final confirmation. So, say in this story, we have estimated this as a 3 point, suppose, right? In sprint planning, again, people should agree it's a 3-pointer or 5-pointer or 2-pointer or whatever it is. Again, it says because it's validated, say 3 months before. Should not be, but say 3 weeks before. Something new might have happened. People have learned something new. How much time it take to say, okay, is 3 agree or not agree, or 2 agree or 1 agree, whatever.
Shouldn't the product owner be the only guy who can decide that?
No.
Will you like that you do the work and I decide how much work you should do? Or you decide how much you can do?
Agile focusing, one of the things is that.
This is a technique. There are several other techniques.
So that should not happen in sprint planning, right?
Why
That
not?
should be done previously, or it happens.
It should be happening in the sprint planning as well. As well.
Review of the
Right?
estimate.
Who knows what has been transpired in last 3 weeks or 2 weeks?
That's where you get the lessons learned. Okay, we thought that it was going to be easy to do something very similar to this. We found out it was harder, so we want to give this more points because we know it's going to take us longer or shorter.
So what you just said, would that come up and that would be in the retro? Right?
You wouldn't be-
In the retro, we discovered,
We learned.
okay, that's we committed a mistake earlier, let's rectify it.
Now, in the sprint planning, that would become part of the
Even if
equation.
some stories have estimation, we should still discuss
Yes.
it again in the sprint.
Again.
Yeah,
Again.
Okay.
Not a deep.
It's de-emphasizing the efforts and, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, so
And-
this is
And so the last one is actually the testable,
Testable.
correct? So the each story, sometimes the story one may not be testable like independently.
why not? Like, you should ask why not.
Yeah.
The simple idea is do not accept assumptions. Ask why. That's the agile way of thinking.
So what about business value? Do they?
Business value is not concern of the team.
Okay.
As a product owner. So that private life of product owner we are not discussing.
Okay, I got it.
Just to make a joke, but yeah, that's a big life product owner has, which we are not discussing here. Okay, guys, do we understand what's the definition of rating? I'm not going to specific, you should have this requirement. This, because that depends upon your technology, that depends upon what type of work you're doing, whether you're doing the COBOL work or Java work or .NET work or designing a car. I'm not going to do line by line that you should have the thing. But you should understand the concept. That's the whole idea. Right? I took this paper from somebody.
No,
Thank
not
you.
him. Oh.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah. So do we agree? Anybody down? Disagree? Sure, thank you. Okay, what's the definition of done? As we discussed, definition of done means under what circumstances, what are the criteria that it moves from doing to done. And I want to discuss two stories together, acceptance criteria and definition of done together. I'm playing the role of dev team, right here. So this is my prerogative. You are the customers right now, or the product owners. So let us discuss the first, the acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria means what? First of all, it should be a requirement or story specific, right? Though it is not mentioned in the invest model, but each story or each requirement must have acceptance criteria as well. Clear, guys? Apart from investable plus acceptance criteria. Agree? It means if you do these many, suppose we are developing e-commerce and one of the story is integrate with the PayPal, the payment system. right? One of the acceptance criteria is it should be when I say the PayPal hit pay, within 2 minutes my pay should load, or 2 seconds, or whatever the time period. Suppose this is a criteria. Is it applicable to other stories, other requirements? May not be. This is specific to that story itself. So acceptance criteria is story specific.
It's actually called service level.
This is one example. Just one example. The SLA is one example. There may be 100 more things. Right? But underlying thing is story specific. While the definition of done is not story specific, it is the whole your team or product on which your team is working is specific. And the multiple teams are working, then how to resolve? Means they to talk and resolve to one thing. But thing is, it is a whole team or whole product specific.
It's the time you release your team. The time you release your team.
No.
Is that the talking about a story?
Excuse me?
Is it sprint being done? When you talk about definition done.
Definition done means how to move a story from here to here, from doing to done. And that is whole product specific, not the story specific. Story specific is this part.
Okay.
Understand? It may be like something like this from the software industry. Say the coding review must be done. Definition of done. But if the page should load within 2 seconds. Story specific. But other pages are loading within 1 second. Right? Definition of done, it doesn't mean they are cast in stone. Because we live in a dynamic environment. Generally, people with every release, they go and review their definition of done, what we can add, what we can modify, what we can delete, and then publish new. Right? Since it is repetitive, everything every time is happening, no need to add with the stories. Right? Because there's just a wastage. Paste it somewhere else. Somewhere is visible to everybody. It's a common and see it. Every guy. Now, when a story should be presented to the product owner, we are doing here job, right? When we are doing the job, and as a dev team, I realize, okay, I have met the acceptance criteria, and I have met the definition of done as well. I'll go to product owner and say, hey, Miss Product Owner, this is it. I want to show you. She will see and say, okay, Tushar, I agree or disagree, whatever it is, on the basis of acceptance criteria. Okay, agree. Now, story is done. The story is here. She says, no, I want something else to be added or updated. The story still remains. Here, I make the changes, go back to again, show to her. She says, okay, now it's good. I accept it. The story is done.
Are you doing that stand up or?
No, not a stand up. No, not a sprint review, not a stand up anytime during the day.
Okay.
Who is doing? Is the
dev team members to the product owner. I was a dev team member. She was my product owner. Sorry, I just pointed it out.
There should be like definition of acceptance as well.
Yeah. It should meet definition of acceptance and definition of done. Sorry, both. Yes.
So, it can be done but not accepted.
Yes, it's done, but she is saying, okay, no, I want. Is not you. I'm add some more field. This is missing. I'm not happy.
So that time it goes back to the next sprint.
Doing because it's not working.
Okay. No, but the sprint is over, right?
No, sprint is not over.
No. So this is
The
on the
daily,
last day.
any day acceptance can happen.
So
From day one to
probably
day last.
Well, it wouldn't be done.
Once she says accepted, then done.
But no, before you said when she said no, it's not accepted. You
So it was not done.
right, okay. You said done.
She has to accept it.
Before it can be done.
Then it's done.
Okay.
Or I said done. Otherwise, it's not done.
So
she has to accept. Yes, sir.
So what happens if the product owner keeps adding more and more criteria?
Yes.
And it's this.
What do you
this is
think?
our job
What do you
and
think,
this-
guys?
It will go to PD. I would put it back in PD.
Yes, I'm going to, suppose he says Tushar is okay, original acceptance criteria was 2 seconds, but I spoke to this guys and say our computer is loading in half second. But it's okay, it's then the two possibilities exist. It may be a little tweak, which I can do immediately, and I will meet my commitment as a team for the whatever I committed, or it will take a long time.
But what if she keeps
Hold on, guys, lady. So this is just a one again, okay? So me and her has to discuss and say, hey, Miss Product Owner, it is not doable in this sprint. We have to add a new story or new requirement. This we are going to do later, and you have to prioritize.
Yeah, decide whether it's
This is what is going to happen. But this is negotiation is happening.
And you have to define the new.
Yes, then for the new is
criteria.
half second. It may require, it may not turn into one story. It may turn into 10 new story because we have to change this, we have to change that. We need 5 new servers. We need new load balancing to do it. We might have to optimize my SQL queries and so. It may turn into 10 new stories. Possible.
But this is also where, okay, what we learned in this sprint, we might apply in the next one because, okay, we have a similar process. Maybe it's that the.
And that whatever we discuss with her, I'm going to go and this in retro. Hey, this product owner said instead of 2 seconds, 1 second, and it is required something this. What should we do?
So, like, if this thing happens, right? Like, she changed the acceptance criteria, and then even if it is a small thing, you said little tweak, we can do it. But there is also one thing, right? That after sprint planning, we cannot add more stories, right?
Yes.
So then, how about that then?
So those stories added into product backlog.
Product backlog.
But it goes into
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes to the product.
That's why you do the refinement continually. That's
Not
why
here.
you're doing refinement.
So she can add it there, right? But not in the sprint backlog.
No, it's not backlog. No.
And if she keeps doing it, there's a problem.
Yeah, doing it means is a disconnect.
Even if it's a tweak,
Tweak is tweak is how you define. Maybe is it just a 1 hour job or 2 hour job? Maybe we can adjust. But every time in every story she add 1 or 2 hours may not be possible. Then we have to negotiate. Hey, Mr. Miss Product Owner is not doable. You cannot add anything and everything in every story. It means refinement is not done well. Dev team and the Scrum Master pitch in. Well, that's the role of the Scrum Master. He is not master of the team. He is a master of the Scrum. Just remember that.
So in all of this, the dev manager has no role?
There's nothing called dev manager.
We got fired.
That's why a lot of engineering managers and dev managers are shifting towards the product owner role. This is we see the industry trend. This is what is happening.
I need to know what this product owner is about.
I got a good idea.
I've got my list of sheets going here.
Okay, yes, right.
Sorry to go back to the definition of story, but is it going back to the definition of story, is it the smaller work unit or you can split it in tasks?
We will go there. Hold on. We are not discussing this. We have not discussed the story. We'll go to. Why don't you add guys? Hold on, guys.
To ask that because tasks are done too, and
the task is not done. Either whole story is done or not done.
Okay.
You cannot do the partial story done or not done. Whole done or not done. This is a binary situation. Yes or no. There's no split.
And the dev team will be discussing me as a product owner in the retrospective, right?
Retro as well if you're part of family. If not, right? And Scrum Master, then if the dev team member is not able to have a courage to speak up, he or she should reach to Scrum Master, and Scrum Master should analyze the whole situation and raise this point with the Scrum with the product owner hey, you are there are 10 stories in the sprint, and out of 10 you want to modify 8. What you are doing, in to be very rude and blunt, what you are doing in the sprint planning, in the refinement sessions, it means your refinement sessions were not good enough. As simple as that. He may not speak so rudely, but this is the underlying message has to be conveyed.
Will you speak to the servant relationship with the Scrum?
We'll go to the Scrum Master when I speak. But you guys have not added, so I will not speak.
Will that be there to roles? Will it be roles?
Okay, we'll go there. Hold on. Is this done?
Yes.
Thank you. 1 hour done or late? How much late? Right? 11:40?
It's only 12:30.
Right, so we almost 1 hour, right? Yeah. Almost. Not exactly. We are not meeting. Can I say it is we met the standard?
Yeah.
How many points we did? 30? Okay, so we'll take a break, 1 hour for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll meet here again. Yes, I will lock it. Yes. Okay. If you want to, I will go and see, look, and eat. I do not know this. I'm coming to this place first time. So there's I looked in the map. There's one Mexican place nearby, just across the road. I don't know about the rating. I've not looked into it, and I'm not getting commission from him if I. But there's the nearest place available. Eating. And I will lock the. If anybody want to stay here, can stay. Otherwise, we can lock the door and we can go out. You can leave your stuff here, or you can leave. I leave it to you guys. And I will lock the door if I go out.
So we are meeting at actually 1:30. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, guys. At what time you want to meet?
1:30.
1:30.
1:35.
Okay. 1:30.
1:35.
1:30, 35.
I have question.
Yes.
See, I'm getting confused. Like, I came to a question like, identify the artifacts that should be in the definition of ready for grooming session as well as sprint planning.
For the grooming session, that is called the definition of ready. Definition of ready is only for the sprint planning meetings.
There are a few options.
Oh, but in one of the interviews, they asked me.
Yeah, so.
I'm gonna drive.
So what about sprint planning from all this? They asked like select user story, acceptance criteria, test cases, high level tech solutions, requirement plan, estimate.
Okay, let me ask you. It depends. You cannot justify. Suppose your work involves a lot of SQL queries. Is it applicable to you? Your development on all these things may not be. Right? So you cannot make a generalized list which is applicable to in all and all situations. You have to see what is the context. Can you make a list?
They didn't say any context.
Then you have to, the answer when I give, you have to give that answer.
But this was like a test, Tushar. It was not like
Somebody has said a wrong test.
the
wrong test.
So that's what I was wondering, that estimates we need for sprint planning, right? So for
See,
sprint
during the refinement session, we should estimate.
Okay.
But during the sprint planning meeting, we must estimate.
The retro is.
That's definitely a should and must.
No, the retro at the end of the sprint as well.
For estimates, right?
Yeah, so the last day of the sprint.
Okay.
You do those things.
So for then high level technical solution, but they are giving both definition of ready for grooming and definition of ready for sprint. So for sprint planning only we have definition of done, correct?
Definition of ready.
Oh, sorry, definition of ready.
So in the sprint,
sometimes it's hard to answer their questions. Maybe I'm not clear because I gave certified Scrum Master exam. I cleared safe exam also, but still
Exam is not a.
Still, I feel my concepts are not getting clear, and that is
Okay, it will take time. It does not come in a one day. You have to work over. See, you have to live with it. Right? I cannot ask you to become a Chinese on day one.
That's why they don't want anyone.
Or you are born as an Indian, you live there 20, 30 years as an Indian, right?
Tushar, the problem is I work with 3 different companies. All 3 does Agile in 3 different ways.
You will see the
So then,
300 people do
how
that.
can I know what is the correct way to do Agile, right? That's so
Attend my training.
Okay, still this question maybe later I'll ask it.
No, I do the training. But yeah, I work on that institute, but
See
yeah,
this, that's why I just think that safe
Safe is I'm not a fan of safe.
So you give all
Agile like this, product owner specific, Scrum Master specific.
being innovative, and moving quickly and adjusting to changes.
What the recruiter should ask when they hire.
Oh, I want to join that because every time they ask different questions.
No,
they
the
have given
recruiters.
so many different-
Do you want to be a recruiter?
No.
Similarly, what they should ask the people, those who are saying, okay, I'm a Scrum Master, what they should ask is just to find out the person is faking, because more than 70% people are fake in this industry. That's a trend.
You know, where something.
Right. Then I also do the training on the scaling of the
But where are
Scrum
those
software.
tests? Where do you post that schedule and how can we join? See,
The where I'm posting, you are not looking into it. Or where you're looking, I'm not posting it.
I'm looking at LinkedIn.
Yeah, because generally I do not, this is the second time I'm doing free. This is a community give. You know, this is costly. I've got to buy for the training, the space. Luckily, we got the space free, but
We need to have all these things. So you should
So where do you post it?
I generally post on LinkedIn. I post
I'm checking your LinkedIn. I did get that.
So guys, let's me go also for the lunch.
Yeah, please tell us where do you post.
I will
So,
post.
And that's based on.
I have his email. I'm on his LinkedIn. That's why I came to know for this workshop. I was behind him.
And then
Totally following him always.
So, ladies, we have to lock this door. So because no, okay, you can leave your stuff or take it away. But I'm locking it. So I will come first. I will leave last.
It's been very nice, very thoughtful and informative.
I sometimes am very loud.
So that's good because we sit back here, so I can hear. It works for me. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Carry with you and bring it back.
Where'd you guys go?
Chinese restaurant.
Oh, did you have to drive?
No, somebody else drove.
But I mean, it wasn't within walking distance.
Close, actually.
Okay. So first of all, I'm sorry guys And I'm not responsible, these three guys are responsible. But the food was fantastic. Sorry, I enjoyed that.
What was it? Dosa?
I enjoyed the
full meal.
No, that's what's the name of the restaurant?
Tirupati Bhima.
Yeah, Tirupati Bhima. Fantastic place.
Where is it?
It's in Milpita. Just about an exit away. Well, one exit pass, so two exits. Second exit.
What road?
No,
it's in there, Milpitas.
Great Mall Parkway.
Close to Great Mall.
Montague. You take the Montague exit.
Yeah.
It's a long way away.
It's close to. It's close to Great Mall.
Yeah. The Great Mall's a long way away.
No. Montague is one exit away.
Okay, so let's guys, we are back, and I hope in the morning session you enjoyed, you learned.
Yes.
So I always do with every session what we did or what I did good and what I should improve upon. I need your feedback because you are my customers, right?
Ask me tomorrow.
Not today, right? It's shorter the cycle so I can make rest of the.
It's way of Agile.
Yeah, way of Agile, right? Why to wait tomorrow? Why not now?
Because I still don't know what Agile is.
Well, I do not know after 10 years. Okay, so what we should change? My voice is louder, that I know.
You'd think you'd go to something besides Indian food. I mean, Chinese or Japanese or whatever. I mean, you're Indian, why would you want to go eat Indian food? Because it's home food.
It's a spicy food. I like spicy.
Actually, Indian food, there's like lot of different.
Indian food is not one Indian food.
So we might.
Yeah,
At
there's
least I don't know,
languages in
Rishi.
India, and there are like how many states? I think more than 27 states.
29.
29 and then 18 languages and then food we don't
Not
know.
18
18
Not 18 languages.
is official.
26 official languages.
18 is official languages. 2000
India means is a Europe.
Because
India means you somebody says European food. Indian food is just like European food, you say. So there's nothing called European
You would
food.
say Asian food actually.
So there is nothing called Indian food. Forget about the food thing.
Oh yeah.
What I should change, guys, in the delivery, what should I change?
Hour and a half for lunch.
Please arrange one session where we can ask questions. Only we asking questions.
Yeah, you are going to ask question.
But not in the middle, right?
No,
Then we
no,
want
not
to
in the
finish
middle.
the sprint.
Why to wait till end? You have question, ask it.
First give me $5, then you know.
But won't it lead to the discussion then later?
That's what we want. That's what we want.
I thought we can do like that parking lot question, so we can just.
That's a parking lot.
The parking lot.
Kudu is a parking lot.
You need
What's
to
the
take a
parking lot
sheet
question?
and write your
For the
question.
backlog.
and you put it here.
What's the parking lot question?
We'll discuss them later.
Put it in the parking lot.
There's a more fancier way of saying, okay, we'll discuss later, and later will never come.
We'll take you off tangent now.
Okay? So anything else I should change, guys, in the delivery?
Yeah, use money.
Sorry. Cannot do it.
It's all about just the example you have on the board that you've drawn up, without having to draw it, have that already up that you can annotate.
Well, we have it in our.
I get that. The fact that he's working with this means that.
Well, I think you did draw it ahead of time.
Which one that?
This one here,
Yeah,
you've got
this
it.
picture you already have, right?
Yeah, I get it. But so you don't have to draw it. Have something up there that you can work with.
Okay.
Something
I'll
like
just
that.
project it maybe.
No, I don't want to use
I think
technology.
project it or something.
Yeah,
No.
No, I do not want to use technology. Next time, I'm going to ask one of you to volunteer and do it.
Fine.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Sure. Anything else?
You want it up there tomorrow too? You want it on the board tomorrow too?
Yeah, just tomorrow.
Oh, just leave it. Yeah.
Role
Yeah, leave it here. We will draw more things.
How about role plays?
You notice all the women together, all the men eat together. It's all sexist organization.
No, it's not.
I say it's a personal choice.
We all mixed, we were meeting, all of us were eating.
It's a personal choice.
We ate with them.
Okay, guys, what else? Okay, ladies, you came late.
Very late.
I can say late, right? Because they are late.
I've got work to do.
Okay. what we should change, modify, update in this delivery so we can make it more interesting, more useful, more playful. What we should change.
We should put up some of those sheets and vote for which ones we want to do.
No, you have to tell me. This is your workshop, not mine.
So you want us to go and stick them up?
No, you write and stick. Not me. You write and stick or leave it here, I will stick. But you will have to write.
And it's there.
Okay, so I got few things. A Scrum Master role. Okay. Somebody want to help me to paste them? Sure. Please.
It's to do. How does that different from agile roles? I thought that's what we talked about, Scrum Master and
Yeah, so that
product owner and dev team.
This is, who has written this?
We didn't go into depth of Scrum Master. Did you read the bottom where it says the relationship, the servant relationship? We didn't discuss it closely.
Use the big marker on your questions. I can't read it.
Yeah, use the thicker marker. Sure. They're not able to read. Thicker marker.
So there are people have more requirements to be covered in this product we are going to deliver at the end of 2 days,
Make
right?
sure he does not bleed on the wall.
Yeah, we'll take it down.
I do not. No. Should not be.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Right on the table.
Let's dry it.
So,
Put it in the table.
in the meantime, these people are doing certain writing and pasting. For next sprint, I want to bring this story.
Why?
My stakeholder says, if you do this, we are going to get 2 new customers, and they are crucial. They are Fortune 10 customers, so we can use them as a reference customer world over.
How many story points?
Right, it says 21. 21 story points.
Wow. I want to do that.
We need to squeeze.
Just start it.
Let's do it, right? You guys did from 11 to 20, 11 to 13. You guys are fantastic, right? You just right.
Well, that's
How much
so.
time you?
Okay. So you see, we should break it. So
Yeah,
what
but
are
it's
the
not-
different stories it should contain? Can you look into the board and tell me? Oh, we didn't mention.
Product owner, Scrum
Product
Master,
owner. So
dev team.
somebody has written the product owner.
Right there.
Okay. Let's, for the time being, let's paste here. So these people are working there. There's another role called Scrum Master,
Yeah.
right? And dev.
Stakeholder, maybe?
Leave it there, leave it there. Fish. I will do it. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm just reading. I'm writing.
So fortunately, I also had some printouts.
There's some on this side too.
I will use my printouts.
I want to say, I think it's like a system and
Yeah, I want to know the difference between a product owner and a manager.
Why don't you write a story?
That was what you had in your hand. I'm gonna get into trouble. He's gonna kick me out of class pretty soon.
This.
Yeah, you can take it.
He's gonna kick me out of class.
He's gonna what?
I'm gonna shut up. That's even worse.
Can I say this? And then we have another story called dev team. How we reach to these 3 stories out of 1 story? Okay. Tell me how many roles we have in as a product owner. Oh, sorry, in Scrum.
3.
4.
3.
Developer.
Oh my God.
Stakeholders. Dev, product owner, Scrum Master.
And Scrum.
Scrum.
3.
Yeah.
So what I did, if you notice one thing, I knew that there's a product owner, comma, Scrum Master, and product owner. Oh, sorry, dev team. how, on what basis I broke the story or split the story? And, right? And or commas. You can do similar in your job, in your real software development or anywhere else, right? Your UI should be available on Android and iPhone. And break it. Right? And if you noticed, is it? When we started talking initially about this story, what's the story point?
21.
When we split into 3, what's the story point?
7.
We can
15. That is, yes.
So we're missing
Well, it
something.
should not be equal to 21.
Yeah, 7 3s are 21, right? So I don't know, like how did you calculate?
Not necessarily. When you're looking at the agile roles, you're trying to get a figure, you're trying to get a handle on how big that is. And you can't really define that very well because you're looking at such a big picture. As soon as you start to split things into more manageable segments, then you can get a better handle on the time segments involved.
Thank you, sir. So what it is, let me reiterate and correct me if I'm not doing rightly. This story was 21. Huge, humongous. When I started splitting and more analyzing the story, I realized this consists of 3, which are product owner, dev team, scrum master. And they are of smaller size, so I can estimate them better. May not, or maybe their sum total may be equal to 21, less than 21, or more than 21. Essentially, any number. Right? So it should not, it may not be equal to 21. More than, equal, any all 3 possibilities may exist. Right? Similarly, business value, when I saw this thing, oh, business value is 340. When I split it, I spoke to different stakeholders, vendors, and so. I saw 80 plus 80. 240. Business value is also not so big. It's possible, it will happen. Right? This will happen in refinement session.
Okay.
Right? This is what we are doing. What we are doing here. Those should be happening within the sprint, but okay, we are in a simulation environment, so I'm taking it outside. Right, guys? Because it's just a 1 hour situation. Agree? We did just a 1 refinement session. Nothing else we did. Guys, agree? Anybody has any other idea? So let's paste that.
Quick question.
Yes.
We follow the Fibonacci series, right? While we
Excuse
estimate
me?
the story points.
We are not there yet.
Oh.
We are not there yet.
That's why I was like, how come we
5 is in a series or not? Not the 7. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8,
Yeah,
13.
Yeah.
Right? 7 is not in series. So we will come to that. We are not there yet.
Yeah, estimation has specific values.
Yeah.
So
Seven is not one of them.
I also want to do this story. I have decided no. I just got a telephone call from my customer, or my other stakeholder. They said, Tushar, this is important. Can I do this in next sprint?
What are the dependencies?
60. Dependency says 60. Who is 60? 20, 60. Oh, this we did.
Okay. So
Dependencies are taken care.
Okay.
We are good.
Okay.
So we do this?
But it's the story point is 21.
Story point.
21.
21.
What's the value?
It's 210.
Too big.
Help me to split. Look into this and tell me
What does it entail?
what are the different ceremonies we are doing.
Sprint planning.
sprint planning,
Mhm.
sprint review,
Mhm.
sprint retrospective,
Demo.
uh, daily scrum.
Only five, right?
Five.
5 or 6, whatever it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Counting sprint review and demo separate.
Oh, then it's.
Counting, if we combine it, then 5. Right, guys? So, yes.
The refinement session is not a ceremony.
The refinement session is not a ceremony. It's a process. As per the Scrum guide, we'll come to that when we discuss the refinement session. It's not a ceremony. That's why if you notice, I should have written as a refinement sessions, not session. My mistake, sorry.
So just to clarify, what are the ceremonies again?
Sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review, which consists as per the guide, as per the Scrum guide, demo as well. So demo is not a separate ceremony, and retro, the full, or retrospective. The full word is retrospective, but I'm used to say the retro. Maybe I'm lazy. So we broke.
So why is demo and sprint review not separate per guidelines when the sprint review includes outsiders? Oh, I'm sorry, the retro. Oh, yeah. Never mind.
We'll discuss when we go to that. We'll discuss.
Use the term ceremony, I think, in marriage.
Okay, in meantime, everybody has a pen, right? And you have one sheet of paper, either yellow or whatever, right? A sticky note. Can you write on a piece of paper for yourself, what is the biggest challenge you face in your work?
You know what?
In your work. Biggest challenge. And just keep it to yourself. We have listed everything in all events. The sprint review, product backlog, retro, planning, daily stand-up, right? And I will say let's write plus demo here. It covers everything now. Right? Now, so our refinement session is over. Let's do the sprint planning for the next session. Are you ready? So I want to discuss first my sprint planning. This is not the 5, yeah, 5. Sprint planning. Can I do in next hour?
Dependencies.
Dependency is 60. We already taken care of that. That's the picture.
What is the storyline?
The story point is 5.
Yeah. And
Right.
50 is the value.
Yeah. Business value is not of concern for the dev team.
Yeah.
This is a product owner's perspective. Let's leave it. Right. I'm customer right now, a product owner, to precise. Right?
Just to be clear, you haven't yet taught us how to do story points, right?
No,
Yeah.
that divine power still lies with me.
Okay, yeah, because I have no idea what story point does.
The product owner assigns the business value every time, correct?
Yes. Well, even maybe before the grooming session. After that, you can go back to the stakeholders, business partners or customer and change it. It's possible. But it is his or her prerogative.
How the actual business value, the 10 or whatever, 50 or whatever, is there any standard, something like Fibonacci series or
Fibonacci series, I've used the
That's
Fibonacci
what it is.
series multiplied by 10 for this exercise purpose. There's no standard. If you notice, numbers are
Which one multiplied by 10?
Fibonacci series multiplied by 10.
Okay. Got it.
That's very simple. I think. Just to differentiate, otherwise these numbers look very similar. Just to differentiate. But any other thing you can use. It's not a right. We can do it. Yes. You want to know? Nobody's asking what is the scope of this story. As a dev team, we should ask, right? Guys, practice. If you do not ask, I may ask whole universe under this story. And you are committing.
What's the scope of that story?
Yes. Thank you for asking. So sprint planning, I'm going to discuss 4 things or 5 things. Let me write those things. Participants, right? Who participates? What happens in this, right? And what's the outcome of this ceremony and when it happens?
And what is it when you're talking about? Or is it for any
Sprint planning.
First sprint planning. Okay. There's the 4 things I'm going to discuss. I want you to develop in this story, or to do work over these 4 things in a story. Any other question? Can we do it?
So how long will the sprint planning take? How long?
Okay, how long? I will ask that question. I expect that question as well. What you notice, guy? As a product owner, I may not able to iterate everything. I haven't told her to ask this question. Right? It's not a setup. It has to come up from you. Means you means dev team. Because you are also working on this product. You are also somewhere in the background thinking about this. And this happens. Right? At this point of time, oh, I never thought of this guy's business value might change. I have to go back to my customers. Possible. At this point of time, when we estimated previously it was 5 point, what was a new discovery? So no, it's not 5, it's not 5. Maybe it's something else. Possible. That's why estimate is necessary in the sprint planning.
So at this point, we've already done the sprint, right? So this is after the sprint is done.
No, we have not done the sprint. We are in the sprint.
Got it,
we have
got
done the previous sprint.
Got it. Okay.
Our current sprint's first day, we are doing this exercise.
Okay, so can we change the story point during the sprint?
Not during the sprint.
While making
Before making a commitment to go into the sprint backlog. Once it is here, no change. So there's a reason. We are not in the business of justice. We are in the business of self-improvement. You suffer, you learn. You don't suffer, you don't learn. As simple as that.
So you need to evaluate what this.
If you commit a mistake, let's live with it. Next time you will not commit a mistake.
So by asking questions and getting those answers, that helps us decide whether those story points are accurate or not.
Yes.
So in terms of the scope and the questions we've asked, at this point, do we also ask what are our resources, or is that defined for the participants?
Resources available, right? That's a dev team is my resource. Whatever access to your technical, like what server, laptops, computers, network, whatever it is, your resources in terms of technical and manpower or human power is my resource.
Okay, so if you need to equip yourself with external tools or anything like that, it doesn't fall underneath that?
No, something you need means it is not independent. In the refinement session itself, those questions must have answered. If you are asking these questions at this point of time, it shows my refinement session has not been done properly. There's a self-learning exercise is happening.
One of the things you would want to do is you would want to come up with a sprint backlog, the list of sprint backlog.
We have not spoken about those yet.
Right. But that's going to be happening in the sprint planning meeting.
No. You want to write that sprint backlog here in the story. Should discuss it.
But that's our product backlog.
No, in a product, see, this is a product backlog, but you want to discuss it. We are developing our understanding of Scrum, right? That's our end result. That's our product. To understand the product, to understand the Scrum, one of the item I need to understand, or we need to understand, what is a sprint backlog. That goes in the backlog of this exercise. I hope it is not confusing, right?
Backlog, the one that's covered up there?
No, it is not there.
Is that one on the bottom under Scrum Master? role?
Yeah,
backlog is there.
Yeah, where is sprint backlog?
No, under Scrum Master, role. It's hiding.
No,
No,
it's
that's
scaling.
You can add it.
It's going right
Okay, so we can do this job, right? Why? Next thing I want to discuss is my sprint planning. Where's my daily stand-up? Oh, yep. I want to discuss this. And my scope is same. Before you ask question, my scope is same. There are 4 or 5 points I want to discuss. Can I do it, guys?
What are the story points?
5.
Precursors?
60, which we already taken. Yeah.
Sure.
Right, guys?
Yeah. I don't think that's 5, but probably more like 3.
Just with my divine power, I should not do it, but I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I should not do it. Sprint review plus demo. I want to discuss this. Again, 5 points. Can I do it?
Yes. Well,
More than we've done before, but I think we
That's a
can
stretch. Little bit.
Stretch.
Right? With my experience, you can do it. Just believe me. Okay. We are good? Oh, sorry. It's my wrong place. This is my product backlog. So sprint backlog is here, right? This line. So I will use this as a my.
So this is even the product backlog. This is
This
the
is a
sprint
product backlog.
Okay.
This is sprint backlog. This column. Then I paste it there. Not this part. Just for understanding purpose. Okay. So I want to discuss what's a sprint planning. So guys, you already saw we did at least 2 sessions of sprint planning before sprint. Though we have taken beyond 1 hour time limit which we set for ourselves as a sprint, but in real life it will not be. It will be part of the sprint. Within, suppose we have 2 weeks of a sprint. So first day of a sprint, this activity or this ceremony should happen. First thing in the day, first day, right? Assuming everybody is co-located in the same time zone. That's already. I'm not discussing multiple time zones, etc. I'm taking away those complications away for the time being. People are sitting in one room in the same time zone. Essentially, one room in the same time zone. Okay. So sprint planning, if you notice, we did 2 times, but we left the crucial part. If I remember correctly, somebody asked what the task when you split the story into smaller pieces, right? It's not a task. So we'll do that here. So any sprint planning meeting is divided into 2 parts. Part 1, part 2. But before that, who participates? Dev team. Scrum Master, Product Owner, and stakeholders. Right? Naturally, dev team is required because they are going to commit. Product Owner is required because he is going to offer. The Scrum Master is required to ensure that the meeting is running or the whole thing is running in the spirit of Scrum. And why stakeholders are required? As an observer to understand what people are committing, what is going to happen next. Yes, they can get information from product owner. They can go and look into sprint backlog and see it. For some people, it is very satisfying that I'm the witness of the process. It's always a satisfying. You go and watch the game. Why? You can go and look into the TV as well, right? But a lot of people go into the stadium. Why? Just to witness in live. Because it's a very satisfying experience. So people come. So that's why. And they might have some questions which may they raise later, but not in this meeting. They are observer. Right? Have you heard this chicken and pig story? No. Chicken and pig? Okay. Let me tell you. So one chicken and a pig decided to open a restaurant. Chicken said, let's call it a ham and omelette. Pig said no. I'm committed and you are involved. Ham means pig has to. But chicken is not going to die to make an omelette. So no. Right? Here my Scrum Master, Product Owner and Dev team are pig. Basically pigs, right? They are committed. The stakeholders are just involved. They are chicken. So only pigs are allowed to speak, not the chicken. I hope you will never forget this example. Right? You judge yourself whether you belong to pig class or chicken class. If you belong to chicken class, keep shut. If you're a pig, speak up. Right? What happens? In this story, in this meeting, or in this ceremony, the story is moved from product backlog to sprint backlog. One of the requirements of this is that they should be investable. We discussed what investable is, and acceptance criteria should be defined. Right? In part one, right, it consists of two parts, as I mentioned earlier. In part one, product owner offer the story to the dev team. Hey, dev team, this is story. Should be put into sprint backlog. You commit. They ask different questions. Product owner expected to answer, or he has brought his experts to answer. Right? If the refinement session is pretty good, may not be many questions. So they say yes or no, and before that, they confirm the estimate. They confirm the estimate. Whether the estimate is good enough, it is done earlier, or it has to be revised, or to be done fresh, whatever the thing is. Right? Part one happened, one story, another story, another story. It keep on going till team says no, enough, we are done, we cannot do more. Right? Because there's a limit has to reach, right? Capacity limit. Then product owner says, product owner naturally he is paying the money, he says, okay, more. Team says, no, enough is our promise, we cannot do more. Okay, part one, finish. Part two, start. In part two, team takes a story and say, okay, this story, let's team sit together and try to break down to the task level. Couple of our tasks. Right? Task one, task two, story one, task one, task two, task three, task four, whatever it is. If your refinement session has happened in detail, this tasking might have happened earlier. Right? Or you're doing it now. Even if it has happened earlier, please revisit because of anything new might have come up. If it is not, okay, it looks good. Everybody agrees. Move next. Right? You keep on doing for every story. Part two finishes. Any question? What happens in the story?
Okay. If you split the story into multiple tasks, okay.
That you not split. Basically, you break down the story into. Split means you make it two things separate.
Yeah, so
we are not splitting. We are breaking down a story into tasks. The story remains same. And a story done means all tasks done, not the partial number of tasks done.
Whether the two of the different person can do the same stories with the different tasks.
Yes. We take a team as a unit, not as an individual. The team has to complete the story. How they divide? One more thing. No story, no task get assigned to anyone. Suppose I'm a Scrum Master and I say, okay, he is a developer 1, she's a developer 1, developer 2, developer 3. You do the task 1, you do the task 3, you do the story 3. No. Nobody has an authority, right, power to assign any task or story to anybody at any point of time. Especially in sprint planning, no.
Then who will take the kind of responsibility?
Is it pick? As a team, we committed, I will pick up. If I've committed something as a team, I will pick up. Why are you worried? That's autonomy, self-organization. Why somebody is going to tell me that you do this task? If I'm committed, I will do it. This is the level of autonomy a team must have.
So that's the team is taking responsibility for it.
Not the individual.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting confused between task and story. Because I thought that story was the smallest definable unit. Now you've broken that down to tasks. So when I start thinking about tasks, you can break all of these up into individual tasks.
Okay, let me
help me out with this.
Let me explain. So say you we were talking about the payment thing, right? We PayPal payment in our e-commerce platform, right? So one of the story was that was a story. Integrate the PayPal in our e-commerce platform. That's a story. In this story, there may be separate tasks, right? No, not this one, sir. I will come to that. So there's a one of the tasks may be that go and talk to the PayPal, that's a authorization gateway, and get the understanding. That's a one task. Second task may be coding for the if I email, if a person is from USA, is it different? A person from China, because of the other regulations, maybe different way payment happens. I do not know. I'm just making up the case, right? How to handle those cases? Maybe different set of API has to be called. Because different rules and regulations has to be followed. So they are different tasks. Same story, a smaller chunk of the pieces of the code or work. It does not mean development, testing, and QA and all this thing. They are not the task. You don't break the task on the basis of SDLC. Because we do not have QA task, BA task, or development task, or architecture task, or design task. No. Right? To support that, can you show me that picture, sir? You must have this picture. Just we are deviating from the topic, but still, you must have this picture, right? The soft copy or hard copy. This is your typical waterfall model, right? Design, code, test in a very simplistic way, right? Second says, oh no, we have to follow the Scrum. So in a 15 days, first 3 days we will design, next a week we code, and remaining will test. Sorry, it is not a Scrum or Agile or Kanban, whatever it is. Basically, I say the Scrum, waterfall in 15 days. Right? This is one possible way. Second says, no, let us do this. We break into 5 stories, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stories. Story number 1, when we are developing, designing, developing, and testing, another goes in parallel. It's just a reiteration of the second, right? Only maybe into smaller pieces. Even this is not a agile way of working. You see this picture, bottom one. If the color is good, there's no separate design, code, and test. Everything is blended. Quality story. That's why I asked, if you remember, somebody asked me what happened to QA. Because there's no QA role. Everybody is developer.
No, but if you take the any of the typical kind of team, okay, we have dev and then we have a QA. Okay?
That's we should not have. That's why this whole silos are breaking up. So in that sense, we say that T-shaped skill, right? Those something called T-shape. What's a T-shaped skill? I'm very good in Java as a developer. Fantastic. But I don't know about testing. And she is a tester in my team. She does not know about anything about Java. She knows only about the Selenium. Right? Selenium testing platform. Right? So when I develop, I finish, I give to her and say, hey lady, QA, please test it. She tests it. Oh no, Tushar, this is a flaw. Come back to me. When I'm coding, she's free. When she's testing, I'm free. Am I right?
Is it a waterfall then?
It's a waterfall. Or think about a different way. I'm expert in Java, but somehow I learned little bit of coding, testing, with sitting with her or training or whatever way. She is fantastic in Selenium, but little bit she tried and became little bit of coding part as well. She is not replacing me. I'm not replacing her. But we understand each other's language, each other's work, and if required, we can fill up the shoes of each other. Right? We sit together when I'm test coding. Oh, Tushar, this is wrong. You should do this as per my test, this is the thing. Or I may do myself as well, because I'm also in her shoes simultaneously. Your coding, testing, development is happening simultaneously without any boundaries. It's a blending. This is what we strive for. And if you noticed, my deep knowledge about Java and the broader knowledge about coding. Oh, sorry, testing. Same with her. Deep knowledge of Selenium or testing, broader knowledge about coding. This is what we strive in our team. And that led to the truly agile Scrum or Kanban or any other way of team. This is also a challenge in the silo-based organization, like dev manager, QA manager, and architecture manager. That creates ripple. Because QA manager say, hey, why I should spend money in my people to have a training on Java? Very natural question. Or same question can be raised by the dev manager as well, or architecture manager, or whatever it is. That's why this silos has to be broken, and they're breaking down. There are different models. I will not go to that, but those models are breaking those silos. And this is happening right now. Not only in Valley, but across the world this is happening.
What if something like documentation is part of your team? Generally, that's not a skill that's going to be, they're not going to be writing Java or writing test script. So
documentation itself is a big topic. What do you mean document? There are many types of documentation. Documentation means a documentation for fellow developer.
I'm talking user documentation.
My fellow developers, those who are going to use my code for their development. For that, let the developer do. For developer understand another developer better than somebody else. He may not write a fancy language, because the reason being the person who's going to read is also not fancy. He is basically a developer. Right? So leave it to the developer, let them write. Don't worry about that fancy. And in that scenario, do not write a separate document. Try to put the document within the code itself, because you cannot replace code by any documentation in the world. And if you keep them separate, they will never be in sync.
No, actually, some of the product, that is actually customer-facing product, they need separate documentation for a customer.
Hold on. You can develop the separate documentation from the code itself. How many of you know the Java code, right? In Java, .NET, Assembly, how you annotate, the several tools generate separate code or separate documentation. But you know where the latest code is. See, I have the development background, say we are the laziest people in the world.
So you're saying you would not maintain a separate PRD?
Separate technical document. I'm talking about the document. I'm not talking about anything else.
That will actually remove the document writer from the
technical document writer, not the user. I'm not talking about the
PRDs
user
are
part.
written by dev.
No, I'm not talking about the PRD. I'm talking about the documents.
I'm coming. Now the second parts come about the user documentation, the end user documentation. And user documentation might not be so straightforward. This is a tricky situation. Because the developers, after all, they're developers, they are not linguists. They're not good in English or any other language. That's a fact. Because left brain, right brain, all this, right? I feel myself, if somebody asks me to write a story, sorry. Write a code, yes, I can do it. Right? And this is, I think I'm a normal, average person. This is true for most of us, those who are from the technical background. Lucky ones knows both ways, but I'm not so lucky. And most of us are not so lucky. Then in that case, you might have to engage somebody who is specialized. That's a specialized skill. How they think whether you want to end each sprint you have to write, each release you have to write. That is a further discussion. It has to be carried out. That's a specialized task. You want to embed another team, might not be a good idea in the most of the cases. This is my experience, but in some cases might be. And that's a separate list, has to be taken. This is not a easy scenario. Give you a simple example. Suppose you are delivering every 15 days. We say it is a shippable delivery. But are you going to deliver to customer? That is not a prerogative of the team. That's a prerogative of somebody else. Those who are responsible for releasing to the customer. Right? At that, once I release, it's become 15 days. Do I want to give to the documentation team to develop? Might be a good idea, because we are releasing, we decided every third month we are going to release. So they also get a substantial chunk amount of the work to document. I've seen a very common pattern of the like this in the documentation, the user facing. But technical document facing, let developers do. May not be in very good English or whatever language you want to use it, but it's more effective. Yes, ma'am.
Would the same be true from a user documentation perspective to the build
and release document?
Not build and release document, but actually the build process. Okay, this is the platform we develop on that we ship on 6 different platforms. And it has to go through a system level test, not just a feature level test. Is that something that generally would be outside of the Scrum team?
It depends how you model it. If you're following the Spotify model, it remains within the team. I will not go to Spotify model, we are not discussing here. But in a Scrum engineer scenario, we generally keep out.
They get specialized.
Because they have that specialized skill, and we are not. Think about the performance testing, right? Load testing. You might, because in a maybe testing of one feature or one story is a costly affair. The overhead is more than the actual work. So you want to make it okay. We keep a one sprint lag possible. But again, I say there's no best practices, only guidelines. Depending upon the context, you have to discover the solution. I don't have answer for this any solution. Yes.
You never take permission, you can't do this.
Okay.
I don't want to be on your Facebook.
Okay. So don't record on that side. Okay. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just go back a couple steps when you were referencing the relationship between the two workers who can exchange between the coding and the QA?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a really good model because of this like collaboration, and I'm wondering if through that collaboration, though, there can be opportunities to miss things because it could be both like positive or pros and cons in the sense of maybe missing checks and balances.
Yes. So few of the things is a lot of people find it difficult, especially there are two type of those who are in the industry for long. It's very difficult for them to change because they have achieved success in their career, in their life, following a certain model. And somebody came and say, okay, your model is old, this model is better. You might get a pushback from those guys. So it is very easy to convince the newbies. And it's very difficult to convince for the same thing with the same logic, those who have spent their whole life following certain thing. There's a big pushback you may get. That's a negative part. But how you handle an organization, what's the average age in your organization? Being in a startup is very easy because everybody is new, everybody knows a new culture, or somebody joins in your organization is understandable. If organization has 100 years of history, like say old banks or retailers or manufacturing, might be very difficult, right? Or may not be possible at all, right? I remember one of my experience with people working in mainframe. All have spent 20 years working on a same machine, same piece of code. If I ever ask them to change, they'll say, get out. There's a room, go out. As simple as that. I cannot ask them to change. I have to employ a different way to them. I'll say, okay, please tell me how things can be made better. Give them solution. Because the moment you give the solution, it is not the person who is responsible is their solution. Say, okay, this is a normal solution. You told me, if you fail, you fail. If everybody become part of the change, everybody fails, everybody successful, and nobody want to fail. You cannot impose the change. Change has to come from within. You might have to play some tips and tricks to say to the person or feel to person, this is your change. That's a part of the job as Agile coach.
Yeah, actually, I heard this culture in the company called AWS. Yeah. They don't have separate QA. They don't have separate deployment.
Facebook does not have in the few of the teams. In the few of teams they have. LinkedIn does not have in few of the teams. Twitter does not have. And JP Morgan Chase in few of the, especially in the, I know from my personal experience because I did there. In fraud and collection, they do not have. A lot of companies are moving towards that. Lot. Amazon, yes, and AWS, naturally they do not have. T-Mobile in Seattle is trying that. AT&T in Seattle, they're trying it. Ford Motor in some of the divisions and newer product development, they're trying it. This I'm counting from first-hand experience, not from reading from somewhere. But this is a big change.
So there and QA both are, I mean,
there's a no QA, there's a no development. Everybody is called
everything.
QA and as well as the deployment and support. Same team.
Same team. And even everybody is called developer.
Yeah.
So is it like the DevOps concept?
DevOps is different. Little bit.
So deployment also done by developers?
Yes.
And Facebook, can you believe they deliver in the production 80 times a day? 80 times a day they deploy.
Yeah, the model I've seen that's coming around is that developers are part of the acceptance testing or the acceptance criteria is that it has a self-test in there. So
they have reached to an extreme level. 80 times in a day. How many of you can think in your organization? 80 times a day.
They might be using continuous integration delivery software.
Whatever, if you are using it, can you do it? Whatever.
There is a human work behind that.
There must be some tools, technique, process, something are doing. But 80 times in a day in the production, your Facebook.com. 80 times a day. It's a huge. They have taken to the other extreme. Okay, sprint planning. We have covered everything. Okay, when it happens, first day of a sprint. How long? Generally speaking, for a 2 weeks of a sprint, of team of 7 to 9 or 7 to 11, 2 hours of a sprint planning. Or sorry, 2 to 4 hours. 2-week sprint, 7 to 11 team members. First day of a sprint, 2 to 4 hours. More you do the refining, better this period will go down. Alright, guys? Are we done? Guys, done, not done, more? Yes. Okay, thank you. Daily stand-up. Daily stand-up is pretty simple. We meet daily and stand up. No sit down and no laying down. Stand up. Right? There's a reason. When you stand up and talk around a table, you feel uncomfortable. You want to finish as soon as possible. When you sit down, you feel relaxed. We do not want. We do not want you to feel relaxed in this meeting. Because there's a time limit, we have 15 minutes. And everybody answers 3 questions. What I have done yesterday, what difficulties, impediments, challenges, blockages I faced, and what I'm going to do today. It's very simple. Okay, everybody here, there are 2 formats possible, are very popular. Either person or people goes, okay, you speak first, then second, then third, then fourth, then fifth, then seventh around the table by person, or people open the sprint Scrum board and go story by story. Whatever your team is comfortable with, go with that format or discover third one. It doesn't matter. What matter is everybody speaks up, and it is not a status meeting. Nobody is giving a status to product owner or Scrum Master or them. It's a information sharing meeting. When the person says, I face difficulty or blockage or challenge or impediment, that person is essentially saying, hey guys, I need help. That's the underlying statement. In that case, one of the team member jumps in and say, okay, I will help you. Let's talk after this meeting. Possible. If nobody jumps in, Scrum Master write down and say, okay, I will look into, I will talk to you. He might need help from outside the team or maybe within the team. That has to be worked out between those guys. Right, guys? 15 minutes and stand up. Please remember, no status is an information sharing. Stand-up meeting may result into the subsequent one-to-one or group meetings. Possible as per the situation warrant. Participants, you know it. Dev, Scrum Master, Product Owner. What happens? I just spoke. Outcome, help in the challenge, and everybody is aware what is happening in the team. People may decide to, suppose I'm a Scrum Master, you people are speaking, so I may develop, suppose we are using some electronic board like Rally Dev or some tool. In that I can go and make the changes, but that's a possible, I encourage as a Scrum Master to team to do it. Before they come to stand up, update it. A reason is not as a Scrum Master, I am giving away my responsibility to somebody else. I want the engagement of the team. I make sure that people do it. So I go after that and check, hey, this person did, this person didn't did. So I can ask in the meeting. Because when you go and update, you also read others. That's the intention. When? Daily in the morning. Assuming everybody is co-located. Again, in one team I'm talking about. How long? 15 minutes. Any questions?
How many participants maximum?
Dev team members. How many dev team members you have?
Like you have a team of 15.
Please
So
break this team into two.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we are not.
Okay, so break this team into two.
Yes.
Reason being the optimum size what we experience 5 to 11. 5 is on the lower side, 11 on the maximum. Generally, 7 to 9 is a good number. That includes Scrum Master, include product owner. Right? When I say team, when I say Scrum team, it means dev team, Scrum Master plus PO.
No. If you have multiple teams, you'll have multiple Scrum Masters.
In a team, I'm talking about the one team right now.
Okay.
If you have a multiple team, we are not discussing those cases here.
Okay, so if you have a large team that you would like to break up into these kind of smaller groups, then you will have, this is the question, will you have additional Scrum Masters? And if the case is,
Generally, we say one Scrum Master is equal to one Scrum Master, one team. Generally speaking, but what I have noticed and experienced in industry across the different, I say within the US, even beyond the US, in different industries as well, banking, retail, manufacturing, high tech, one Scrum Master, two teams is a workable model. In some cases, I've also seen one Scrum Master, 5 teams, but there's an exhaust. The Scrum Master is going to die soon. So be ready to hire another one.
and then where does the product owner at that point sit,
Product owner means one team, one product owner.
right?
I've seen multiple, I've seen the product owner own multiple teams though.
It depends upon what the product is. Generally, 2 is okay. 3 you're stretching. 4 again, be ready to write the obituary and hire anyone.
Sometimes what happens is we only have like a temporary process, right? Some functionality we want to add, but it's totally new integration of feature, and then we have to share product owners. What is
External
the
situations warrant extraordinary solution.
Okay.
They are not normals. We are talking the normals. Extraordinary does not fit into the normal life. They are exceptions. Treat them as exceptions. But always says exception and emergency are two different things. Also, I say the your flu you get, right? You should plan for it. It's an exception. Plan for it. But you get a heart attack. You get heart attack in a life once or twice, maybe 3 times. Lucky ones, right? Those has taken as emergency. Flu is not emergency. Flu you plan and you will not get the flu. So don't mix up and match. And normal is normal, right? Okay, daily stand up.
What's the outcome?
What's the outcome? As I spoke, anybody remember?
The current
Information sharing.
Shared understanding, information sharing. Right, guys? Anything else? Are we done?
Yep.
So, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, still I don't see much role of Scrum Master.
Let's see. Don't worry.
We're all going
He's
to
gonna
apply for
tell us
that
all
job.
about it.
We're all trying for that job.
Sorry guys, I was not taking your video. It's just for 1 second I took like the entire class, but not focusing.
Yeah, but in the state of California, you're supposed to take a permission before you record. It's illegal.
Sorry, I was not knowing that.
Okay. So you should, first of all, you should not publish. First, you should not. If you see my camera is also facing me,
If I was standing outside,
not you
it's a
guys.
different thing. The private sitting is supposed to ask first. Maybe I'm hiding from the law.
Then you have to call the police now. I'm just joking. Okay, guys. Okay. Just do not share that video
No,
anywhere.
it was free workshop, so I thought that
No.
why should I not thank
No, no, please, no. Do not share. Okay? That's why I'm facing, this camera is facing me. If it is going, it is broadcasting, it's not showing any of you.
No, it's recorded.
It's getting transmitted.
Yeah, it is.
You were streaming,
Yeah.
you were streaming live.
Oh,
You said that, actually.
Oh no, here also there is streaming going on. I didn't mean that.
Okay, so let's come back. Now the next thing I want to discuss is sprint review plus demo. Before starting this topic, answering these 5 questions, as per the official sprint guide, there's no separate event or ceremony called demo. There's only one thing is called sprint review. Okay, but in practice, most of the time, people have 2 separate events, right? Sprint review and demo. There's a reason. I will come to that. So let us discuss further what happens in a sprint review. As I mentioned earlier, a sprint review is essentially a town hall meeting. Council members are dev team member, scrum master, and product owner. Citizens are stakeholders, customer, business users, so and so. They again answer, they ask questions, and sprint master this team answers. It may result into new user stories, possible. It may result into some understanding development, possible. It may develop into shared understanding, is possible. But essentially, in this meeting, in this ceremony, citizens ask, this thing you did good, and please get away from certain other things. Means you didn't do as expected. Change your behavior, your actions. Right? Please interact with us more, or whatever, or you interacted too much. Don't ask so many questions, or ask us more. Is a review by the stakeholders of the team. I say it's a public meeting, right? If I'm the coach, I'm the scrum master, I'm the product owner, I'm the dev member or dev team member, I will avoid in this meeting confrontation with the stakeholders. Whatever negative, positive things come up, I will take a note down and discuss one-to-one. To have that, to understand the basic, what's the problem, how we can handle this challenge. Instead of confronting, no, you are not correct, I did wrong. Oh, sorry, I did correct, you are wrong, you don't understand. I'm a technical person. I will not. Please don't do it. Because generally, as a developer, I have lived that life for long. We feel we are the superior beings. You are inferior guys, just interfere with us. Please don't think this way. This is a general feeling. Right? Because we know we all do this, and you guys just come and right? Those who are from the development background, from technical background, can vouch for it. And they're not vouching in their line. Right? This is what a general. So it is advised, those who are from the technical team, please don't do it. As you are intelligent, other person is maybe more intelligent than you. Accept it. He knows more than you. He or she, whatever it is, right? So avoid that confrontation. And whether it's for product owner, in this, and any situation arises, include the Scrum Master, include product owner. Especially if from the business, include product owner. If anybody else, Scrum Master. There's a reason. Because product owner, in the most of the cases, is part of the business people or the business organization. He knows or she knows better. He can navigate that maze better than you. Right? Possible, or very highly likely. Scrum Master essentially is a politician in the team. Let handle him the diplomacy, or her handle the diplomacy. He is a shield for. He acts as a shield for the team. Right? He is expected to navigate the political, maze of the organization on the behalf of the team. Let him do it or her do it. That's him or her job. Take his or her help. You focus on your job. Right? Here the Scrum Master becomes very important. Nobody should say, okay, I do not want to be politically savvy, but I want to be Scrum Master. Sorry, this job is not for you. You have to be politically very savvy, very well connected in the organization if you want to be Scrum Master. Because you do not have any authority.
Yeah.
And you want to convince everybody and anybody in the organization, follow me. I know the Scrum. Right? That's why. Yes.
In few companies, I've seen that what they do is one of the developers only becomes the Scrum Master. They don't hire Scrum Master. They train the developer as a certified Scrum Master and push him. And
you can get the certification, spend $1,000, attend 2-day training, and
anywhere.
So what they are trying to do is and every sprint they kind of change the Scrum Master. So that's not a valid.
Best of luck with them. I cannot say anything.
So that's not a valid practice.
The thing is, there's a one saying in Hindi, those who understand Hindi, the more sugar you put or more jaggery you put in your food, more sweet it becomes. So how much jaggery or sugar you want to put in a food? It depends upon you. You want a sweet, you to put in. Otherwise, enjoy blend food. Nothing comes free. Nothing is free in this life, and it never be. You have to pay the price for it.
So that is not a good practice, right?
It's not a good practice.
A developer can become. So that's not even possible, right?
It is possible, but have you matured reached to that level? It is possible. After a certain time, after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, you will realize Scrum is a bullshit, is a wastage of time. I can bet you. But you reach to that level first.
Just to clarify, it's not that someone who's a developer shouldn't be able to become a Scrum Master, but they shouldn't hold both roles within a team. They
Yes,
should be a
maybe.
developer and a Scrum Master.
Both simultaneously should not be. Simultaneously should not be. See, I was a developer. A hardcore Java guy. At one time, even today, I can speak in Java. We had one just as a fun in my 5 years back or 10 years back, no, 6 years back. What we decided as a group, half day will speak only in Java and we convey everything in our office setup. And I came first. I'm proud of that. Half day only Java keyword will be used and convey the message. And I did it. So even you can do it. That's not a big task. Only thing you do need a little bit of patience and practice. So yes, but you cannot hold because there's a different mindset. You have to understand.
So are you Scrum Master? Have you been Scrum Master too?
Yes, I have to be. I was a Scrum Master. I was product owner. I was a Scrum team member as well. And now
but it's rare. I mean,
over the time period in the different teams.
Yeah, but but going from developer to Scrum Master, like you said, they're different skill sets, right? I mean, heads down, facing the keyboard, developers. I don't even want them facing my customer typically, right? Let alone being the Scrum Master that's interfacing with.
See, I first time in 2006, It is not rare, it's very common. Very common, and it is very successful. Because the person who's transferring from technical to non-technical, he can understand the both sides of the ball. That's a very successful. But it is not for everybody. That has also understood.
It's hard to go the other way. Hard to go for
Yeah, it's hard to go the
How
other
did
way.
you, how did you handle the politics side of it?
Huh?
How did you handle the politics of it?
You learn it. You fail and learn.
When you're
On the
asked
job.
what was the problem you have at work, politics.
Yes.
Just the ego massaging.
Biggest
You cannot
pain.
follow-
Okay, hold on. Let's finish this. Then I will do some exercise as well. We'll talk about this. Okay. Let's talk about the demo. Okay. Though again, I repeat, it's not a separate ceremony, activity, event, and sprint guide. If you go for interview, you go for somewhere else, they will say, okay, what's a demo? Is it separate? They will, it's a pretty common question, right? It is not. But in practice, a lot of organizations successfully keep them separate. The reason being, the audiences are different and activities are entirely different. In a sprint review, team members are passive receiver, right? They are sitting in a console seat and receiving the feedback from the people, right? In demo, they are active giver. They give the demo. It doesn't mean they're not listening. They're also listening. And who led this charge? In the sprint review part, Scrum Master is the main player who lead the team to do this because he has to navigate the political alleys. In demo part, product owner is the main in charge, or the main person in the hot seat. Dev team members do the demo, but under the tutelage of product owner, right? Because it's possible that in a Scrum, in a sprint, you have developed 20 new functionalities. Wait, 20 is a big number. 10 new functionalities, but product owner says no, we'll demonstrate only 5 or 6 or 7 or maybe all 10. Reason being, he understands what to show and what is worthwhile to show to the customer or potential customers, because he understands or she understands that side of the picture well, right? But product owner does not demonstrate. Dev team members should demonstrate. The reason being, let those who have done the work, let them show off. What's wrong? There's also an encouragement for the people. Hey, these guys work, they are showing it. If you are a product owner, please resist the temptation, I should show. You are just a father figure, stand up and see your kids are, they are becoming successful in life. Something like that.
So in the sprint review, it's a Scrum Master who
holds the gun. Okay. Understand? Product owner. In this demo, customers, potential customers, stakeholders may give feedback, and most of the time, this 1 or 2 feedback may end up in the product backlog in the store or a feature or whatever it is. Right? Okay, how long? Generally, it depending upon, again, 2 weeks of a sprint, 7 to 9 people of the team. In general, 2 to 4 are sprint review plus demo. Half a day, 2 to 4. It depends upon what you want to show, how many people come, all this. Right? Generally speaking. So if I'm a Scrum Master, I will send a 2 meeting request. Even maybe the same people. One for part 1 sprint review, part 2 demo, or one big meeting. How your organization work, it depends upon that. Right? 2 to 4 hours. We are saying, okay, it's going to run, say, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock or whatever it is time. Right?
The demo is actually initiated by the product owner, correct?
Product owner owns.
Correct. But who will initiate?
So you show the whatever your functionality has developed as a team. Functionality 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he should stand up as a father figure, product owner, and let kids show off their talent.
Okay, so who will communicate? So we are going to show the demo to the.
It depends. There's no fixed rule. Let them decide who want to speak, who doesn't want to speak. Some people are shy, people are some extrovert. Let them. There's no fixed guideline.
No.
The question
No.
what he is asking is
Whether Scrum
who
Master or product
initiates
owner.
the product, meaning the whole demo, and who is the audience?
Audience
If you
are
taking a audience.
No,
as a-
actually, who is actually initiating the demo process?
schedules
Whether
it?
the Scrum Master or the product owner?
Who sent the who initiate the meeting or actual
Demo
demonstration?
meeting. Demo.
No, actual demonstration or showing off. Okay, you appear, you appear, you appear.
That's a facilitator, that's not.
Who is sending the meeting invite for a demo?
Generally, Scrum Master takes up that.
Oh, Scrum Master.
Generally, Scrum Master.
Okay.
Right. See, I say always let politician do the politics.
Okay.
Let protect other people.
Okay.
You will not like that your army does or military does the politics, right? Let politician do the politics. The same. Their area of work, let them do it.
I said, depends who's the president.
I will not go there. Okay, guys.
Who leads the sprint review and who leads the demo? Because they're part one,
So
part
sprint
two.
review, the Scrum Master is
Scrum
there
Master and
to facilitate, I think, or engage, and the demo is the product owner who is there, who is as a father figure to let the
Facilitator.
dev team like show their stuff.
Yeah. Thank you.
So the demo is led by product owner
Yes.
and sprint review is led by Scrum Master. Correct?
So to tag onto that, so what is the Scrum Master's role in the demo?
He should be present
Yeah,
because he is getting the feedback. Suppose that we get some very acidic feedback from the team, or from one of the stakeholders, or one of the customer. We need politician or diplomat, right?
What's the outcome?
What's the outcome of the sprint review?
Feedback, new user stories.
Changes the features that they want to add.
The new stories,
requirements or product
new requirements, right? Feedback from this. You do this thing more, you do that thing less, something like that. Demo means naturally customer maybe result in new stories or new requirements. Again, appreciation or criticism, or maybe some other feedback, right? Enhancement, right? That's the user stories. Requirement covers all this. Bug. You may also discover the bug, but that it means something is seriously wrong in the demo if you discover the bug. Right. Okay, guys, what else? You will not want to find out your model is walking and her dress is torn in the catwalk. You will not like that, right? Same in the demo.
So that was the bug, okay.
Demo is catwalk, remember?
Hey, you will never forget these things. That's why I'm giving this example. Okay, guys, is done or not done? Thank you. So 1 hour is over. When we started? Approximate.
3:15. Right?
3:15.
Approximate 1 hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have done 3 sprints, more or less, right? What you have noticed? How many story points?
15, right?
Yes,
We keep on increasing our capacity.
Is it capacity or velocity?
Well, okay. So you want to raise a question here?
It's up there. It's already there.
There's no capacity.
Capacity versus velocity.
Second one.
Capacity versus velocity. It's there.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we'll read the answer it. Okay. Will it keep on just will it keep on going, increasing or not? Think over it. We'll go to capacity, velocity. We'll discuss more. Okay.
How do you judge whether that's actually a path that you're on, which is good, as far as increasing your capacity? Because maybe you're basing it, because you've learned things as you've gone along that you can do more, or that you're story point explanation is just really off.
If really off, we must have finished well before 1 hour, or we must have taken more time. And there's a no measure whether we reach to the maximum capacity or not. We will discover as we progressed.
But if we had set our second iteration to be just the 11 points, we would have finished well before our time frame. The same, the 15.
Yeah, that's why that we discuss in retro. What happened? Right? In a retro, we might have discovered, hey, we finished this on 45 minutes. We might have taken the one story. Why? Means can we do the next time? Or do something else? Do we need bigger stories? Or we have to drop one person from the team? I don't know. It has to be discussed, find out. Yes, sir.
It could be very well that we are estimating wrong. Right? We could be giving
Yes.
higher values to the story.
Possible.
And that gives the feeling that we are overachieving.
Okay. Yes, possible.
When does that come
never
up?
happens.
No. Yeah, when does that come up?
When you guys think this will come up? When we will discover that we are not estimating
Accurately.
I will not say accurately, sufficiently with sufficient accuracy.
When we don't have bandwidth,
During
still we are
retrospective.
taking so much work and quality is not that good.
No, it's mostly when if you don't have history.
Yes. Say there's a difference. Yes, sir. You want to say something?
Well, I was going to say that it really depends upon the stories. Like you might pick a story that's very.
You need to have a reference or a benchmark, right? How do you measure?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, there's one question arises now. Hold on. One question arises: how to estimate a story? You want to discuss?
Yes.
Somebody write there.
Story points, right? But we have story points.
That is story points already there.
There is a separate thing you want to? I do not know.
So is it something different? Story points.
Maybe. I have no idea.
Yeah.
You want to use this pen?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're doing there, right?
Absolutely.
We're taking story points and
Yes.
breaking them down.
So you were saying something, right? Sorry, I'm just.
I was, let me come back into this. I was going on about, yes, you can pick some stories that are huge, and as you're saying, you can break those down into smaller fragments that you can get a better estimate on time. And then there are other stories that you can't break down, and they're so big that you really have no handle on how big they are.
No, just to interject. How many of you think there might be a story which cannot be broken down into smaller stories?
Well, eventually, yes, but a big one.
How many
big one
times?
Probably can be.
I hope everybody has more than 5 years of experience, working experience. How many stories have you encountered, or you may not have broken down in real life, but now you think they cannot be broken down? How many times? One. Those who say 1 time. Those who say 2 times. 3 times.
It depends on the number of tasks you have.
Let me repeat the question. In your working life, right? Say 5 years, 15 years, whatever 20 years experience you have. How many stories you have encountered or requirements encountered that you think today that they cannot be broken down into smaller pieces of work? How many times in a life? Today. The question is clear, or
No. Can you clarify it?
Everybody say you have 10 years of experience. Let's assume whatever you take, 10 equal to 20 or 10 equal to 5, whatever it is, right? You must have encountered requirements, several requirements as a project manager, as a developer, as a QA or whatnot, right? You might not have used Scrum or Agile during those days, but you saw the execution of those requirements as a big chunk. Now, today, what do you think, how many times those stories has been encountered by you, or requirements encountered by you that those cannot be broken down from big to many smalls.
Everything can be broken.
Every activity can be broken.
No, that is his question.
How many times have you now think those cannot be broken down?
So what you're saying essentially is that every
I don't actually believe that.
interdependency can be extracted, or every dependency.
So, you get to a point.
Exactly.
You get to,
We already said this.
oh, okay, that's fine.
So this raises a very interesting question. Before I answer that, is what's the difference between a story point and a task? Because a story point can be broken up into sub-stories, but at some point, you said that a story becomes tasks, right?
No, story doesn't become a task. Story is broken down into a task, so it can be manageable by one person in a couple of hours.
Oh, this is the first time you've defined that.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
So say that again. Say that again.
If you ask me to repeat, my definition will be different.
You just said it. Say it again. We're trying to
task
find you.
is a task is a guys. This is my drawback. I changed the words. A task is a story is a collection of tasks which all to be completed to call a story done, and each task should be doable by one person in a couple of hours. Do not ask me to repeat the same words.
Not days.
Would you say that?
Hours.
Only hours.
Couple of hours. A story is a couple of days long.
Okay, but task is number of
But why
hours.
task cannot be defined vertically?
Okay, hold on. But it does. But your task should not be. There are certain tools available in the market. They say estimate in number of hours. Please don't do it. If somebody asks you, say I'm not going to do it, and go and toss the push-up. I can thrash that guy left, right, up, down in every direction.
So a story is a collection of tasks, and each task should be able to be completed in a couple of hours.
Not days.
Is another distinction that a user story is not assigned to a person, but a task is assigned to a person?
No, nothing is assigned. Everything is to be picked up by the team member, one or more. One task, one person.
Right, but that means, it's a discrete.
At the end, it's assigned.
There is one person doing.
Yes, one person is doing a one task.
Opposed to there might be multiple
No,
people all
you
working
said
on the same user.
you said one story is done by actually one person.
No. I never said it. If I said it, I was wrong. As simple as that. I made a wrong statement if I said that.
No, you did not say that.
Can one task be done by multiple people?
No.
No.
Then make it 2 tasks or 3 tasks.
So it has to be done. One task has to be done by one person.
One person.
Yes, I would like to add that, or what I understood is that a story is more related to the objective of the customer or the product owner, and the task is something more for the team to manage the work.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Right. Now you deserve to be here. That's a fantastic way of expressing.
Well,
I may not have put those into the words. Thank you.
And multiple people can work on one user story, right?
Yes.
That's what the
But
task.
task, only one person
Yes.
can
So
work
that
on
helps.
one task.
It's just for the ease
So
perspective.
now going back to your question, right? If you ask
Right, that original
whether
question.
you have ever come across a story,
Mhm.
right, that cannot be broken down, right? But a story can always be broken down in tasks.
No, I'm not having a task, means sub-stories.
But where does the sub-story end and a task start?
When you see the overhead of a story, means if you break a story, keep on breaking, overhead become a burden. Please stop. Right?
So the user story ends up being 2 hours. If I had a user story and it was 20 hours of work, and then say 20 hours of work, and that's, I'm gonna break it down, you break it down into 10 user stories, each one being 2 hours. The overhead to do that is foolish, because you're managing the user stories when documentation is not complete, it's kind of a gut feel.
Yeah, it's a judgment call. Right. Generally speaking, couple of hours, or say couple of days is good enough for a story. Couple of hours, good enough for a task. If you are asking for the precise number of hours, sorry, I don't have. And I will never have. And nobody will have.
We have showstoppers, right? So,
That is the fashion industry, not in software development. Please tell me what is showstopper.
No, she's, I think,
Dependencies.
more from a defect standpoint.
Yeah.
Dependencies, right?
Yeah.
You should not have showstoppers or dependencies first. Remember that investable? You should not have. I'm not using the word must, should.
So what if it comes up like in demo sometimes on?
If you're coming this problem in a demo, then you are means you are not doing the good job. As simple as that. Go on a retro.
No, your product could be extensive enough.
So why they are coming in demo?
Yeah. So, meaning,
That's a
I
mistake.
made it simple actually. If
That
the
should be
product
tested before the
quality
demo.
is not maintained, you will have definitely a very bad problem.
No,
And that is when
you could have a product you prepared, it's already gone through testing,
Yeah.
and now you're ready to demo it.
Yeah.
So, but that doesn't mean.
Hold on. What do you mean by gone to testing?
It's been tested.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been tested.
Yeah. So if you don't encounter any problems during testing,
Then why you expect
I'm an
them?
older developer,
Exactly.
so I'm still thinking.
I'm
I'm coming from that framework.
100% perfect, right? I'm talking
Nothing is
about-
100% perfect in life.
So sometimes
This roof can fall. There's a
there might be
probability.
showstoppers, right? There might be, so I don't know how to.
Lady, you cannot plan for emergencies.
yeah, extraneous situations and
Right?
extraneous
What's the guarantee that tomorrow solar system is not going to collapse? There's a probability exists.
That's what the retrospective is for as well. I mean, then you say, okay,
Right.
we did this demo and we have this problem, what are we gonna do? And that's another reason why that's private.
Yeah.
Where you don't pull the other people in, because you're gonna be really critical of each other and say, where did we screw up?
But isn't that another reason why there's like this like psychological tendencies to split the sprint review and the demo?
Yes, so it's a comparison. Then the audience objective, everything is different. Right? I again repeat, your annual flu is not an emergency. Heart attack is.
Now, are you then saying?
You do not get heart attack every year. If you're getting heart attack every year, guys, you are in serious trouble. Even if you are getting a flu every year, you are in trouble. Why you're not taking care that you don't get flu every year? So differentiate between regular features and emergencies. After testing everything, then you find some glitch in demo. That's an emergency. That is not a regular feature.
Surprise.
That's a surprise.
Nobody
Then there's a no
that's
set
surprise.
precedence. It's unpredictable.
But when you talk about planning, I think, at least from my perspective, you don't plan for that within, okay, we're gonna do this all the time, but you have a way to deal with it. You have a plan for how you're gonna deal with it, because you don't assume every time you do a retro, you're gonna have some emergency you have to deal with.
And that is a common sense. At that time, no rule book is going to help you.
Yeah.
No rule book. Because if you start making rule book about all those conditions, you will make only rule books. Nothing else will do it.
Where the transformation from stories to tasks is
In sprint planning.
Sprint planning.
It must have there. Should be in sprint review. Oh, sorry, in refinement session.
How do you document it? Because okay.
There's no only thing is, this is my story. I write task 1, XYZ. Task 2, ABCD. Task 3, MNOP. Task
It's
4,
internal documentation.
1, 2, 3. Do not do documentation for the sake of documentation. Do it if it's required, necessary. I say suffice. I'm not saying don't do it, but make a judgment call because my boss said do the documentation. Go and ask why.
So then, does that mean that this 2-week delivery schedule, so this Scrum is basically can only be applicable to product development life cycles that last 2 weeks?
Well, every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks. Assuming 2 weeks sprint, right? You might have 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4
So
weeks.
if you have a very extensive iOS or something, and the development life cycle is really, really long, it could be 6 months, it could be longer.
So you have the
keep
2
doing
weeks,
the
2 weeks, 2 weeks,
sprints.
repeat,
Okay.
repeat, repeat,
So you
repeat.
keep doing the sprints, so you're catching stuff. So that's why the Agile is going to help you.
So every 2 weeks a delivery.
It is possible that the marketing team or sales team or product management team says, no, we are not going to deliver a release application every 2 weeks. We'll deliver, we will release to the public every 3 months. Let them make decision. It should not affect you to make sure that if sales and marketing team decides that you cannot do every week, you should able to do it every alternate week, right? Assuming 2 weeks of a sprint. And this delivery should be shippable. Means I should be able to deliver to the customer if required, and make that assumption core assumption. If you are a product owner, please make it aware to your team. If you are a Scrum Master, iterate it in every morning as a morning prayer in front of a team. Right? I don't know, in US we do not go in school in the morning prayer, but in India we have to go in the morning. Every kid has to stand up in a line in a school ground and say some morning prayer, something like that. Every teacher, every staff member has to be in that ground. Make sure in your a daily stand up is like this only, right? Iterate, shippable, 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 maybe 3 times. Make that as an ingrained in the team. That will help you to achieve a very, very high quality and effective product. Okay, guys. So what we did, we were talking about that graph. Right now it's going up and up, but nothing goes up and up forever. It will reach to a plateau, right? In your real life development as well, right? Nothing goes up forever. That will be a plateau. Take example of Apple, right? If everybody has bought the Apple product, those who can purchase, what else can happen? Right? You can replace the product, but you cannot say if nobody has $1,000 to purchase a phone, does not have $1,000 to purchase a phone. As simple as that. Those who had got it. There will be a plateau, and that plateau you will also see in your productivity. One more thing. When you one of the purpose of the Agile is not to be productive, not to reduce cost. The purpose of the Agile is to be more effective. Being productive is a byproduct of being effective. If you are more effective, naturally it's going to be more productive. But you should, if your organization is, I see you go to organization where say executive says, hey, we want to reduce cost by 20%. We want to increase our productivity by 15%. That's why we are going Agile. You go to any organization, 50% you will see this, or more than 50%. When you go and talk, if you get a chance, say, sorry sir, Agile does not mean that you take out the juice out of a lemon, developer. Lemon is equal to developer and increase the productivity and efficiency. It's going to be more effective. So we put the more juice in the lemon is equal to developer, so we get the more juice out.
But that's what happening now.
This is what happening. And I will not say the few, but in the most of the cases. That's exploitation.
But what do you argue that, I could argue that you are in some ways doing efficiency here because you're going in and doing things in a way where you're getting feedback faster, so you're making changes, so you're not wasting time and you're becoming efficient.
But that is not my aim. My aim is not to squeeze more juice from the lemon. My aim is to put more juice in the lemon so I get a more juice out. There's a difference in thinking.
He's not talking quantitative value.
Right? Yeah, I'm giving. See, the thing is, if you say the risk management, what I'm doing by smaller sprint cycle, I'm reducing risk. In a waterfall model, you release the product in once in a year, means your investment is stuck for the 1 year. What you, whether doing the correct or whether not doing the correct, you come to know after 1 year. In a sprint or in a scrum, every 2 week, assuming 2 week cycle, you know whether you're doing correct or not. So your return, you're not getting the big chunk. You're getting a smaller chunk every 2 weeks. I always say a story. People ask me, what's the difference between an agile and a non-agile? I give it always as one story. The story goes like this. Say you love apples or any fruit of your choice. And you decided, I want to put a apple tree in my front yard. Okay, you go to nursery. You meet nursery owner. So nursery owner says, I have 2 plants for you. One plant is a normal apple tree. Take it, you can see it, you can feel it. You have to follow certain schedule. You put the water in its root, fertilizer, insecticide, pesticide, and so and so. In next year, you'll get a sweet apples. Normal tree. And this is another tree. This is fantastic tree. This is invisible. But it also gives you sweet apples. After 1 year, you put the apple, fertilizer, water, pesticide, insecticide, you follow certain schedule. You're excited, you take the both trees and plant in your front yard. You follow the instructions. You put the water, you put the fertilizer, you put the insecticide, pesticide, and you trim the things, right? In a visible tree, you know what is happening. Whether there are insects, you put the insecticide. If no insects, where to put it, right? You put the fertilizer, you see, okay, leaves are not green enough or not growing, or let me trim it and all do this. In a visible tree, you cannot do it. You just follow the instructions, keep on going. After 1 year, you get the fruits. You know what you're getting from the visible tree. You see the flowers are blooming, they are turning into apples, green, then maybe red color, and they are blossoming and everything is happening. In this, you do not know. This apple tree visible is your agile. Invisible is a waterfall. As simple as that. This story is my copyright.
Maybe we'll choose a lemon tree.
You can share this.
So I have a question. So I think this is all good, but one of the assumptions, these projects are at the lower level. You're going in and executing at some specific level. If you are on a bigger picture, if you're not effectively choosing the priorities, which you're going in and executing against, you're not really going to get the result.
No, sir. I can cite example. From JP Morgan Chase. Have you heard this name? Fortune, I think 5 or 10 company, right? I think second largest bank in the world. I got assignment to transform their fraud and collection department. They have divided themselves into different departments. They call them departments. You can understand how big will the fraud and collection department for the JP Morgan Chase, right? They have to deal multiple countries, multiple rules, regulations, collection agencies, legal agencies, right? When I landed there, I also encountered this thing. You want to increase the productivity by 20%, cost reduction by 20%. That's the aim of the Agile. Right? They hired me for this consultancy. The day I reached there, even in an interview, we spoke around 2 months non-stop. So I didn't charge for those 2 months, my bad. But okay. So we reached there, and the interview itself, okay, your objective is wrong. I started my first discussion like, the person who was interviewing me was outrageous. How you can say the first sentence, and then let me explain you. And that's why it took 2 years, and my interview took 2 months, and till the CEO of the Chase. But the good thing for me is even they call me today because I was able to say the truth, a bland truth in their face that they're doing something wrong. Right? Maybe I was an external, and this is turning into the big level. Now this whole thing is that they're thinking as an agile way of doing it. And we designed the program of the transformation of fraud and collection. What we did, we designed the whole program itself as a Kanban model. We are not discussing here in an agile way to do the agile transformation. So it doesn't mean the agile way works only on the lower rungs. It works on every level. Yes, you have to customize it. You have to tweak it. That is, I understand, but it works.
Maybe I didn't explain the question wrong. What I'm saying is that if you have your objectives strong, you can put the best processes, yes, and you're going to. Agree. So all you do in agile projects is like you go in and execute projects, right? You're doing sprints and stuff. You can be doing the best job in the world, right? Mm-hmm. And these are great processes. I'm not kind of arguing the fact that this is the right thing.
See, the thing is, you should be able to articulate what you want.
Yeah. So my point is that you're talking about effectiveness. Effectiveness comes from other places also. It's not just a function of. Yeah. So if you're not effective at the top, all your agile things don't yield any effectiveness.
It's a waste.
So
it's just one more charade you're doing in your organization. As simple as that. See, you may not speak such blunt language in your corporate setting, but you should be able to convey the message. That is being an agile coach, agile person, that you have to develop that. And it becomes really difficult if I'm thinking, I was thinking if I'm an employee of Chase, I might not have so upfront. Might be. And which is true. Since I was an outsider, I have nothing at stake. At most, they will not hire me. It's okay. Don't hire me. Right? But if I'm in a job, getting fired is more punishable than getting not hired. So that's why generally agile coach within organization are not very successful.
But indirectly, it's actually cost effective, right?
Yes. It saves cost. Yes, agree. But that is not the aim. That's a byproduct. Aim is being more effective, which results in cost saving and basically your efficiency and productivity increases. It means cost is saved and risk is reduced.
And then the downfall of always looking only at the cost or being that fixated thing you're only looking at, you can miss opportunities to actually become more effective over the long run, even though you don't see it in the short term, which is a failing of so many projects.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, correct. So generally when you implement and go say, okay, I want to be agile, initially for initial quarter, be ready to be a little bit dip. Because we are changing something which is well established. People are changing. We expect a little dip. Be ready for that.
What was how long did it take you to do the transformation at JPMC?
So JPMC, I'm still engaged. So I was hired to set up the strategy, to give this workshop settings with the higher management and the little bit of middle management and show off the strategy that it works. And then I step back. And they say, okay, once in a month, I go and then talk for 2-3 days and then come back. because they do not want to hire me for give me money. As simple as that. They want to have the cheaper option, which is makes sense.
Depends on your objective.
It also serves my objective because I'm not bound to Chase. I can go to Chase, I can go to Bank of America, I can go to Wells Fargo, I go to Cisco, I go to Apple, I do not go to Apple, but I want to go.
That's your objective.
Let us see, because I know in Agile community, Apple is not a very respected name.
Yeah.
Those who are from Apple company, I'm sorry to say, but it's not very respected.
But Apple follow Agile. They're the own.
Okay, let me put that, do not take offensive. They are bullshitting.
They're creating their own, probably, their own religion.
They have fantastic product, fantastic marketing, no doubt. They are genius. But please do not say they do that.
Still they follow a waterfall?
I don't know what they do. Sometimes they do waterfall, then they claim Agile, they all, hodgepodge and mix and match.
Every division has their own style.
Every division does. See, the good part about the Apple is, which I appreciate, it is not act as a one company, it acts as a collection of autonomous startups. And that is the success mantra of Apple, which I feel, I'm not a management consultant, but that is, I feel, the best thing they do. Everybody is autonomous, but just like they are connected to a thread with the same objective. That's the best thing they do.
So, what are your thoughts on when people say we already follow the Scrum ceremonies, we have Scrum Master, we have development product owner, so we went Agile, we are Agile now. What are your
If you are
thoughts?
Agile, be happy. What can I say?
And somehow
You
show
are,
the results.
hold on thing, either you do Agile or you become Agile. Choice is yours. Or means yours means those people. If you are happy to do Agile, keep doing it. If you want to be Agile, I'm with you. Just by following certain rituals, you do not embrace Agile. As I say, by eating a Chinese food, I do not become a Chinese. Or by eating Indian food, I do not become an Indian. You have to embrace that culture, that thought, that way of thinking, living a life. Then you become that person.
But not in the same, okay, so in the same token, or not every situation warrants Agile, correct? Like that's what we're learning, right? So people's tendency to go to there because they hear these terms and they want to throw around these terms, but then sometimes like they're actually just kind of creating this chaotic environment and not meeting deadlines and sometimes not even knowing amongst themselves what they're seeking.
Yeah. So then I think Agile fails when they weren't really doing it right the first
So I'll tell you, as I gave an example in the morning of that tsunami, right, or hurricane. Suppose I'm in the warlike situation and say, okay, let's do the Scrum. Fire the gun. There's no time for Scrum. Forget it. So even in the development, let me transform into the software side. Something is suppose 4th of July, right? And Walmart says this POS system is not working. It's a war. You'll set up a war room, bring it everybody and anybody from the whole, finish it, do it now. Forget all process and procedures, hierarchy or whomsoever it is. Do it now. If you don't have access, you are developer, you need access to production system, you have now, do it. Right? This happens?
P0, P1.
It doesn't, all this thing. It's situation, what situation. Say, when you have a heart attack, you do not think, you just say, okay, you give the electric shock. Will you give electric shock to a person, normal person?
No. So my question, how can a team be truly Agile?
Say Agile is not a destination. It's not a destination. It's a journey. It's a practice to keep on going. You will never be 100%. There's nothing called 100% Agile. Even 50% Agile or 20% Agile. whether you are in this journey or not in this journey. As simple as that. But I say, if an organization learn to walk or talk and live on an agile path, that organization is agile. Because every day, every moment is an improvement. As a continuous improvement is happening, yes, you're on the right path. But you say, okay, I'm become agile, okay, happy. Agile? Who am I to question that?
So did we answer the story about, did we answer the question about the story and if the story is ever too, you cannot break it down into tasks?
No, can you repeat the question?
So she's going back to the question you asked.
I have encountered in my life only one story. In my 20, I started my career in 97, 1 year, so 97, 96. Okay, and since 99, I'm in software. From there, only one thing I'm convinced today that cannot be broken down into into smaller pieces. And I can reiterate what the piece is. At that moment of time, I was working with Gap in San Bruno. And there now, Walmart's building is there. Walmart in San Bruno, where this near airport, right? You go straight, there's a San Bruno. Yes. I think they call it Technology Park, something like that. There are two buildings side by side, and there's a restaurant, I remember, long back. At that point of time, me and one of my friends, who is now in Texas, they were given us a task. We were developers. And we used to fancy them, call ourselves as architect at that point of time. Right? But we were developers essentially, or senior developer, whatever it is. So we were working in the optimization of their system, in which a designer designs a shirt or any dress or pant, whatever. It goes to the production houses. Their production houses are based in India, in Africa, in South America, right? Somewhere the stitching happens, on the button has been put and packing, all this thing. Then they make it, pack it, and they ship back to the US shores. On which port it should come, depending upon where the demand is. They have given an example at that point of time. If you go to Atlanta and this area, here people size is less. And you go to Atlanta, size is bigger. Means here large and medium is normal. There extra large and extra large is normal. Okay, this was a fact. And initially I also said, oh, but I saw the data. This is, I don't know why, but it's true. Or I believed it was true. So how it should be, where it should be shipped, that thing. And we want the human interaction minimal while opening up those boxes. Because in a box, suppose there are 200 shirts, all those 200 shirts are not going to one store, right? Same shirt, same design, same fabric, not going to. So they are going to distribute it across the different thing. So whether I'm going to put 200 shirts in a one packet, or 2 shirts in a packet and then 100 in a one packet and goes to this. And this warehousing is wholly robotic. Where this thing has to be placed, how the boxes has to be opened and put into loading trucks, all is robotic, right? And delivery to this. So there's one algorithms we have to write in a simulation to optimize this whole thing, right? They gave us this assignment. Me and my friend, he is Adoni. His last name is Adoni, Vikram Adoni. So we so perplexed how to write this simulation. For 3 months, we asked for the 3 months time. He used to smoke. I left to smoke long back, so but I never smoke now. So he used to smoke. He used to smoke there. We go outside whole day. He smoke and we talk and come back. Evening, we pick up our bag, laptop, come home. 3 months we did. We write the code, come back. It's not working. Delete. Next day. 3 months we did the same routine. And one day we both came, Tushar, we do this, yes, Vikram, we have to write this way. And we talk to that, we have one mathematician as well with our team. We go to him, yeah, you can do this or something. We spoke around 2 to 3 hours and the idea came and we wrote. And we wrote only, if I remember, 200 or 250 lines of the code. And we simulated the whole environment. We run, showed to the customer, and that manager told me, so you two guys took 3 months to write this 250 lines of the code? And we took 3 months, and still I think today we cannot break this into smaller pieces. Because that was just a discovery. You do not know when it will come to you.
So
Right?
how would you apply this to that?
So story, so those things, but those are the exception.
Right.
Those are the exception happened with me in almost in 20 years once. And I don't know how many people experience those type of scenarios. I believe not everyone, and I expect should not. Well, those are the exceptions. And whether I experience this type of again in my life, I don't think so. Only once. Even I'm convinced I cannot break that story into smaller pieces.
How many days did you finally actually write
Actually,
that
we
code?
work only for 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
That's all. To write those 200 and 250 lines, only 3 days.
Is then in that sense, it was just the concepts you
Yeah, because we are just
But that's part of development.
development.
That's part of
No,
development.
no, I know. I'm
And we have a big argument with our manager. You guys wrote 250 line code in 3 months. At that time, you were paid very good, I will say. Even for today's standard, you were paid handsomely.
But why they actually wait until 3 months?
No, we asked for around 4 or 5 months. We asked the time
Parkinson's law.
because this is even nobody is knowing how to do it. We asked, we need around 4 or 5 months to do this, and this manager used to watch us. Both guys come in the morning, chit chat, do something, and go out, smoke, come back, write something. But they have never checked into the anywhere in this. They use this Microsoft. What is the Visual Studio? No, that's
MS
Source
Dev.
code repository.
MS Dev?
no, that repository, right?
SharePoint?
No.
SharePoint.
SharePoint. So code repository from Microsoft. Source. There's no check-in for last 3 months. What the guys are doing? But he was so forceful. He was so afraid for us. He never asked
So
us.
you would religiously delete it. You wouldn't even check it out.
No, we never checked it. We never checked it. We discussed, we talked. Delete. No, it's not working. And that was foolishness on our part. Now I see that was foolishness. Because that manager was, I say, very patient with us. If I'm at his place, I might not have that patience.
He was a saint.
3 months when we finished the 250 lines, you did and you earned so much money. I'm jealous. So, but the thing is, still,
It's not about the code you write, it's about the results you get.
Results. But still, I feel that cannot be broken down only once in my life. Still, I'm pretty convinced.
But it was also a learning process.
Yeah, learning process. Lots of mistakes I committed in that process. I do not commit them.
You could have research has been a separate thing, and then
Not
the actual-
separate thing means
the actual
why I'm
development
not
of it.
keeping in loop my surroundings. I might have discovered earlier. Right? Possible. Why I'm not checking in the code and maybe deleting from there? I question myself today. But at that point of time, maybe I do not know what happened. It's a state of trance. I don't know. Okay, guys, enough stories. Okay. So, guys, what you have noticed here, what we have done till now, and I have written gave you one paper, right? You wrote something. What is the main challenge you faced? Now, on the other side of the, on the other side of this, what is your biggest, what you want to do in your career and your work, your inspiration? Can you write?
clear that question there. Like,
What you
experience-
want to be, what is your biggest inspiration at your work? What is biggest goal? Whatever way you want to phrase. Just one line, two line, one word, preferably one word if possible. Everybody done? Anybody want to share? No pressures, but yeah.
So my problem was politics. I love solving problems.
Do you guys see any correlation?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to share?
My biggest challenge is to meet schedules committed. And my biggest goal, I think, is to deliver.
Anybody else? What do you see? Any relationships you see? See, what you fear, you aspire.
Have trouble with prioritization.
Excuse me?
Prioritization.
Prioritization. Okay.
And my goal is to help others improve.
Anybody else?
Mine was influencing teams. And the other side of it was creating positive change. How to do it?
You tell me.
I don't see the.
Okay, first was influencing the teams.
Yeah.
And positive
Teams
change.
Don't report to you. That's what I mean. Use the word.
And the positive change.
Create positive.
Somebody want to talk about those things?
Yeah, if you're better at influencing, or if the challenge is that, okay, I need to be able to influence people, one of the ways that one of the reasons you want to influence them is so that you can make positive change.
Yeah, but he said something about what is it? What is it? We fear, we aspire, right? So.
If you cannot influence people,
or-
so you won't be able to deliver the change.
It is very normal. It's a human thing. There's nothing special about you or me or anybody.
But I don't see the connection in mine.
In your exception.
No, there is a connection, right? Politics
solving
and
problems.
solving problems. When you solve problems, how are you going to solve problems?
I'm just joking. Guys, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Okay? See, this is a very human nature. If you read one of my passion is to read psychology. Right? More you read psychology, more you don't understand. That's a beauty of psychology. Right? More you get confused.
Oh, is that true?
It's true. More books I read, more I go to talk shows for psychology. More I get confused, and more I got perplexed. But the underlying thing is human behavior is so complex, which is I want to convey, that you cannot put in a model. We are same, but we are different simultaneously. We are all belong to one species. Same, more or less same structure here, except forget the whole body, even here is very similar. But we are also different. Right? And that makes our life interesting and less challenging. Right? And that we have to, when we deal with the teams, with our work, you have to accept this. You cannot negate. That's a whole idea I want to convey. Few things are in everyone. I say under the skin, we all are same. Whatever is your color, what is your upbringing, whatever your school education, we are same under the skin, everybody. But we are also same. We are also different simultaneously. So when you treat your team members, please recognize this. Right? Treat them as individual humans, not as a peg in a machine. It's a cog in a machine. That's the only thing I want to convey. Okay, guys, we will do one exercise. I need 2 volunteers. 2 volunteers. We'll see.
Shall we take a break?
Okay, let's take a break. 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the exercise. And then we'll do, what's the time?
4:10.
4:10. Okay?
Yeah.
Then we do maybe half-hour session, sprint. Because you got the idea, right? How the sprint has to run. Which I hope I'm able to convey that message. Okay, guys, so I have list of 19 people. Do you all agree that I send a mail to all of you with their name and email addresses?
Yeah.
If anybody has objection, please tell me. I will strike them. That was how. Okay, I will ask again.
Is there any law on that as well?
I do not know that I'm asking. Should I ask you to write a sign on a paper?
I don't think so. It's all about,
No,
it's all networking also.
No, this one is okay. I think what you are saying is right. So legally in California, you can't record.
Something like that gets posted on Facebook, you get tagged, and all these things that happen now that you may not want to
Yeah,
happen.
and in case of Facebook Live, you don't have control, right? Because it's almost
No,
like
I can
instant.
choose. It's private, right? With my
No, still.
Yeah, you can
Once
choose.
something
You can
is
choose
on the network, is known to the whole world.
It's,
SMS that.
it's
There's
sitting
nothing
on
called
somewhere
privacy.
on some hard drive, it's there.
No, there's nothing called privacy then.
Just the only thing, right? If there is a
The only one thing is private, which is not on computer.
So
If something is on computer, it's not private.
Huh?
I will
guess so.
We'll make it visible.
Then the people will see
No, this rubs a lot. I've been very
names and email because everybody has to be
Yeah,
but
I mean,
most of us.
Yeah, so I will write a name.
Most of us who went on Facebook and share it. Now we've slowly gone to the point where we're barely sharing. If, I might share a picture.
So all 12 people have not
Application I took a year ago. Maybe I might share a picture of a year ago. Not when I'm coming. I have some friends who still change, and I have some friends who go back. But it's something about the
No, they are like in groups and other like.
For her to contribute, yeah, she does not want to contribute to their digital footprint on the web before they have the right to choose.
So
No,
and
that
I
I
agree.
agree.
Because I'm gonna check it.
Anyways, I don't know what's anatomy from umbrella.
That's true, but how many of us actually have the time?
The main role is testing.
So because I said okay, everybody is also on. Generally, in one session.
This was my second.
So now
How often do?
Once a
I
week.
felt like
Lucky one, really.
Yeah, that's not like I say, okay, let's come to that. It's my luck that you guys are here.
But this all happened last week. I'm not
I work with my own company.
I'm more of it. I want to
To my own consultancy.
if I meet somebody who wants to I don't
No, but through my own consultancy, I work with Cisco, I work Cisco, I work through my consultancy.
Yeah, you know, when it sounds some events with 18 times.
But I will not be able to speak for 2 days.
Usually it takes 1 hour or 2 hours, I mean the whole meeting. Of course, it's networking, of course, it's just communication.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
so when
sure.
you-
Happy to do it or not.
So from your and also, yeah, about
I'm
this
there.
white paper.
Yeah, I just
Remember
because I
the
got
first-
so busy with other things.
I know.
Except every meeting.
I also write it.
I accept every meeting, but somehow I miss every meeting. So, but the thing is, I get involved in so many things. No, you can do what you want. Not,
Yeah, and this group we are loaded, and Joanne asked me, understood. It's definitely you're not loaded. it's very controversial. You're really enjoying the application because we are like developing, investigating this tool and we're learning. So and when you joined us, so we were lucky because we also transitioned to this agile. That's right, it makes agile way up.
This is picking up like a wildfire. Wildfire is everything. Right now,
We're talking about mobile and Java in
Of course.
That, I just was trying to say,
Yeah, so I have stopped it right now. Okay. So will it get recorded? So it's like I can go back and watch the whole thing. What you will see on video. And me and this board, not that side.
But yeah, so it's
The voice you want, that's what you want. We are not making sense.
yeah, so some of this too, there is a question that people are asking also.
I will go there and edit a little bit. I mean, those are the gaps. So why people, nobody want to work for 8 hours.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Take out the gaps. Maybe do from 8 to 6 hours.
It will take you like 2 days to get to watch
Yeah, we can fast forward to the whole thing. Or I will break it, the video into first sprint, second sprint, third sprint.
Let me try to
Break the sprint.
The links where I can upload that.
I will publish. It is already published.
Yeah.
It's
So
published
it will
for
be
the
the same.
streaming. For streaming, it will remain the same. So, but if I break it, they change. So I will publish it. This has been broken down.
Yeah, there is nothing. I don't know why he's telling me.
So we can reference we can make it you as well.
And if you notice, you can reference me on my LinkedIn profile as well. I can mention this, my LinkedIn profile over on
Yeah, now go and check.
Yeah, we did mention we only took your bio that I asked you.
But it's really good to know. Yeah.
So,
It's not there. I didn't
tomorrow, I think today, we are able to cover stand-up sprint review. Retro, we have not covered. So, I will cover the retro.
See, what I did is when we told that nothing should be posted, I just
One sprint may not be 1 hour because 5 o'clock I did promised. People might have plans. So basically, I want to cover this, so at least logically we close. Maybe 5 10, maybe 40.
Maybe I will just write down.
I'm saying around 5.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I will just write down the meeting.
I want to be
how it comes. So I don't know why it happened like that.
Yeah, no, I'm very particular.
So you
It's not that I didn't want to be here. It's just
I understand everybody's comment, but I think we have transferred.
Yeah.
First of all, you will not able to ask questions.
No, I understand that.
It will be the standard. It will be projecting only the side of the conversation. Not the right side. That's how you will get the conversation, but not here. See, what's going on.
What I might try to do is see if I can make things so that I can either before lunch, after lunch, and but I didn't want to think that I wasn't.
I understand this.
No, it's just.
So you can come after lunch or before lunch.
That way I can.
Nothing like that, it's just really.
I'd love to feel that time.
I understand. So you can take another lunch. I think you can.
I really love this. Pieces as I think that's by doing it that way. I think it's really, really effective.
No. Let me change the water. Can you help? Guys, may I have your attention, please? Okay, guys, may I have your attention, please? Okay. So if you noticed what we have done till now, one more thing is I see only one key. There should be two keys.
I keep saying that we keep missing keys.
Yes, please return it. Otherwise, Sam is going to kill me.
You keep it for tomorrow.
I didn't need it. Someone.
All right. Okay. So if you notice what we have done, I have tried to simulate a real life environment which you run in a Scrum environment, right? Let's take a break from that, right? Because we do not have a 1 hour, because I do not want to make you listen my blabbering for more than after 5 o'clock. Okay. So I take a break and then with my divine power, I say, okay, we'll discuss these two things. Right? The reason why I'm choosing these two, so we have a logical break of discussing all ceremonies, different roles and other things, user stories, velocity, and what not, we'll discuss tomorrow.
So you're doing the divine power tomorrow then?
Huh?
Divine power of numbers.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
So you're forced to come tomorrow.
No, I can't come.
Consider sprint backlog or product backlog?
Just get someone to record.
Both. Right now, no. We are going to discuss this things right now.
Yes, I'm here.
Right? Because I think we will reach till 5 by this time. Because I know you also have a plan for your evenings, and I also have. So I respect your life and I respect my life.
Quick announcement. So I've deleted the video just in case if anyone has any issues.
So we want you to record this.
So you learned.
Okay.
Yeah, evolving.
Okay, guys. Okay. So we are taking break from this sprint planning and all this thing, just for this week, right? But I hope you got the message. What happens or what should happen in real life Scrum Scrum framework, right? So before sprint product backlog, I want to discuss retrospective. As I spoke earlier, retrospective is a private family meeting. Only family members. Desirable family members, dev team members, the Scrum Master, and if these two parties consider product owner as a family member, then him or her. When a person is called a family member, when that person can be trusted that whatever is spoken in the confinements of the retro room where the meeting is happening will not go beyond the door. It remains within the room. And whatever we is spoken, it will not be used against anybody in the team or outside the team. Means something like that. Right? Whatever happens in Vegas remains in Vegas. Something like that. Whatever you do within the retro, remain retro. It should not go.
Actually, with Facebook, it doesn't stay there. But yeah.
So do not go on the Facebook.
No, actually, that's one of the things I raised. I'll maybe take 5 minutes at the end to tell you a really horror story about what happened at Vegas and Facebook. And
okay. I'm just saying. So do not go to Vegas. Right? I picked up. I know if you post on if you post on a network,
it's gone.
No, but what I'm trying to tell is even if you don't post, Facebook has this undocumented thing where I'll tell you about it.
Forget that. Yeah, okay. Let's focus on the retro first. Okay. Participants, product owner, and if your team does not consider product owner as a family member, it's a responsibility of the dev team members and the Scrum Master to bring that person in the family. It is not a good practice that the product owner is not part of family, right? Because you are spending 8 hours of your time daily with that person, and you don't consider him as a part of the team. I think something is wrong. You need to rectify it. Right? What is wrong? How to rectify? That has to be figured out. What happens? 3 questions again. What we should keep on doing, which we did in the previous this sprint. What we should stop doing, and how we can make it better next sprint or future sprints. Also, you should also review. You might have some action point within the team. What are the action points from the previous sprint or previous retro? What we thought of. Okay, we are going to have every Monday go out and have beer in pub XYZ. Right? Are they going to do it? Or every code we are going to write, every piece of code will be unit tested. Right? Are you able to achieve that target or not? Do not set the expectations too high in retro in 2 weeks. Set 1 or 2 maximum goals. If you set too many goals, believe me, will not achieve any. Even 3 is more, 1 or 2. Because if you do not achieve anything, whole purpose of retro or reflection is lost. It's a slow, continuous, ongoing improvement of self. You may discover when you're doing the retro that you figured out there is some systematic flaw in your organization, which may be beyond your sphere of influence. Is possible. You may not able to solve it. It's possible. This is a responsibility of the Scrum Master to take it to the next level and convey in such a way that it should not affect negatively to the team. That's a Scrum Master's responsibility. I highly recommend not the team member, no team member should, dev team member should involve into that politics part. Right? Let politicians handle the politics, I always say. Or the diplomats handle the diplomacy. Okay? When the outcome, the when in the end of the sprint, the last activity of the sprint, it should happen. The last, suppose you're starting a sprint on Monday, so and it ends on Friday. So last thing of the Friday, you should do the retro. Right? Ideally, Monday is not a good day to start a sprint. I will discuss why. How long? There's no time limit. Right? Generally, if I'm a Scrum Master, I will book for 2 hours to 4 hours. But I will recommend it finishes. Initially, it will take time, but you will see 15 to 20 minutes, 30 minutes, people do it. And do not stretch any meeting since it has been booked for 2 hours. Done? Feel happy, finish it. Because I've seen the meeting, a lot of people, hey, I have booked a half hour with you. I'm going to spend half hour with you. Why? We spoke, finished, everything is done. I don't want to hear a voice. And certainly you don't want to hear my voice unnecessarily. We are done, spoken, matters closed. Depart, because I have my own life, you have your own life. Enjoy. And same with the reflection as well, retro as well. Book for 2 hours, but doesn't mean you stay for 2 hours. There's a maximum upper limit. Right? And that's the responsibility of the Scrum Master. After a while, you will see that retro is becoming repetitive. Then the Scrum Master has to come up with a creative way to engage people. You will see because if you do the same activity again and again and again, and that one, when you're criticizing yourself, is emotionally taxing, right? And it has also become boring. So a Scrum Master has to come up with a creative way. There are hundreds of ways to conduct Scrum meetings. Retro, which I'm not discussing here, but there are hundreds of things where he or she can do and make it more interesting. So that'll keep it short if it is possible. Short and sweet.
But usually how much time?
Initially, people goes for 1 hour, but over the time, I say that 30 minutes are it's okay. Done. I'm bored. Let's do it. Finish it. Why? 30 minutes, 20 minutes is more than enough. But if you stuck with something special, it makes stretch too longer. Right? That's why I'm saying that only 1 or 2. Okay. Also ensure that in every retro, previously discussed points, whether what we targeted, achieved or not achieved. If not achieved, why? If achieved, what we did, so we achieved, and are we reaping those benefits? One moment, sir. Okay, so to do this thing. And when outcome, what happens? Participants.
So who's running the meeting?
Not that, got answer already.
So just one thing, you're saying in the retro, you should also review previous retros as well?
What you set the action items we want to improve on these points. We want to change those points, those things. Are you able to achieve those targets or not? Right? This is self-target. One more thing. In Scrum, in a retro, suppose you discussed 10 things. No need to disclose all 10 things. Whatever you feel comfortable that we want to disclose only 2 things or 3 things, disclose that. If you feel the compulsion, if not, don't disclose anything. Lot of organizations I have seen, I can cite one example in Valley, okay, Cisco. They say whatever you discussed, write on our tool in the Scrum. I go there and nobody read them. It's okay, write some garbage, tap, 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 close. Nobody bothered, but it should be there. And then I did for 6 months. Then I took this data to the management. Why you want it? Have you know what the teams are doing? And I'm responsible. I asked them to do this. Why are you asking for this? Because you want to use this thing in future. If required, we will do against you. If this is thinking, the thinking is wrong, I'm not going to ask my team to do it. And if it's not required, I'm going to ask my team even not to type the garbage. Do you have any problem? Tell me. Our lot of verbal fight. It's okay. No, I'm not going to do it. You want to bring more Scrum coaches or product owner? Take their views. Who made this rule? Oh, our previous manager did it. Change it. Within a week, we able to make the change in the rule. No, it's optional.
Was it easy to do the negotiation and talking and all that?
You should have the data. That's why I waited for 6 months.
So
fill in the garbage for 6 months. Nobody's looking at it. If anybody is looking at it, they will come. Because what the thought process was, we are writing, if required, we will use these points against somebody. Right? Revenge. We will take the revenge, vengeance. Why? So that's why, see, you to present your point as a coach, as a Scrum Master, you should have the data to support yourself. So you can do similar things. Lot of tools, like, have you used the Rally Dev? Anybody use Scrum? There's a thing, okay. They say, write your Scrum backlog. Oh, sorry, retro minutes. Why? We do not, this is a private. Why? I say, if you write an improvement, write on a piece of paper and keep in a pocket. This is private. Even I will not write on the board.
But our Scrum Master used to do it every time.
Just introduce to me.
But does that clash with like CMM level 5 companies where everything has to be documented?
Probably.
I cannot say anything, sir.
It's a process.
Yes, I see a very clear thing. So they say you have to show continuous improvement, right? One of the things.
This is not something, is my private privacy, right? Why California law says you cannot take the picture? It means we are not following the CMMI 5. Yes, no.
But not all countries say so.
Bad luck for them. We live in a democratic, open society, fortunately.
It depends, right?
It depends, but I'm big supporter of something called private is a private.
I'm sorry that I can relate, but is the reason, did you already say the reason why? Or are you just, I mean, I understand you're saying because it's private, but I'm just saying, is it also because along with waiting 6 months, it's like you can be like in a heated moment and say something, and probably nobody will see it, but if somebody sees it, it can like cause some
So
negative.
that is
vibe.
vengeance, revenge. Why to create those situations? Don't put it.
But rather considering as a revenge, it should not be like a process improvement plan.
Process improvement plan is a different thing.
Or maybe experience lesson learned kind of.
That's why I say retro means self-reflection. What I want to improve in myself. That's a true meaning of retrospective.
So there is a self-image of a team as well?
As a team, not as an individual.
Yeah. As a
If you
team,
notice,
right?
I've never spoken about I. I always spoke as a we. Right? Yes, ma'am.
As you said earlier in the sprint review, you can always propose improvements for the process, and you don't lose that. But in the retrospective, you as a team have the chance to say things more honestly. Like, hey guy, why do you always, I don't know, check out your code at the last time, and the ones who are late, that we are working late, we have to, I don't know, see all your bugs and we can keep working. And you can have like an open discussion about that. It doesn't have to be forever in the registries of the company. You can just work it. Something like that.
See the process improvement part and you want to share with the external world, share it.
Yeah,
As a team, you make a decision, what is private, what is not private.
Or like, it should be like a reference case cases.
That is nothing as a retro, right?
You're basically, you're giving everybody a safe place to reflect and protect the team as well.
Yes.
But what if somebody like upper management asks?
Do not say no, get out.
Why do you have to go and
Get out. Do not enter into this room. As simple as that.
That's why he sent the product manager out too.
Anybody with a title manager with any prefix, any suffix, not allowed.
So when you mentioned that you also include the last retro to see whether the action items, whatever is done, so it does get captured.
In a piece of paper, which is not can be captured.
He's
by
not
anyone
even
else.
typing it on his computer. He's
I'm
putting
not
it on
having a
that-
computer.
recorded.
Okay,
That's
so
not
but
recorded.
you,
It's just as a team. It's
Just
but
a
then
team.
you got to remember to bring it up.
Maybe remember that's what the Scrum Master job is, right?
Yeah.
This
Just
is
piece of paper.
Okay.
paper. Maybe
it is
in your
recorded.
if you are not common computer, maybe write in your mobile phone on a notepad.
So it is.
Do not bring that thing on the network. I'm a very simple person. Anything on a computer, whether a mobile phone or anything, it is not private. It's my simple idea of privacy. If you want to hide something, do not put on any electronic device. This is my idea of privacy. I'm extremist in that case, but this is what it is.
Does this get recorded?
That
Otherwise,
comes with
can't
experience.
remember.
Or and the only one computer is secure is which is not connected to a network and which has never turned on. That's only secure computer.
That's only in some remote countries.
No, which is never turned on and never connected to a network, and that is only secure computer.
That is your acceptance criteria.
That is my secure network definition. Okay. Jokes apart.
That's scary. That's scary.
No, this is I worked enough in a computer or to
So
understand.
we're still in the technology field, and we talk to people who have not done much technology at all. For them to, this is reality check that even people in technology are saying this.
No, this is at least I what I feel, and this is my experience. I may be wrong.
No.
I may be living on the edges, But this is I believe.
No,
Something I
it's
entered
sad
into-
that it's reality. I
And
think
be
that's
ready
what I
for
meant
that.
to say.
The
So-
statement you made in one of the agile meetups, your truth may be different than my truth, right?
Right? I remember some time back, CEO of Google, Larry, right? At that time, Larry was the CEO. He said very interesting thing. Google reveals everything. Do not expect privacy, right? If you have something to hide, do not put on Google. Means that, if you want to hide, don't do it.
Yeah.
You want to hide something, don't do it. This is as simple as that.
So I just have something, an analogy regarding security. So if you go back to the car, when Ford started making cars, right? All the laws that were concerned cars were related to horse cars, right? So like if a car were to splash mud on a woman's dress, this is the fine, things like that. But then the car started getting faster and faster, right? So then accidents started to happen, people started to die. So then there were speed limits, then seat belts and things like that. Today in security or in technology, we are going through the transition where cars have just been introduced, but we're being ruled by laws that pertain to horse cars. So we are going through a scary phase, right? But it's already starting in the Europe, right? GDPR and things like that, where
Forget
you
me,
have
right, on
the
the
right
Google.
to forget, exactly. So I can say you will not collect my IP address. So it's starting. Civilized countries are respecting privacy. So it'll come. But we are going through that Wild West stage right now.
Yeah, we are in the Wild West.
What about the encryption, right?
No, there is no encryption.
Say, what encryption? Do you understand?
Yeah,
Technically?
I worked in security side, so we use.
He is 20 years, he spent 20 years in security. And I also, a little bit of passion of physics and mathematics.
Yeah, I've also in security.
Anything, believe me, if you say secure, either you making fool of the person of the front of you or yourself.
Yeah.
It's only there are two options. There's no third option.
Predominantly, if someone says it is secure, we are making fool of ourselves.
They want to
Because
think you're.
because the hackers are using basic mathematics.
Again, confusing security with privacy.
Privacy and security are two different things.
That's what I wanted to make a note. Security and privacy are two different things, and please do not
Yeah, and both are
discuss
just
together.
illusions. Both are illusions. Okay, forget about security, privacy. Retro, do we understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, product backlog refinement. There is no meeting called product refinement or grooming session, anything. There's no such meeting exists in the sprint guide or the official guidebook of the sprint.
Just give me.
But in a sprint, Scrum guide, what they mention is a process, continuous refinement, right? But in a real life, you cannot every second, every minute refine. You need to stop and do some activity to refine. So generally, teams dedicate some time to do the refine. You can give any name to that refinement or backlog grooming, or generally I prefer the term refinement sessions. Not a one session, multiple sessions, right? What I observed over the years, teams start with once in a week for 2 hours. And as the story build up here in a refined state, for 1 to 2 sprint expected, they switch once in a sprint from 2 to 1. But it does not, you get my message, right?
Yeah.
In product backlog, you should have refined stories for upcoming 1 to 2 or maximum 3 sprints in investable state, right? Not beyond 3, because a lot of things will change. Say 3 means 6 weeks. Preferable is 2. Okay? And then people switch up. But it doesn't mean that refinement happens only on those sessions. Say I'm one of the developer in my team. I saw this story. I was talking to this guy in networking, and they said, okay, Tushar, I have this server, this new router we are installing, and there's a new feature in this routing. Okay, I come back because I was knowing my product backlog. I spare time. I'm a very good person. I read. Okay, this story can take this benefit. I go and make a note in the story description. And then I also circulate within my team members. Hi guys, story number 5, 6, 7. I made this note, and this is I added it. That's all. What I'm doing, I'm making them aware. I'm not justifying, and I'm not asking them to agree. I'm just making them aware. This lady has nothing to do, and she says, okay, I don't care. Tushar is keep on adding. This lady is very interesting in technical. Say, okay, Tushar, no, I have a different idea. Let's discuss. And this guy says, yeah, she is right. She says, no, Tushar is right. This discussion starts. This is what you want. A mind share. Understand? It is not happening in the refinement session. We also engage the product owner. They go, hey, Mr. Product Owner, these two guys are making change, and we are not agreeing. Okay, let me talk and me also understand. Let me talk to business whether we are going to use this router and that router. We may also call the expert, our router expert. Hey, Mr. Router Expert, come in. We want to talk to you and we take in your input. This may happen within the sprint refinement session or beyond refinement session. Right? But we want to formalize, we ensure that it happens. We also have the 2 hours, this thing. I'm not saying 2 hours means 2 hours. You as a sprint, as a product owner and a Scrum Master has to discover this 2 hours is sufficient, or 3 hours required, or 1 hour is required. But then 2 hours work, plus minus.
And every sprint or every...
We start with the every week, means 2 times a sprint. But as the things become more and more clear, generally people shift to do once in a sprint over the time period.
And should we end of the sprint? Or...
I leave it to the sprint team to define.
Who owns it?
Huh?
Who owns the
product owner? Owns it, right? Product owner, because he knows about the product. But it doesn't mean team cannot support. There's a technical some requirement, technical story. Team can own that, or one person within the team can own that that technical story, right?
Just to be clear, the refinement session is where the PV becomes SB, right?
No, where the story becomes investable enough to potentially can move from PV to SB in agreement of product owner and dev team.
That's the refinement session.
Refinement session ensures that stories in PV become investable so that in future sprint planning meetings, they can move into sprint backlog with the consultation of product owner and dev team.
Okay, this is the thing I didn't understand. Why is it in consultation? Doesn't the product owner
commitment, right? Product owner want to get that done, maximum work done.
Yeah.
But as a team, I have a capacity constraint. I can do only this much of work. Product owner want that much of work.
Okay.
Because as a team, I'm giving the commitment. Product owner want the commitment. Hey guys, do it. You are making commitment. That's why both parties should agree.
So that's PB to SB, right?
PB to SB. So the transition.
Yeah. Okay. And maybe if I ask too many questions, we can take it offline. But I'll ask you one more time. To me, I don't understand why anybody else should be involved in the refinement session other than the product owner.
This guy is a network expert.
Okay.
The story has something to do with the network. Okay. We want to bring his views. Product owner, she's a product owner. She is not a network expert. She's a business expert. So she wants expert advice from network guys.
Now,
maybe.
Assuming the product owner is an expert in the field of that product, then
not in product with that story. See, this has to do with the say we have to pass securely your token to PayPal gateway. She doesn't know how to pass. She knows about the e-commerce site. She is expert. But security aspect through network, this guy knows it. So she will engage, or some team member will engage him, right?
It's about clarifying the user story.
This is an expert, right? Expert in his field. She is expert in the business side.
So that,
or maybe within the business side, she might be expert in US, but China has a different rule, or India has a different rule, or Europe has a different rule. She is a China expert and she calls her, hey, China expert lady, please help me because we are launching this in China as well, and we need your help with respect to the payment through PayPal. Possible. Not only technical, business as well. And that's why I say that the product owner have a bigger life beyond Scrum team, which we are not touching. We are touching only life of a product owner, which is facing towards the Scrum team. Product owner has a very, very crucial role.
I get confused. We have refinement session over here, which is already moved to the spring backlog. If you're doing,
It's in the middle because it happens during the sprint.
but then the refinement circles is over
I think
here.
there's circles for everything.
This is a daily cycle.
Oh,
The
so we
stand-up is
have,
the daily meeting.
This is daily happening.
okay, so there's another refinement cycle to move PB to SB.
So refinement session, suppose
that one. What is that one?
Hold on.
What is the difference between refinement session
Wait,
and product
let me explain. We have in SB, suppose we are running this sprint, right? In our sprint planning meeting, we agreed that X, say only 3 stories, just for point of discussion. We will work on these 3 stories, right? In a week, assume it. On Wednesday, we are meeting for the refinement session. We decided we are going to talk about story A and B on Wednesday of the current sprint, right? We spoke about A and B, and we decided while we speaking, hey, this has to be put into A1, A2, and this B remains B, suppose, whatever, right? So this is how this happens. Product owner can prioritize, make it up or down, whatever it is.
And then when you